Uttipoof, Buskipoo and Tassarosso, guys. I'm Veggie Gamer and we're back to doing the book club. How you all been, guys? Yes, it's that time of year, guys, that I sit in a very badly ventilated room wearing a scarf on one of the hottest days of the year, guys. This may need to come off after the intro. I just got to say this, but very interesting chapters that we got today. It's it's so telling, guys, because one of them I have a boatload of notes for, the other one not so much, but they're definitely transitional episodes. No, I guess not. The thing is, guys, is that the stuff that we get in the second chapter is so good. I mean, the stuff we get in the first chapter is so good. Oh, I just realised I haven't rewatched the movie scenes yet. I need to do that just in a moment. It is very hot in this room, guys, and I got a longer record to do, but it doesn't matter, does it? So thank you so much for being here, guys. If you're new here, I'm Veggie. We are doing a in-depth breakdown of the Harry Potter books, guys. We're in Goblet of Fire. Thoroughly enjoying it. It's been so good so far, guys. And yeah, I basically go through my notes for the chapters, and then we go through your notes in the Harry Potter book club. Which is something which is over on the Patreon, guys. You can pay as little as you want and get access to everything that's on the Patreon, guys. Movie reactions, TV series reactions, and also the Harry Potter book club. And there you basically put down your thoughts and opinions of the chapters, and then we read them out in the second half of this video. It is very hot in this room, and so yeah, it's a lot of fun, guys. It's the funnest part of doing this. There's always so many different very fascinating takes, guys, and I love reading them, so never be worried about like giving your opinions and everything, guys. If you are worried, you can always DM me over on the Patreon as well with your book club thoughts and everything. There's just on the post where this picture is, there'll be a little blurb of like do's and don'ts about how to put in a post, question, opinion, theory, all these different sort of things. And so yeah, you can also DM me if you're a little bit worried about that, but the vast, in fact, pretty much everyone is absolutely fine with posting it publicly, but if you do prefer, the DM option is there as well, guys, and so please do take advantage of that if you so wish. But yes, guys, also over on the Patreon, we're always 2 episodes ahead, guys, and so these videos tend to be around 5 or 6 hours long. And so if you get up to date on where we are on the YouTube free ones, there are 2 more full episodes, 10 hours at least, guys, over on the Patreon, which you can pay $1 and get access to everything that is on there, guys. It greatly helps me out. It basically makes this you know, this possible and everything. And so if that sounds like the sort of thing that you want to do, please do check it out. Either way, guys, it is so hot in this room. Should we do housekeeping now? I was thinking of maybe doing this later on when we actually get to my to the notes and everything, but I think I will put in my, well, it's not any correction, you guys pointed it out. On the movie, I was saying that Rita Skeeter is essentially clairvoyant, how she's able to work out that Hermione has interest in Crumb, even though in the movie we get, I don't know why they do it, but there's a horrible moment where basically Hermione basically puts down Crumb and like says that he's annoying for staring at her overnight. I don't know why. I don't know why. Because in the book she says that he's a really nice chap and everything, and everything, and very humble and skinny as well, according to these chapters. We'll get to that. But you guys did point out that the reason why Rita thinks that there's something going on, and to be fair, she's right. Well, kind of not really. No, she's not right. The reason why Rita writes that article is because Crumb appears to jump to Hermione's defense. In fact, he may actually be doing it earlier on. It's actually the first time we hear him talk in the movie. I think it must be. Whereas in the book, it's the ball where it's the first time we hear him talk, isn't it? Just before the first task, when Hermione is saying something. So, yeah, I think she's asking Hermione about you, Harry, and all that sort of thing, and Crumb, like, jumps in. That's why she then writes the article about how Hermione's eyes are on Crumb now and everything. Eyes on you. Sorry. Final Fantasy VIII, guys. Final Fantasy VIII. Not the greatest game, not the greatest roster, but great ending, and the song on it is beautiful. Eyes on You, it's called. Look it up, it's fantastic. There used to be a busker in Oxford who used to play Eyes on You all the time. Either way, guys, love every single one of you. I'm starting my outro, apparently. It is way too hot in this room, so I'm going to get the scarf off. I'm going to watch the movie scene so I can compare and contrast, but I'm looking forward to the Snape and Moody bit, because I kind of remember it, guys, but it's so good in the book. It's so good in the book. We will get to my notes on that eventually, because first we got chapter 24. Thank you so much, Jonas, for these wonderful side panels. They are greatly appreciated. And also to Max, thank you so much for doing the summaries that I read out before going into my notes on the chapters. They save me so much time, guys. They really, really do. So thank you to both of them, as always. Let's get over to chapter 24, Rita Skeeter's Scoop. And I don't mean ice cream. Why did I say that? I know why I said the ice cream thing is because it's so blooming hot in here, guys. So I hope this is okay. It's on. Oh, there we go. It's on the chair. There we go. I hope that that's okay, guys, because it is too hot for me to wear it today, I'm afraid. So let's get over to summaries. And also, guys, I've just watched the scenes. The scene which I was looking forward to, and in the movie at all, I don't think, unless I skipped past it. But yeah, the scene which is amazing in these chapters. I mean, they are great chapters, guys, but there's a very tense bit later on. Yes, it isn't actually in the movie, I don't think. Anyway, leave away. I think I was thinking of the scene from Prince of Azkaban when Lupin finds Harry and Snape having an argument in the corridors. That was, yeah. I think anyway. Sorry guys, I'm all over the place. Let's go over to Max's summary, and I need to change the side panels to Jonas's. First one. There we go. And let's get over to it, guys. Rita Skeeter's Scoop. The time is ticking, and Harry needs to figure out the clue while he refuses to take Cedric's advice and get a bath. The trio is surprised at care of magical creatures when it's Professor Gribbly Plank and not Hagrid. That blew my mind. Malfoy kindly brings to their attention an article written by Rita Skeeter about how Hagrid is nothing more than a dangerous giant with both exaggerated stories and bold-faced lies coming from the Slytherins. They go to his hut, but he refuses to answer the door. After some time, they go off to the Hogsmeade trip. They spot Mr. Bagman in the Three Broomsticks talking to some goblins, but he quickly approaches Harry and strangely wants to help him with the next task. Rita comes in and they go in on her about the article. She calls Hermione a silly little girl and says that she knows some bad things about Ludo Badman. That's very, very true. The trio storm off to Hagrid's hut, demanding entry, but are shocked when their headmaster himself opens the door. The four do their best to cheer up Hagrid, in which they succeed. I particularly like Ron's approach to it, guys, and we will get to it. But yeah, I've got a note about Ron's tact being particularly good. Now back to the regularly scheduled program of figuring out the clue. Max, thank you so much for your summary. And so, yeah, guys, I've got a lot of notes on this chapter, and not so many on the next one. I think it's because so much. There's quite a comparison between these two chapters, where there is so much in this chapter, but both chapters are roughly the same length, and yet the second chapter is essentially one scene. But they're both brilliant, guys, and so let's get into it. So it's Boxing Day. Hermione is already on talking terms with Harry, which makes sense, guys. In the movie, she's like furious at him for like no apparent reason at the end of the Yule Ball, but she's on talking terms with Harry straight away. She tells him that she used a Sleek Easy potion on her hair to get rid of the curls and everything. We get a little mention of Crookshanks, which is always nice, guys. I kind of expected Crookshanks to be in the book a little bit more, even at this pace. But yeah, I guess he's got no actual task in this one, whereas his task, obviously, in the last one was very significant. And And I say that she's already on talking terms with Harry. She's actually on talking terms with Ron as well. It says how they seem to have a silent agreement that they're just gonna get on, even though what happened. I think it's embarrassment, guys, and I think it's both ways. I think that Ron is embarrassed about. I think that they're both embarrassed about what Hermione said about the whole thing of, well, next time, and not pluck up the courage, because I hate that part, guys. I know I overanalyzed it last time, but that changes the whole meaning of the entire freaking sentence. It changes Hermione's entire outlook to from saying, then ask me next time before someone else does, to pluck up the courage and ask me before. It completely changes the character, guys, and I hate it. Sorry, that's what she said in the movie, but in the book, there's so much more Hermione saying that, you know. It really is. So much more something that she would say, I should say. I apologise. And so I think that they're both. From that moment, I was like, hang on, what? There was a thing. And then Hermione's like, oh god, I just made that there's a thing. So I feel like that's why they're actually particularly quiet. Well, they're not quiet. They're talking, but it says that they're overly formal, which is amazing. I would have loved to see that in the movie, but, you know, after your ball, that's kind of like, that's it. It's kind of forgotten about. In fact, we even find out that Cedric and Cho are essentially dating now. I didn't know that was the case in the movie, guys. I assumed that it was just new ball and, you know, they had affection for each other, but it says how Cedric is. There's a great line coming up, but Cedric is holding Cho's hand in the corridors and everything. Which I know isn't necessarily a sign of courting, guys. I mean, apparently just over a century ago, it was completely normal in the UK for two heterosexual men to be holding hands walking down the street because they're friends. It was a sign of friendship and everything, whereas obviously very shortly after that, the meaning of it changed a lot. I wonder if that's something to do with cinema. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, apparently it was completely a common thing for two men to hold hands walking down the street as a sign of friendship rather than affection. Enough war. Hermione assumed Hagrid. Oh yeah, so yeah. When Harry filled in, Harry and Ron filled in Hermione about what happened at the Yule Ball regarding Hagrid and everything. Hermione's like, well, yeah, I assumed so. Which is so interesting for Hermione to say that, because presumably she would know, maybe not as much as Ron, but a lot more about giants than Harry, and she ain't worried about it. And so, I mean, she says it's the same bigotry that werewolves went through. Just such an interesting reference, guys. I mean, obviously that's reference to Lupin and everything. And none of this is a thing at all in the movie. This is not going to be 6 hours of me complaining about the movie, guys. It really isn't. Quite frankly, the research for this episode is one scene. And we'll get to that scene, guys. I think I've had a bit of an epiphany when it comes to the movie, guys. I think that there is one thing about them which I hate the most, and unfortunately it's a character. No, that's unfair. Okay, we've gone through a lot together, guys. We really had. Thank you. You've put up with my miserable self in the second half of Prisoner of Azkaban book reviews, guys. And so I feel like we can trust each other at this point. Am I okay to say I just don't like movie Moaning Myrtle? Now, I'll say this. Not a big fan of the book version either. I feel like I just don't like the character. The movie one annoys me. It really, it does, guys. Not like, you know, not furious, not like I'm never watching this movie ever again. But, you know, the Harry Potter movies are brilliant, okay? The Harry Potter books are brilliant. There has to be something at the bottom of that, of my thing that I love and hate about the movie. That has to be at the bottom. Obviously, the writer's approach to sports does bother me a little bit, but let's not get into that, because that's a rant which we've gone over many times. But character-wise, okay, let me put it like this: who is your least liked character in the books? And I feel like I know who a lot of you are going to be saying. Let me know who your least favourite character is from the movies and the books, guys. And I don't mean kayfabe, okay? Voldemort is a great character. The character which I think a lot of you are going to say is Snape. I wouldn't put Snape at the bottom. I find every scene with Snape fascinating, guys. Don't agree with what he's doing. Don't like him a lot of the time as a human being. But I always enjoy movie scenes and book scenes. Sorry, book scenes and movie scenes. With Snape. It's what in the wrestling industry, not industry, guys, the wrestling fandom call X-Pac heat, and it's a bit unfair. It's go away heat. The idea in wrestling is the bad guys, the heels, are there to try and make you want to see them get their comeuppance. So that's why they're always obnoxious and everything, and always cheating and taking shortcuts and everything, because ultimately we want to see the hero, the babyface, get one over on them, and it's the greatest feeling in the world. That's my opinion with Draco. It's my opinion with Voldemort. It's my opinion with Snape a lot of the time as well. All these celebrities, guys. Yeah, Gilderoy. There we go. It's a Ravenclaw. Some people that I love. Gilderoy Lockhart scenes in the book, guys, are glorious in Chamber of Secrets. Just so good. But I so want him to get his comeuppance, and that's good heat. That's good wrestling heat. X-Pac heat, which I do think is a bit unfair, because X-Pac is a wrestler who I don't think actually warrants this, is a sort of heat where people just don't want to see. And so I love scenes with Snape. If I had X-Pac heat with Snape, I'm like, oh god, a Snape scene. Okay, get through it. That's not my opinion of Snape scenes at all. I don't know why I'm using Snape as an example. Voldemort, let's say. Moaning Myrtle scenes, honestly, I'm like, yeah, okay, let's get through. Just a little bit, guys. Like I say, there has to be a spectrum of, people that I really love every single scene with. Gilderoy being right up there, guys. Any scene with him, it's glorious. Lupin, there has to be a bottom tier of that, and I feel like Myrtle may actually be at the bottom of it. Oh, I'm trying to think who else it could possibly be, guys. And so, no offense to Myrtle as a character. Obviously, it's a very tragic character, very sad character. No offense to the actor in the movie and everything. But I take exception with the movie scene, guys, because it kind of contradicts what I feel ghosts are. Also, it being not exactly, there's something dirty about it, guys. There's something not right about that scene, in my opinion. But that aside, it contradicts what I think ghosts are. And I will get to it, guys. The book doesn't. The book doesn't contradict it at all. The movie actually really contradicts it, and we will get to it, because it's so interesting how ghosts work in the Potterverse. Because the Baron's always scary. Nick is always kind of moping and everything. My experiences of ghosts. Am I going to go into it now? I may as well go into it now. We're already headlong into this. My experiences of ghosts in the Wizarding world are they are obviously the soul of the person, but they are a snapshot of who that person is, and so they're always Nick is always kind of moping and down. Well, yeah, moping down and everything, even on his big day and everything. They are an extreme version. They are a concentrated version of who they were as a personality. That's how I see it. Maybe I'm completely wrong, guys. Maybe they are literally just who they are. But that doesn't seem to be how it's portrayed in the books at all. Which means that what they did in the movie version of Moaning Myrtle completely contradicts that, guys. Because she's not like Myrtle. She's not like Moaning Myrtle in the slightest. In the slightest in this movie. And so, either way, we will get to it, guys. But I thought I'd go into it now. Let me know who your least favourite character. The character which, when you get to their scenes, you're thinking, okay. In the book and the movie, guys, I'd love to see it. And guys, this is not a chance to have a go at fans of other people. Sorry, fans of other characters that you don't particularly like, guys. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I'm sure you won't, guys. But just your personal opinion. It's just a personal opinion. at the end of the day. And so your personal opinion of scenes where you're like, okay, yeah, this guy's back, alright, cool. If there is anyone, if there's no one, that's brilliant. Let me know that in the comments as well. First tangent of the day, guys, so let's get, well, kind of, we're basically, it's not even a tangent, it's jumping forward to something that I want to discuss in the next chapter. But we'll get to it, guys, we will get to it. Yeah, anyway, let's get on with it. So when Hermione's saying about, you know, it's the same as bigotry towards werewolves, Ron's just shaking in his head. He doesn't say anything. You know, he's being tactful here. But, you know, presumably Ron's not that favourable of werewolves. He really mustn't be. Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts on that, because obviously he is our representative of a wizard who's always known he's a wizard. Harry. Harry has tried shaking the egg. He throws it across the room at one point, but that's more out of frustration than actually trying to solve anything. He shouts questions at the egg when he opens it, which is amazing, because the egg like screams when he opens it, and he's like shouting questions at it and everything. And he is still actively avoiding Cedric's help at this point. Harry, he does think to himself how he resents the fact that it was a cryptic clue that Cedric gave him, whereas Harry's was a straight up fact. Cedric was a cryptic clue. I wonder if Cedric did that because he didn't want to patronise Harry, maybe, or maybe he did still want it to keep it difficult and everything. Because the fact is, I guess you could argue, in the first task, the first part of that task was not to work out what the task is. So it's very different with the second task, because it has stages. But would the equivalent have been Cedric just going up to Harry and said, "It's mermaids"? Exactly like Harry said, "It's dragons." Maybe that would be the equivalent, but then we get, you know, I feel like it's Cedric being tactful, but then again, I'm a Cedric fanboy, guys, so what do I know? Harry does think to himself he doesn't need that type of cryptic advice from someone who keeps walking down the corridor hand in hand with Cho. I love that. I love that line, because what I love about this is that I don't even know if Harry is self-aware here, but the author is absolutely going in with Harry is being a bit pathetic at this point, guys, you know, and so I really appreciate that, and I do feel like Harry, to an extent, does realise that, yeah, my brain's gone completely blank. That he is being a bit childish, essentially. Yeah, I love how it's very, very clear that Harry is being petty, and yeah, and again, I've got down here, did Cedric not want to ruin the surprise of solving the egg? He wanted to give Harry that feeling of achievement, even though he gave him a pretty good hint. Yeah, that's my interpretation of it, guys. But then I'm a Hufflepuff fanboy, and so let me know if you feel like I feel like I'm off the mark there. Gribbly Plank. Gribbly Plank, guys. First of all, that is a great name. Absolutely love it. That's certainly the first time we've heard about Gribbly Plank, isn't it? I mean, they don't seem to know who she is when they approach the Careful for Magical Creatures. She seems... I kind of like her. And Hermione likes her, and I'll get into why I kind of like that sort of approach to teaching when we get to it. But the Slytherins knew that Plank would be there. They're led around the back of Hagrid's hut, past the Beaubarton horses, which are shivering in the cold, because obviously it's Boxing Day, and it's still snow everywhere. I gotta say, no stables at Hogwarts? You'd think there'd probably be stables at Hogwarts. There must be. Where do the Fistrels live? Because the Fistrals... Presumably, Hagrid handles the Fistrals. That would be a fascinating lesson, wouldn't it? Oh god, that'd be... Yeah, because Care for Magical Creatures must cover Fistrals at some point, right? I don't know. It's very interesting, guys. It's very, very interesting. But, yeah, it's kind of a shame that Bo Barton's horses are uncomfortable where they are. There is a unicorn tethered behind Hagrid's hut. All the girls apparently go, "Woo!" like that and everything. Lavender's remarks about how hard they are meant to be to catch. It's very interesting because obviously Harry has seen a dead unicorn before, but that doesn't necessarily mean. Are they rare to see? You'd imagine they must be rare to see if all the girls are like surprised. But it's not like you know, the rarest thing in the galaxy and everything. It's just like girls like, oh, unicorn. Hard to catch is very interesting. Maybe because they're easily scared, or that maybe it is that they're hard to actually see out in the wild. Presumably they are native to the Forbidden Forest. Be very interesting to know where else they're also native to. Oh, okay. So, okay, my notes are my dyslexia strikes again, guys. Because my next note it says unicorns are sexual. Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant unicorns are sexist, and I got down here like Woozle. Yeah, so apparently, if male wizards approach a unicorn, it can ruffle them up a little bit, or might make them nervous or something, or maybe even aggressive and everything. And Woozle is a lot better at it now, but for the longest time she was scared of men, but then specifically certain types of men, you know. In fact, I think that she might even be spooked by men who smoke, you know. I like that smell is obviously is bringing up a memory or something like that, you know. I feel like that might be it. But yeah, like and she's not aggressive to them at all. She's just scared. She'll get her head down and try to get away, you know. Poor little thing. But she's a lot better now. She's a lot better now. She has been very good girl lately, guys. She really has. And so yeah, it's very interesting that unicorns had this whole. They're a lot more trusting of females than they are of males. It's very, very interesting. Draco, when Harry and Ron are like questioning where Hagrid is and everything, Draco says, "Well, he's probably too ashamed to show his face." Too ashamed is very interesting because I think that when I was listening to the audiobook of this part, I was thinking, what? He hasn't been suspended or something for something, has he? But no, Draco does say that he's probably too ashamed to show his face. That's why he's not here, and so that's why the substitute teacher in Plank is here. He hands Harry what I presume is the Daily Prophet, with a picture of Hagrid looking extremely shifty, which is amazing. I'd love to see that picture, guys, quite frankly, because I can't quite imagine it. Also, how did he... It's so interesting that he's looking shifty. And also, I love that term, because I think that is a UK exclusive term, guys, for someone to look shifty. It means untrustworthy, you know, like they're up to something. How did that picture look like that? Because presumably, they took a picture of Hagrid, and then were able to manipulate that picture? Or is it that, you know, whatever the photographer wants the picture to portray, it will portray? Because we've had it where Gilderoy and Harry have had a picture taken of each other, and Harry in the picture is trying to get away from Gilderoy, isn't he? Right? Am I misremembering that? I feel like that's the case. And so that's Harry's subconscious. So where is the shiftiness of Hagrid coming from? Very interesting, guys. How photography works in this world is all very, very interesting. The article starts off referring to him as part human, which is such an interesting way of putting it, guys. It's sort of like, it does then call him part or half giant later on, but the fact that it leads with the fact that Hagrid is part human, it's essentially, it is straight up saying he is not like the rest of us. Yeah, and also it didn't use the word wizard. Very interesting. That's actually very interesting because he is technically half wizard, really, isn't he? But yeah, part human. The article mentions how moody. This is by Rita Skeeter, I should say. The article mentions how moody it was a controversial choice for the dark arts. Doesn't mention Lupin or Quirrell, which is very interesting, guys. I wonder how well known the Quirrell situation is. Probably not very well at all. Because if it was publicised that Quirrell had Voldemort in his head, Fudge not believing that he's back wouldn't make any sense. And so maybe the Quirrell thing was completely swept under the carpet. Which doesn't really help anyone apart from Voldemort, really, does it? But also Lupin, I'm pretty sure that Lupin was outed as a werewolf. Or was it because it was going to be inevitable at that point that he left? I feel like that could have been it. But it would have been... I'm trying to think about who actually knew he actually was a werewolf. But Snape knowing was basically the thing, wasn't it? And so, do you reckon that Snape would have mentioned... Well, he definitely wouldn't have mentioned to Rita about Lupin. Definitely not, because obviously his affection for Dumbledore, his loyalty, I should say. Yeah, I'm not sure how publicised it was, the Lupin thing, but the Quirrell thing must have been completely swept under the carpet, though, mustn't it? Presumably Lockhart is seen as a very sad story in the Wizarding world, presumably, because presumably his memory being gone is now, that must be widely known. Obviously, in the movie, we have that little... In the extended version, we have the little post-scene with his latest book saying, "Who am I?" Which doesn't really make that much sense when you think about it. Because, I mean, he's written a book. Also, he's in a straitjacket. Right? Why would he be in a straitjacket? He's not... mad, he's lost his mind. Unless when you wipe your memory, it does that as well, which means that his victims would have all had that as well, maybe. But yeah, presumably Lockhart is seen as a very a sad story out in the Wizarding world. I wonder how that was reported in the Prophet, quite frankly. Yeah. So we find out that Hagrid, the way it puts it here, admitted that he was expelled. It's a very interesting way of putting it, guys. Presumably being expelled in the Wizarding world is... I got far worse. Maybe not far worse, but it's got to be... It's got to be worse, because the world is designed for people who have gone through a fruitful education, whereas if you're expelled in the Wizarding world, your education just stops. And so certain things which everyday people would be able to deal with, people who had their education stopped at a certain point would really struggle with that. But then again, that's exactly the same in the real world, though. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is harder, but it definitely makes you think, though, for wizards to be expelled and to get through life. Says that he's been terrorizing students with a selection of terrifying creatures and everything. I'll go down here. That's kind of fair. The thing is, guys, the hippogriff was a bad idea. The blasting the Scroot is clearly a bad idea. I despise Rita Skeeter. In fact, it's going to be interesting to see if a lot of people would put Rita as a character with which they have X-Pac or Go Away Heat, I should really say, with. Whereas I find Rita's scenes very, very interesting, although I do not like the character at all. It's so weird that this whole Hagrid thing is just completely skipped over, guys. And later on in the movies, when we find out that giants were basically, gotten rid of and everything, it's the first time we're hearing about it, whereas Hagrid is happily talking about the fact that he's half giant to Madame Maxine, who's smiling through that scene and doesn't say a word, which is kind of weird. But yeah, it's so. It's making us think, oh, being a giant in the Wizarding World's just completely normal. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. But then again, the director didn't read the book, did he? Anyway. But that being said, Hagrid is not the greatest Careful of Magic Creatures teacher. I feel like we can accept that, right? Draco got interviewed. It's so interesting. It says Draco Malfoy, a fourth year student, doesn't mention who his dad is. I would have thought the son of Lucius Malfoy. I would have absolutely thought that Rita would have taken full advantage of that. But no, it says Draco Malfoy, a fourth year student. Mentions the Draco brings up the hippogriff, says that Crabbe got bitten by a flobberworm, which we will get to, guys. The people who read the Prophet are morons, aren't they? They really are. Because I'm still not over the whole getting Harry's birth date wrong in the movie version, where she keeps making him younger than he is. That to me still makes no sense, guys. Unless the people who read the Prophet are, I don't know a nice way of putting it, guys, but incredibly dumb. Then that doesn't make any sense, because Harry's birth date, it's like saying, in my opinion, guys, I'm sorry, and I'm so sorry to use this example, but it's like saying, what day did 9/11 happen? You know, it's like that, you know, everyone knows when 9/11 happened, you know, and so, to me, it's like that. It makes no sense that people wouldn't very famously have burnt into their mind when Harry's birth was, or how old Harry is, I should say, not his birth. Dooby-dooby-doo. Yeah, Draco then goes on to say in the interview, saying that we all hate him, but we're too scared of him to complain and everything, and so, which, you know, some of them would probably go, oh no, Draco's not scared of Hagrid. No, of course not. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Don't know why I said that. Right, the Scroot. Oh, now this is interesting. We find out that the Scroots are actually Manicores and Fire Crab Cross. I don't know. Actually, that's a good point. I don't know if that is actually factually accurate. That could be something that Rita's making up. But if that's so, that's so interesting. And it says how Rita goes on to say that breeding is something that is usually done under the scrutiny of the Ministry, which can kind of understand, guys. You know that you know, if you can mix and match these creatures, that needs to be something that has to be controlled. It kept an eye on, I should say, rather than controlled. But we actually don't know for sure if Manticores and Fire Crabs actually do make Blast-Ended Scroots. We actually don't know, because it's Rita saying this, and half of what Rita says isn't factual. And so I didn't think of that until just now. Oh yes, so we hear that Hagrid's mother apparently was. I got down here Fridwulfer. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, guys. But yeah, so a notorious giant, it seems. Says that giants largely killed themselves. And at this point doesn't mention the essential cleansing that the Ministry then did, the Auras did. The article says that the ones that didn't kill themselves joined Voldemort's army, which is bizarre. That is bizarre. You'd think that Voldemort's army wouldn't have them. Are there giants at the end? I'm trying to think. There are giants in Deathly Hallows, right? The movie. You know what? I can't remember. I'm mixing it up with Game of Thrones here. Spoilers, sorry. Yeah, I am. But either way, Yeah, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. We'll get to it eventually, guys. But yeah. And now it says about how the Ministry of Magic then did cleanse areas of giants, or the land of giants, I guess you could say, as a response to the giants joining Voldemort. The whole killing themselves thing, guys, I think is probably an exaggeration. I don't think it probably is as Skeeter puts it, just because. And this might be because I know I have, you know, because I've seen the movies, guys. But I'm always very wary of the Prophet having strong opinions about certain groups, you know. But yeah, I'm sure that they are killing each other to an extent as well. Sorry, not killing themselves. Sorry, killing each other. Sorry, not killing themselves. Stupid. Sorry, I shouldn't have put worded like that. Which is quite similar to Warhammer 40,000, or 40k as I refer to it. Apparently, I can't remember who. I feel like it is a character in universe. Said how if the orcs didn't spend all their time killing each other, they could have easily taken over the galaxy easily with their numbers, you know. But yeah, they're too busy having fights amongst themselves. The orcs are amazing. The way that they work in 40k, guys. I've never played 40k, but I do find the world of it fascinating. And the orcs are such a ridiculous thing, because obviously 40k is a very, very dark, depressing, brutal environment with all these terrifying armies, you know, waging war against him. No good, guys. In fact, a lot of people would argue that the human aspect of it, because there's obviously several different armies, Space Marines and Imperium and all the rest, Sisters of Battle and so on. A lot of people would say that humans are the worst of the worst. When it comes to 40k, you know, morally and everything. And so there are absolutely no good guys. And a lot of people would argue that the Tyranids, which are basically insects, are the best because they're just hungry. That's what they're doing, you know. But the orcs, the way that they work is such a ridiculous thing where I read a comment on a YouTube video saying about how loads of orcs had stolen a ship off Eldar or humans or something like that, and like flying it through space and everything, and like another orc ship like, you know, meets it and everything and boards it and everything, and the leader of the other ship comes on and like says, there's no oxygen on the ship. Orcs can't live without oxygen, and they all instantly die, because it's all about believing. It's very much like, I'm not going to say that. I was going to make a British political point there, guys, and I'm not going to. But it's just about believing, and that's, you know, because the orcs just believed, well, we got this ship now. Cool. It appears to be working great. They didn't notice the fact that there's no oxygen, and so because of that, they survived. It's insane. There's another good example of like a less brutal example of like you know, like a big boy or orc, like, you know, like with like driving like a vehicle through the desert, and like all these like smaller orcs around him, and like they're all hanging out and everything, and they're driving along, and all of a sudden like they run out of fuel, and they, like, you know, come to a stop and everything, and one of the orcs like says, "Oh no, we're out of fuel. We should have filled up before we left." And the big boy orc like says, "Well, I did fill up before we left." And the orc's like, "Yeah, you're right. He did fill up." And so he then turns the key, and the engine starts working. So it's just about believing. It's amazing. I absolutely love. I love the concept of the orcs in 40k, guys. They just seem like such a ridiculously fun army, and apparently players who have orcs as their armies are like the most chill people, because very often they'll try to fire their gun, it'll just explode. And so you can't really take having an army of orcs as like a really serious event, you know, because it's always going to be chaos. Yeah, it's either like the gun just won't work, or the gun will work better than it's even possible for that gun to work, you know. I believe that's how it works. I believe that's how it works. But either way, sorry guys, that was a little tangent, guys. But if you're not new to these videos, you know what, I do have a lot of tangents. But I love the space stories. Like, hang on, we can't breathe in space without oxygen, and they all just suddenly die. Oh god. 40k could be great, guys. And again, I've never played it. I just find the universe fascinating. So, let's move on. Harry says to Crab, flubberworms don't even have teeth. And, you know, because Crab had been reported as being bitten by one, and Crab, like, starts giggling and everything. And this is where I've got it, guys. People who read the prophet are just dumb. I mean, it's that unwillingness to question what you're reading, you know? Oh, God. Am I really going to go into this? Am I really going to go into this? Instagram, guys, does my head in when it shows people... For one, I hate this anyway, but people doing acts of kindness randomly. I hate that sort of thing. Filming yourself... Oh, God. Filming yourself giving to homeless people is disgusting, guys, in my opinion. I think you're basically using that homeless person as a tool to promote how great you are. Filming yourself when giving to someone, a homeless person, something, guys. I'm sorry. It does my head in. I think that anyone who does that needs to have a look at themselves. I really do. Give to the homeless person, guys. That's fantastic. You know, I think it's the most important. I think it's so important to give to these people. I really, really do. Or do it through the charities, which a lot of people do argue as well. But giving to these people who are basically on the edge of life, it's so important. For you to film yourself doing it is disgusting, in my opinion. Now, that's not the point that I was going to make. But the point that I was going to make is when, you know, it's sort of like, you know, the camera is like pointing at like a homeless person on a subway train or something. And then someone walks into shot and takes their shirt off and gives it to them. Why was the camera filming the guy? It's so obviously staged, is what I'm saying. And so people who watch that sort of thing say, oh, it's so beautiful that the man walked into shot and gave him the shirt. Why was the camera on them? And the guy isn't with the camera. The camera guy is separate from the entire thing. Like, it's clear that they're not all together. That they are three separate parties. So why was he filming? It's just, it does my head in, guys, when things get hundreds of thousands of likes, but people aren't actually questioning what they're seeing, you know? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. There was another example of I watched this video, guys, and this is from a very, very popular YouTube channel. I have no idea what it's called, but it was basically a social experiment where there's like a briefcase next to a public phone, and like the public phone goes off, and like, you know, whoever answers that, and when they answer it says, okay, I've got a child here, and there's a suitcase of money underneath the phone. If you take the suitcase of money, I'm going to kill the child. If you leave the suitcase of money, then I won't kill the child. And like the big emotional thing is the fact that the people says, no, I can't take the money. I won't take the money, and then hang up and then walk away thinking, oh, that's such a bad thing. Why are they not calling the police? They walk away thinking, oh, I've just done such a great thing because that kid's not going to die because I turned down the money. Why are they not calling the police about someone who's trying to kill a child? They're walking away from a public phone. Or they could get their mobile phone out and says, oh my god, I just had this psychopath like on this public phone, I'll tell you where it is, and you can like hopefully trace back the call or something like that. But no, they walk away thinking about how great a thing it is that they've done. Anyone who watched that video and thinks that it's an inspiring thing is a Daily Prophet reader. There we go, that's how I'm gonna leave it. That's how I'm gonna leave it, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry for the rant. Okay, I'm so sorry for the rant, guys. I actually got a little bit angry then, didn't I? Sorry. But when things are so obviously... The flubberworm biting crab, I guess it can bite some... Can something with no teeth bite someone? Well, a bird can peck. It's different. But your average Daily Prophet reader, do they know what a flubberworm is? Because if they're common creatures, then the prophet readers are idiots. I'm so sorry for my rants, guys, but those videos do annoy me, particularly the ones of people giving to charity, guys. It upsets me. It actually does. You know, both my parents were big into giving to charity, giving to homeless people, or rough sleepers. I think it's the term my mum preferred. And so for people to show how altruistic they are, but doing it whilst gaining social media praise is sick, in my opinion. I'm sorry about the rant, guys. It might be the heat or something, but it does bother me. But daily prophet readers are stupid. it's that unwillingness to question what is right in front of your eyes, which bothers me in politics and anything, guys. In anything, it really does bother me. I'm so sorry about the rant, guys. I really am. Pravati hopes that Plank stays on. I've got to admit, I probably kind of would do as well in her situation, because obviously she doesn't have this connection to Hagrid, and it sounds like Plank is a better teacher, teaching the students interesting things. Well, no, the hippogriffs are interesting, Veggie. That's a good point. The hippogriffs are interesting, but you know that if Hagrid did the unicorn lesson, he would allow the male students to approach the unicorn, because unicorns are just, what's the term you always use? Is misunderstood. So I get where Pravati's coming from. Pravati is also seemingly acting pretty cold towards Harry, which is fair in my opinion. But she did apparently have a great time with the Barton boy. I'm so sorry about my rants just now, guys. I need to curb that. I really do. It's just certain things, and I think it's the heat as well. In those sort of videos do annoy me. Anyway, Hermione didn't know half of the things Plank told. Oh yeah. Hermione says that she didn't. She didn't say even she, but she said that she didn't know half the things that Plank told them in the lesson, which is pretty impressive, guys. Because of the way the girls are in this universe, guys. So this is not me being sexist. In canon, in the book, girls are like, ooh, when they see a unicorn. That being the case, if you're like a girl with Muggle parents and you just found out that you're going to Hogwarts and everything, and you get all these books or the history of Hogwarts and the world of the Wizarding Worlds and everything, and the magical creatures would probably be the book I'd go to first. And according to this universe, guys, girls who would have books about it's I think I've got it here. Where is it? Here it is. There it is, guys. Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. According to this universe, guys. No, that's just a horse. Oh, that's a kelpie. According to this universe, a lot of the girls would be turning straight to the unicorn page. You, Veggie, you, not I. No picture. Oh, that's sweet. So you got... My name is Gregory Goyle, is it? There's a troll called Gregory there. These are Harry Potter's notes, if you didn't know, guys. This is Harry Potter's copy of Fantastic Beasts. Unicorns doesn't have any notes on it, but underneath it there is werewolf, and Harry's added an S. Sorry, werewolves would be with VE though, Harry, right? Werewolves, right? Werewolves would be VE rather than F. Am I being stupid? I feel like I'm being a Daily Prophet reader, guys. But yeah, it's got werewolves aren't all bad written there, which is nice. But yeah, you'd think that one of the first things that Hermione, being a girl in this universe, again, I'm not generalizing, guys. I'm going off what the book is telling me. Unicorn would have been one of the first things that she would have checked out, right? Probably, because she may have liked My Little Pony before then. That has unicorns in it, doesn't it? I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. Either way. So yeah, that's very impressive that still Plank is able to teach Hermione stuff that she didn't know about them. Harry, maybe she has maybe she has an invisibility cloak. It's sort of thing she would do. Oh, that's right. So so they're talking about Rita Skeeter and everything, and like they're trying to work out how Rita found out about Hagrid being half giant and everything. I'm not sure if that's actually ever explained. It could have been Fleur. She was there. I don't think it's Daniels, is it? The Ravenclaw Quidditch player? I think it is Daniels. It's something like that. Davis, isn't it? It could have been Fleur. I mean, we know what she's like, guys. Book Fleur is so much interesting. so very, very interesting compared to the movie. Yeah. It could have been Maxine. I doubt it. No, it wouldn't have been Maxine. Because then she would be paying attention to herself, wouldn't she? Yeah, I'm not sure if we actually do find out how she found out. I thought that it may have been that Hagrid just told her, you know. She asked a question and he answered it, you know, knowing what Hagrid's like. Thinking that it wouldn't go as bad as it did, but then again, it's clear that he is pretty ashamed of it. Either way. So yeah, Harry says that maybe when he was opening up to Maxine, Harry says, well, maybe she has an invisibility cloak. It's the sort of thing that she would do, hide around in bushes and listen to people. I love that line, guys, because that is so hypocritical. I love it. And Hermione does call him out on it. But I've got down here, Harry, it's literally half of the books are you doing that. It's amazing. I love, because Harry is shaking with fury. He really is, and Hermione gets there as well. But yeah, Harry is going nuclear here. He really is, and and when Hermione says about, yeah, here we go. Hermione says that Plank is a nice change. Harry is giving her daggers. It's like, no, you are going to agree with me on this, Hermione. And we've had Hermione do that before. I mean, quite frankly, the spew stuff, but in more pressing moments, where urgency, we've had Hermione giving daggers to Ron and Harry, definitely, as they're looking at them, not literally giving them daggers. Giving daggers. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm just wondering where that term came from. So yeah, I love that line about it's the sort of thing that Rita Skeeter would do, hide around in bushes listening to people. I freaking love that line. Okay, just had a little break, guys, just to get some air back in this room and everything. I'm going to apologise one more time about the rant about people filming themselves giving to charity and everything. I hate the dehumanising of people in distress. That's my issue with it, okay? So I apologise about the rant. Let's move on now, okay? Harry's looking furious at Hermione about saying that Plank is a nice change. But I do agree with Hermione. You get the impression that Plank, for the very little that we learn about it, is that she's probably no nonsense to the point you're going to listen to me, and that's that. And that can be great as a teacher. I remember one of the best maths teachers. I was never good at maths, guys. I don't think I was particularly dyscalculus, or have dyscalculia, I should say. But I was never great. I wasn't great at a lot, guys. It was the arts that I was okay at, drawing and acting and stuff. And I wasn't even that great at drawing either. But I enjoyed it though. But in maths, like for one term or something like that, because of a mix-up, we had to be given a different maths teacher. She wasn't substitute, but she was like a different maths teacher. I think she was actually head of maths, in fact. And she was the sort of teacher where you would fear her, but you would definitely learn a lot from her lessons. I remember going into her lessons dreading it, thinking, oh god, I'm going to get showered at or something like that, but just learning so much more than I ever did. And so that sort of teacher can be great, and so it sounds like Plank is that kind of teacher. I love the name as well. Professor Plank, very popular in 2016. 2016, that was the year that people were planking, wasn't it? I think so. Either way, I never got it. It's just lying down, isn't it? Anyway, Hagrid hasn't been seen for weeks, and so yeah, at this point I was thinking, has he like disappeared or something? Draco has got one over on Harry here, and I was thinking back, guys, I feel like in the first couple of books there were times where Draco would have the last laugh in a scene, you know, and I feel like the further that we come, that has become rarer. It's usual in scenes where Draco, you know, comes along, twists the knife, or says something. It's usual for him to come off worse at the end of it. Yeah, I was thinking about the Hermione's teeth scene. Because that ended with Harry and Ron getting detention, was it? I'm not even sure. But yeah. It was because Ron delivered that news to him, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. So yeah, so there Draco got the last laugh as well. So I am incorrect. Anyway, Draco calls Hagrid a half-breed, and then calls him the Elephant Man, which is a very interesting reference, guys, because that's obviously he's referring, I presume, to a Muggle. John Merrick, I believe is his name. I'm so sorry if I got that wrong. Which the Elephant Man book, I think, and movie is based on. Real man with elephantitis. I've never seen the movie. I hear it's great. It's John Hurt, isn't it? No, it's not. Who played the Elephant Man? It's not John Hurt, is it? John Merrick. It is John Hurt. I love John Hurt, guys. I really do. His voice is everything to me. It really is. And I can say it now, guys. Actually, that's a good point. Last week, yes, or the week before. No, I think it was last week. Last week, I went to Watership Down. Yes, it is a real place, guys. I always knew that it was based on a real place, the book, which was then adapted into the 1978 animated movie, which I lived on as a child. It was like I wasn't born when it came out, obviously, but it absolutely the most important movie in my childhood. Absolutely loved it, and my favourite character is Hazel. And when I found out that I had hazel eyes, I was absolutely delighted. And Hazel is voiced by John Hurt, guys. All the voice actors on Watership Down are so good, guys. I'm talking about the 1978 version, guys. I haven't seen the other versions because they look rubbish, in my opinion. I need to read the book, though. But yeah, John Hurt as Hazel is just, like, it's so important to me. It really, really is. And also, Roy Kinnear. Do you know Roy Kinnear, the actor? He's in Charlie and Chocolate Factory, I believe. But he was in a lot of British sitcoms. He was in a lot. He was just in a lot, quite frankly. I think he may have been in, I don't know, but I think he's one of the parents on. I'm sure. I think he's the parent of the rich girl on Charlie and Chocolate Factory. I think I could be wrong, but he's a great actor, great comedy actor. Like I say, he shows up in a lot of comedies. Whenever he shows up, you kind of think he's above being in this show, you know. That's how I always felt it. But I've always really had like an affection for him whenever I see him in anything. And I don't think I really understood why until the latest time where I watched Watership Down and realised that he voiced Pipkin. And it's clearly him. It's clearly Roy Kinnear, guys. And so, yeah. Go and watch it. The problem is, guys, I went into a bit of a rant. Not really. I had a little bit of a thing on Twitter about saying how it's such a shame that people are worried about watching the original Watership Down because they hear that it's very scary and violent and everything. Yes, it absolutely is. It definitely shouldn't be a U, which is E for everyone. It shouldn't be. It is, but it shouldn't be. But it's so much more than that. It's so much more than just scary and violent. It's beautiful. That is the word which I would use for it. And there was a great reactor on YouTube who checked it out recently. I think her name is Susie Liu. It's the only video of her that I've watched. But she got it. And she was terrified at certain points of it. But by the end, she does say, that was beautiful. And it is, guys. It's such a beautiful story. But it has a stigma of being this horrific thing, you know. In fact, I know there's a couple of other reactors, and I haven't watched their reaction to it. I really should, guys. But their thumbnails do turn me off from it a little bit. Because I think one of them says this was really depressing. Watership Down is the least depressing. It's the most hopeful movie in the world. It's the most underdog story of the world, you know? I think it's freaking gorgeous. And then I think another thumbnail like said something like, this is horrific or terrifying. Yes, there are scary, violent bits in it, guys. But there is so much more. Kia! If you watch the original Watership Down and don't find the Kia scenes hilarious, there's something wrong with you, in my opinion. Guys, he is amazing. As a child, seeing a seagull telling a rabbit to piss off. Amazing. So yeah, go watch the original Watership Down. Read the book, which I have not done, which I need to. But yeah, I went to Watership Down. It was more beautiful than I was expecting it to be. It was gorgeous, guys. And then we went to the Watership Down pub, which is a short little drive away, and that was really cool as well. Although they didn't sell Guinness. But yes, that was beautiful. In fact, on Twitter, I did post a couple of pictures of the Watership Down pub. So go and check them out on Twitter, guys, because it's got a beautiful rabbit mural on the front. I mean, gorgeous. It is really nice. So yes, Watership Down. Anyway, back to John Merrick and everything, the Elephant Man. So I haven't watched Elephant Man. I hear the movie is brilliant, and if it's John Hurt, it's gonna be brilliant. But I found out a very interesting fact about John Merrick recently, guys. That John Merrick's skeleton is on display in a science museum in London, I believe. But only people with doctorates are allowed to see it. Are allowed access to it. And I really love that, guys. It's actually quite incredible because John Merrick was seen as a freak show. It's a horrible term, guys, but that he was. He was like, yeah, look at that guy and everything like that, you know. In fact, we were talking about this in something else recently. I can't think. It may have been... Well, you know, in my Andre the Giant video about Princess Bride, which I thoroughly enjoyed, but yes, how he was always being pointed at and stared at and everything like that. And John Merrick, he would have had that all his life, which was obviously cut short by his elephantitis, I believe. I could be wrong. But, and so it's on display to people who are there to examine it. It's not there for people to go and look and point at, and so I really like that. I really like that. Only doctors are able to access it. I think that's really cool. There's my little John Merrick hint of the day. I feel like we're getting really sidetracked, guys, and last time I cut it very close to being 6 hours, so we need to get through these notes. Like I say, I've got so many notes for this chapter. I really do. Compared to the next one, so many notes, so we need to get through this. Sorry about all the tangents. Harry going to Hogsmeade. Harry, like, I think that Harry wants to go and see if Hagrid is hanging out at Hogsmeade at all. But also he just wants to go to Hogsmeade. And Hermione's like saying, "Oh, I'm surprised that you didn't want taking advantage of a quiet common room for you to like try and work out the egg's secrets." And Harry lies, saying, "I think I pretty much know what it's about now." And Hermione's like, "Wow, that's great." He completely hook, line, and sinkers Hermione, which is hilarious. Harry more interested in finding Hagrid, but probably also just wants to go to Hogsmeade. It is odd that Hagrid wouldn't tell them. Yeah, at this point, I'm like, I think that Hagrid would confide in them, but then again, it's something that he really feels shame about, which is so sad when you think about it. And so yeah, he's just shut himself away from the world. they see Crumb diving into ice cold lake and everything. It says that he's skinny, which is very interesting, guys. Because up to this point, I'll be honest, I thought he was as stocky as the movie version. And it's so interesting that that line hasn't come before. I think we've heard that he's tall, haven't we? But skinny is certainly not something which in my mind's eye, I was saying. I really wasn't. So that was interesting. You get the impression that Ron kind of hopes that the squid, octopus, squid, isn't it? Gets him. It's quite brutal. Presumably he has worked out and is getting ready for the next task. So that's a nice little teaser for what it's going to be. Hermione says how nice Crumb is as a person and how he prefers Hogwarts than his home and everything. She's talking really positive about him. And I go back, I rewatched it just now, unfortunately, but that scene where Hermione's on the bridge with Harry, like basically saying how boring, not how Crumb doesn't talk about everything. I don't get it, guys. Why do we have to really hate every? Do we have to not like every aspect of Crumb in the movie? You know, I don't know. It annoys. Well, no, actually, no. I take that back. It annoys me that Hermione's saying that because it kind of takes away her personality. Yeah. It's a shame. It's such a little thing, guys. Little things always bother me. And it seems to be around Hermione that these little things do happen. But it's a shame that there's that little scene where she's basically talking down Crumb. Harry has noticed like Crumb's arm. No, sorry, the figurine of Crumb's arm under Ron's bed. So presumably he's ripped it apart and everything. I've got on here. Is that unethical? Because presumably it is an AI that the figurine, sorry, the action toy or whatever has been given. So to do that, does that mean that the toy would be terrified of Ron? Maybe? I'm not sure. It does seem a little bit unethical though. But yes, Ron hopes that he gets got by the giant squid. Bagman's in the free broomsticks, and he said free horseshoes then, with three goblins, and they spot Harry and Bagman comes over with a big grin on his face, asks Harry if he can speak alone with him, and Ron says, all right, and Ron and Hermione leave the table, but then Bagman and Harry leave the table as well. And it's like, well, you're gonna stay there and have the conversation. I mean, the thing is, that's the thing, is Bagman says, quiet conversation, and Ron and Hermione could have stayed on the table, and Bagman and Harry left, but they both leave. Both groups leave, which I thought was quite funny. The goblins are staring at Harry throughout this. Gobbledygook is the goblin language. I think that's the first time we've heard that, right? I apologise if it isn't, but I feel like that's the first time that gobbledygook has come up as their language. I don't know if that's where the term gobbledygook comes from. Pardon me, guys. Pardon me. But I don't think I've ever heard that term meaning goblin language. That's fascinating. It just means, gibberish, doesn't it? Which might be another thing, for all I know. But yes, that's so interesting that gobbledygook, at least in this universe, is the goblin language. And the only word that Bagman knows is bloodvac, which is pickaxe. I don't know if that's going to come back, but it's probably not significant. But yeah, it's nice to have an example, though. So here's the rub, guys. Apparently Barty Crouch has gone missing, or at least people don't know where he is. I guess it's probably the best way. Weatherby's getting all directions and everything just via Owl, and so no one actually knows whereabouts he actually is. I've got down here, has he gone away with Hagrid? Because at this point I thought Hagrid had left, and so yes, that would have been weird. Harry asks about the look at searching for Bertha Jorkins. There's no news yet. We find out that she met up with her second cousin in Albania, wasn't it? I think, and then disappeared en route to her aunt's. Bagman asks about the egg and offers to help him again, like offers to give him a hint and everything like that. And he keeps on bringing up Harry's the fact that Harry didn't put his name in, and so he feels sorry for him and everything like that. But it is very sus that he really is trying to help him this much, especially as a judge. And like when Harry like questions on it, like Bagman like says, "Oh come on, we all want a Hogwarts winner," and Harry like says, "Well, did you offer Cedric it?" And that was awesome. That was awesome calling out by Harry there, and obviously Bagman has not, and so I really like that. So Harry is definitely sus and is actually challenging Bagman about what he's actually up to. Which is very intriguing, guys. It really is. Harry very suspicious of Bagman wanting to help him. Fred and George offered to buy Bagman a drink, but he refuses and looks let down by Harry, which is very fascinating. It really is. I mean, the thing is, guys, right now I don't know what's going on, and so it is thoroughly enjoyable. You know, obviously there's a lot of red herrings. You know, a lot of people could think that he's trying to get him to the final task and everything, but that could be for good or for ill. Ron suggests that Percy is probably poisoning Barty. What a twist that would be. Wouldn't it be amazing in the book that it turns out that Percy was behind the entire thing? That would be amazing. And I think Hermione says about how unfriendly those goblins look over there, and Ron says, "Oh, so you're not going to be starting SPUG, the Society for the Protection of Ugly Goblins?" Jeez. And Hermione says, they're not like house elves and everything. Like they stand up. They stand up for themselves and everything like that. And Hermione says, "Having you been listening to Professor Binns what Professor Binns has been telling us about the Goblin Rebellions?" And Ron, Harry, and myself at this point went, "Oh, it's amazing! I knew it was coming. Absolutely brilliant." They are very clever. They aren't like house elves. Bit of a dig there, Hermione, who never stick up for themselves. There we go. Yeah. Rita and Bozo, which is an insult, I'm pretty sure. Bozo is Rita's photographer. I did not know that he had a name. Enter the three broomsticks. It seems like when Bagman left, Rita cornered him and tried to get him to answer the question about what's going on with the goblins and everything. And overhearing this from Rita, Harry says, "Try to ruin someone else's life." So sassy, amazing, sassy Potter. Harry calls out Rita about the article about I think he actually refers to the half-drive. I think he might say Hagrid. And the pub goes silent, including Rosamerta, who's filling up a flagon of mead and just starts to overflow without her realizing and everything. I just think it'd be amazing if there was also some music playing and they also stopped like a proper cowboy western sort of scene where everyone goes completely silent. Rita, upon being reprimanded by Harry, immediately goes into work mode, saying, "Oh, Harry, do you want to do an interview about Hagrid? How he's like a father substitute?" Using that manipulation and everything. She's a fascinating character, guys. She really is. Hermione's furious at this, and like I say, I think she says that first Hagrid, now Harry, or something like that. And Rita calls her a silly little girl, as Max mentioned earlier. Yeah, it calls her a silly little girl. I've got the crumb thing from last time, but we've already covered that in the intro, haven't we? Boom. We're getting through it, guys. We're getting through it. Like I say, we're over probably an hour and 20 minutes at this point into the video. My notes on the second chapter are shorter. They really are. Because there's a lot more... It's one scene. And so, yeah, there is a lot to get through in this chapter, but we should still be good time-wise, but we need to keep an eye on that because we got lucky last time. Harry, Ron and Hermione leave, being led by Hermione, who's gone, like, I got down here, goes atomic. I'll show her, and yeah, it's saying I'll show her, and God knows what Hermione's thinking about doing. And did not, she definitely did not like the silly little girl comment. She said that her parents don't read the Prophet, so she can't be scared into hiding. Not 100% sure what she really means by that. I mean, you know, yeah, that's kind of a bizarre way of wording it, but I guess because she is angry right now. She really is, and so I guess it doesn't really make sense. But she's basically frog munching. I don't know if that's an okay term, guys. I have no idea what that term actually means. I probably shouldn't have said it. Okay, doesn't matter. If that is, I have no idea if that's a good term, but I shouldn't have said it either way, just in case. But she basically marches Harry and Ron to Hagrid's hut, and starts banging on the door, like telling Hagrid to let them in. I got down here because I listened to Stephen Fry's once for this chapter, guys, and his furious Hermione voice it's great. It's actually really, really good. I can't do an impression of it. So yeah, she's banging on the door, then Dumbledore answers. It's like, oh, okay. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Oh yes. So upon seeing them there, Dumbledore says over his shoulder, "Harry, Ron, Hermione still want to know you, judging on how they were trying to break the door down." Amazing. Hagrid's there looking very crestfallen. Harry calls Rita that Skeeter cow, which is pretty rude. That's pretty rude. Calling some people cow to you guys. Which I think you can probably imagine why. It's also always it's an insult to females specifically. After calling Skeeter a cow, Harry immediately apologizes to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore says, "I've gone temporarily deaf, so I have no idea what you said," which is an amazing Dumbledore-ness. We hear that countless parents have messaged Dumbledore saying that if they sack Hagrid, they would have something. Then the parents would have something to say about it. That's really cool, guys, because it does feel like sometimes Hagrid basically belongs to the Holy Trinity of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You know, like no one else really has any sort of relationship with them. Wouldn't it be bizarre if one day Harry goes to Hagrid's hut and there's 3 other students in there? It would just feel wrong, wouldn't it? It'd be, you know what it's like? There's a great bit on the second, I think it may be second series of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where the group, Buffy, Xander, Willow, and Giles, are, you know, where they always discuss things is the school library. It's where they hang out. It's where they go to when they need to regroup and everything. It's basically their hangout for discussing how to take out the vampires or stop the vampires, I guess is a better way of putting it. And there's one episode where they arrive at the school library and there's 2 students in there looking. Or is it? Or is it they're already in there? No, yeah. So they're already in the library discussing the villain of the week, and then 2 students come in to use the library as a library, and particularly Buffy, but all the students are like, "There, how dare you come in our room?" They don't say it, but they're like, "This is our hangout. You can't just come in here," even though it's the school library. It's great, and it's all visual. It's just them looking kind of outraged that their base has been infiltrated. As in, that would probably be what it would feel like if Harry turned up and there were other students in there. Because it's like almost an ownership sort of thing, you know. Like there's a scene, there's like a scene in Alan Partridge, I'm Alan Partridge season 2, where he always goes to the petrol station to talk with Mike, the attendant there, Michael, the attendant there, sorry, just like talking and everything. And then there's one episode where he gets there and there's someone else there talking with Michael, and it feels wrong because that someone else is interacting with his Michael, you know. So yeah, that's probably would feel like if there's like an upgrade. But presumably there are people that grew up, go through Hogwarts, who saw Hagrid as being someone that they cared about, or people in Hagrid's year and everything. And so I think that's really, really cool that we hear about these because very often when we hear about wizard folk outside of the school, it's quite often negative, isn't it? I really like the fact that there are some parents of students at Hogwarts who are defensive of Hagrid. I thought that was awesome. Obviously, there are some which really aren't, but I thought that was awesome. Really important, really important. And yeah, and the fact that he isn't just Harry's, the fact that he has other people that care about him. Dumbledore says he received complaints of... Oh yeah, Dumbledore says that if he received complaints about... No, sorry. Dumbledore says that he receives complaints about himself every week, and so, but he doesn't go back to his home and hide or anything. And Hagrid says, "But you're not half giant though," and it's sad, guys. It's clear something which has been a very long-term thing for him. And when he saw Maxime, he thought, "Here's my chance to have understanding." But he didn't get that understanding, at least in the book, anyway. It's sad, guys. H brings up that the Dursleys, as his relatives, the fact that Hagrid had giants as relatives and everything. Well, Harry's got the Dursleys as relatives, and so you aren't your relatives. And Dumbledore says that's a very good point. It's very interesting. Is this the first time that we've heard Dumbledore's opinions of the Dursleys? I feel like it might be. I'd have to go back to the first book. But yeah, for him to basically agree with Harry that the Dursleys suck is very, very interesting. My goodness, the Dursleys feels like a long time ago in this book. Great book, though. Great book. Oh my god. So apparently, and this is the first time hearing about Aberforth. I feel like it must be, because I'm pretty sure that Aberforth's reveal in the movie is the first time we find out that Dumbledore had a brother. I'm pretty certain that's the case. And so, it's so weird to be hearing about Aberforth here. But Aberforth, apparently, was prosecuted for performing inappropriate charms on a goat. Now, I don't think I've got a particularly dirty mind, guys. But I can't be the only one whose mind goes in a certain direction there, can I? I feel like we should move on. But it's lovely to hear about Aberforth. And yes, on my notes, I have written it as Aberforth. Yeah, this is the first time that we've heard about Dumbledore having a brother. I think it is. I could be wrong. So yeah, it does feel very weird hearing it so early. Dumbledore says how the papers who did report it didn't have an effect on Aberforth, but Dumbledore does say that could be because he's not sure he could read, and so it may not be out of bravery. It's amazing. Hagrid had actually given in his resignation to Dumbledore, but Dumbledore refuses it here and then. Says that he will be meeting with Hagrid for breakfast tomorrow with no excuses at 8:30. That feels very late, doesn't it? That really does, considering presumably they start work at 9. In fact, teachers would start work well before students anyway, so that is late to be having breakfast. But maybe it's holiday. It's not holiday, though, is it? Maybe it's the weekend. It doesn't matter anyway. It really doesn't matter. Also, there must be national holidays that wizard folk have that Muggles don't. Like, St. Merlin's Day or stuff like that, Well, not Saint, but yeah, Merlin's Day. That'd be cool. So yes, Dumbledore goes off, and Hagrid does his "Great man, Dumbledore, great man," which is lovely to hear. And Ron, who I think has the best tact out of everyone here, says, "Yeah, he is. Can I have one of these cakes?" I love that. I love that about Ron, and I feel like maybe I'm giving him way too much credit here, but I feel like his approach to Hagrid here is pinpoint perfect, because everyone else is treating you with kid gloves. It's like, oh, come on, Hagrid, it's okay, we care about you and everything, and everyone's like, yeah, I care about you, where's the cake? It's sort of like, it's sort of like snapping Hagrid out, and it does, it snaps Hagrid out of the moment. I love that so much, that sort of using what you're normally like to calm an emotional situation. In fact, there was a brilliant example of that in the latest Buffy episode which I watched, guys, called Blood Ties. Absolute top tier. Absolutely loved that episode. I will be subtle about talking when we're talking about this. Yeah, I really need to be subtle about it for spoilers. But Buffy is talking with someone that she knows very well. Let's put it like that. And this person has just found out a horrific thing about themselves, and everyone is like treating them. I just said her, so it's fine. Treating them with kid gloves, sort of like, you know, very. She's going through a trauma, we need to be very, very gentle. But then Buffy like says something like, you're a pain in the ass, or something like that, and it really snaps the tension of the room and says that everything is still normal and everything can continue, you know. I feel like that's why Ron's doing it. It may have been that he just wanted a cake, but you know that Ron cares about Hagrid. And so I feel like Ron was actually being really cool there, like basically saying, yeah, we're still the same, just because you're half giant. That's what I feel like Ron's doing there. I could be giving him way too much credit there, guys, but yes, I like that line. That's what I interpret it as. We're nearly through this chapter, guys. Hagrid shows a picture of his dad to the trio. Apparently, the dad was worried that Hagrid wouldn't be a wizard because of being half giant and everything. Which would suggest that a wizard and a muggle couldn't have a squib. Because they would be seen as just a muggle. But the thing is, guys, squibs can see Hogwarts. So there is a scientific, literal difference between a muggle and a squib. It's not... That's the bit which always gets me, guys. That's why I truly believe that two muggles could have a squib. Two muggles could give birth to a child that could see Hogwarts. There. And I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility, guys, you know? I really don't. In the same way that, you know, your blood type is not always the same as your parents, you know? Or, like, you know, your hair colour could be different from your parents, you know? These things do happen. We find out that the dad died when Hagrid was in his second year, which is interesting because I thought it was when he actually when he first went to Hogwarts, basically around the same time, and that Hagrid was 8 foot tall when he was 11. I do feel like that sometimes in my head Hagrid is shorter than he actually is. I actually do. I wonder if the book size, the movie size, is accurate. It could have been, but 8 foot when you're 11. But then again, 11 is when you shoot up anyway, and so. Yeah, it probably fits. It's clear that what Maxime said about Hagrid hurt him probably maybe even more than the article did. And I tweeted out when we got to it, guys. We get to the immortal lines from Hagrid, "I'll give her big bones." Again, guys, I ain't got a dirty mind. I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one thinking what I'm thinking. I hope I'm not. Anyway, moving on. Hagrid, Dumbledore. Oh yeah, so Hagrid says that Dumbledore will let anyone in as long as you can do magic, as in overlooking what people could see as character faults, or, you know, in Hagrid's case. Looking over prejudices and everything. It's very interesting that he says as long as you can do magic, because First of all, he says, as long as you have skill, I think he said. But then he specifically said that as long as you can do magic. Now, but it goes beyond that, because Filch is there. And I wonder, guys, when you first read these books and everything, did you ever feel sorry for Filch? Because I always have, guys. I've always found him a fascinating character. And sure, he's not the most friendly guy in the world. And sure, he has pretty extreme ideas about what school should be like and everything. But he, to a lot of wizard folk, would be a freak. Or like the ultimate disappointing child, you know? And so I've always find Squibs fascinating, and I find Filch fascinating as a character goes. Not just because of Mrs. Norris, which is lovely to hear Miss Norris back in the next chapter. Hagrid asks how Harry's doing with the egg, and Harry yet again lies. I think that's the third time in this chapter that he's lied about how well the egg is going. Harry thinks himself about the incomprehensible egg, and I say how that should be the title of the chapter, because that's a great title for the chapter. And basically the chapter ends with Harry finally thinking to himself, okay, I gotta try Cedric's hand. And so, yes, that's where we lead into the next chapter, guys. This was a great chapter, guys. My goodness. I had a lot of notes in it. I feel like that must be... We're over an hour and a half now, right? Well, the next chapter's notes are going to be a lot shorter, guys, but my goodness, we get some good stuff in it, so we got a lot to discuss. But luckily, we've already discussed my opinions on Moaning Myrtle, and I hope I didn't seem like I was going too hard on it, guys, but on everything, there has to be a character that you like the least, you know? Like, I really like the original Star Wars trilogy. Who do I not like in Star Wars? I'm not sure. That was a bad example, but either way, yeah, either way, let's get over to chapter 5. The egg and the eye. And I got to admit, guys, I didn't know why it was called the eye until after I'd actually finished the chapter. I probably should have been able to work it out. Harry finally takes King Hufflepuff's advice and goes to the prefect's bathroom at night with the egg. While in there, with an extremely inappropriate but helpful Moaning Myrtle joining him. Not as inappropriate as in the movie, but yes. He is able to figure out the egg as a song that can be heard underwater, which gives Harry clues and puts together that there is something to do with an item in the lake, mer people, and a 1 hour time limit. Now Harry must learn to breathe underwater, simple enough. On his way back to the common room, Harry notices that a name on the map that should not be there, which isn't the first time, isn't it? But this time it's Barty Crouch, which, I gotta admit, guys, it took me the longest time to work out what was happening here, and when I worked it out, it blew my mind. It really did. He doesn't have much time to think about it because chaos ensues as Harry gets caught in a moving staircase and drops the egg, which pops open, causing both Filch and Snape to show up. Harry is stuck underneath the cloak as the two staff members argue about how the egg got there. When Moody shows up, now all three staffers have a little verbal scuffle with Moody intimidating Snape. Once the coast is clear, Moody helps Harry get unstuck, which leads to Harry telling Moody what he saw on the map. Moody asks to borrow the map, and after a quick debate, in his head, Harry agrees. Moody suggests Harry become an Auror, but Harry will need to inspect other former Auror's physical condition before making that decision. Again, thank you so much, Max, for the wonderful summaries, and thank you so much, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels. Harry is going alone. Obviously, he does in the movie as well. But it's interesting because very often, you know, Harry, Hermione. Well, in this book, Hermione's been helping Harry out at night, hasn't he? I guess they could have taken Hermione. And it seems like swimming. Well, first thing, it's very interesting that Harry realizes that he doesn't know how to swim, although he kind of can. He does a couple of lengths and everything, but obviously they don't teach swimming at secondary school. Did they teach? Yes, because we had the swimming pool at my school, and primary school we certainly learned as well. But yeah, Harry is going alone without any swimming shorts or trunks or anything, which is interesting, guys, because you'd think they would have them. I don't know why he would go completely naked. I mean, imagine if Filch walked in, because presumably at night he is able to go into the girls' prefect bathroom. I don't know. For caretaking purposes, you know. And so Filch walks in, Harry Potter as naked. As naked. That would be quite a moment. Hope Mrs. Norris wouldn't say. So yes, I do feel like he could have taken Ron and Hermione, but it's the fact that he's doing it naked, which probably meant that he had to go alone. I don't know why he's doing it naked, guys. I honestly don't. It's also possible that he's taking the "you're meant to work out yourself" thing a lot more seriously now as well, which it does seem like after the panic of the first task, he really is trying to play it a lot more by the rules now, hence, you know, why not taking Bagman's suggestions and everything, but then again, he's just sus of Bagman anyway, isn't he? He finds Boris the Bewildered, which is where the prefect's bathroom is. Got to look out for him on Hogwarts Legacy. Presumably the swimming pool was in there as well, guys. We'll get to it, but yes, I'll have to look out for Boris the Bewildered, not Boris the Spider, which is a Who song. I got down here, does the map show ghosts? Now, we don't get that confirmed, but we do have Peeves being confirmed, and so I'm trying to think if we've ever seen a ghost on Marauder's map before. I don't think so. Have we? Not that I can think of. Because presumably he didn't see Myrtle's. Actually, that's a good point. He didn't see Myrtle's name in he's there for a while, isn't he? Though. No, I think that Myrtle says that she was there when he arrived and looked away at the appropriate moments. I think I could be wrong. But yes, the map does show poltergeists, which is something else which I was questioning as well, which is very interesting. You'd think that if it shows poltergeists who essentially don't exist, you'd think that it would show ghosts, but not paintings. The secret swimming pool, guys. I've never connected it before ever. So obviously on Harry Potter musical, Dumbledore's wonderful song, on the is it the intro song? I think it is. When Dumbledore comes out, one of his lines is, we have a secret swimming pool. I didn't realise it was this, because in my head, guys, this is going to sound very odd. In my head, what Harry is in the movie, this is from memory until rewatching it just now and realising I was completely wrong. I thought that what he was getting into was the thing that Harry, Ron and Gilderoy go down into the chamber via. So, God knows how I thought that, guys, because I wouldn't say it's a pool. In the movie, I would say it is like one of those, like large, not jacuzzis, but like hot. So at some swimming parks, there's like a big area where you're meant to just go and relax, and maybe it's particularly warmer water and so on and so forth. It kind of looks like that. It's certainly not a pool, but in the movie, I should say. But in the movie, it is a pool, which is why I finally realised this is the secret swimming pool, which is exciting. Secret, yeah, because only prefix can go there. I got down here. Why is it so nice? It's like everything's golden in there, and it seems a bit much. It seems a bit OTT, you know. I mean, good for the prefix and everything, but it does seem a little bit much, to be honest. No safety guard either, or maybe the mermaid. Well, the mermaid's asleep. It's a painting in the book, but in the movie, it is stained glass. The stained glass thing, is that a Goblet of Fire exclusive? Because we had the sad Neville face as well, don't we? Does stained glass move on any other in any other movie? I don't think it does. I think that's a Goblet of Fire movie exclusive, in fact. Yes, a mermaid painting. There's like the taps are on the outside of because it is a swimming pool in the book, and so the taps are on the verge of the swimming pool, and there's like loads of them with like different coloured gems and everything, all making different things come out and everything. Whereas in the movie, they basically all come on at the same time. I think that the liquid that comes out is different colours and everything, but it's basically you turn the pool on and it turns everything on. Whereas in the book, it's a lot more down to preference and everything, and some of them sound amazing. I got down here. Harry should definitely bring Ron and Hermione here one time. Seriously, but then again, it is dangerous, isn't it? But in the Wizarding world, you're less likely to drown, aren't you? I guess. Although, blooming, Fantastic Beasts, the second one. Jeez, that's such a weird movie, you know, the second one. And the third one's odd as well. The first one is so good. But at least they all have Tina in, which is the main thing. Part of me actually does think that Tina might. This is a hot take, guys. This is a hot take, and it's not just because it's blooming hot outside. Can I even say it with a straight face? At times, okay, let's put it like this. At times, I do think Tina may actually be my favourite Wizarding World character. Now, I know that's intense, guys, but seriously, particularly in that, no, the first and second movie, I really like her progression. The third movie, it's too much. It as in, like, they may as well have made her Lord and Chief of the entire galaxy, you know. Her getting promoted that fast does seem a bit much, you know, because she's the head of the auras in America, right? In America. So that is a heck of a promotion. But like her in the first movie in particular, I think she's so great. I think it's so interesting seeing an adult in the Wizarding world who things aren't going well for her, you know. And you could say that that's the case for Newt, but then again, Newt is like hot at what he's good at. As in, there's no one else like him in the world when it comes to how good he is at his job. Tina, that ain't the case. I guess in the sense you could argue that she's kind of bad at her job in a way, but she's also extremely trusting in authority and everything, and she's just trying to do her best, and she's having a bad time with it. And I love the fact that we get to see that in the Wizarding world, because it kind of relates to thinking, even wizards, there are times where everything's going downhill and everything, and you're just trying to do your best, and your best is just making things worse. I really like her, guys. I really like her. And then in the second movie, she's progressed. Like, she's had that Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker moment where she's just like really become a lot more confident in herself. Her looks obviously very, very different and everything. And yeah, she's. Oh, then again, things do go wrong for her as well in there, don't they? But when Newt shows up, she kind of reverts back to the character from the first movie, and I love that about her. I love Newt's and Tina's relationship, guys, but there are times, and I'm saying there are times because it does seem insane to say that she's my favourite Wizarding World character, but she's definitely up there, guys, and honestly, I feel like she's an incredibly relatable character. The fact, yeah, I think she's great. I really do, and it's not just because I have a crush on her, guys, it's really not. I think she's a brilliant character. I really do. Why am I talking about Tina? Why am I talking about Tina? Oh yeah, because I said about the people who drowned on the second Fantastic Beasts movie. Odd. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But Tina's awesome. So yeah, I think like sometime with bathing costumes. Let's get that straight away. With bathing costumes, Harry and Hermione should definitely come back here sometime. Although Myrtle will be there, and it does seem like Harry actually really, like he basically says that the only reason, because Myrtle says, "Well, are you going to come and visit me again?" And he says, "I'll try to," whilst thinking that every single other toilet in Hogwarts would have to be blocked for him to do it, which I think I feel sorry for. I think it's something the fact that I feel sorry for Myrtle as well, which gives her go away hate for me as well, to be honest, because it is a very tragic character. And I just end up feeling sad for her, you know? Not so much the movie version, but we'll get to it, guys. Egg doesn't wake. Oh yeah, so Harry opens the egg at the side of the pool, and it starts screeching and everything. The mermaid doesn't wake up from it though, and obviously we have had it in the past where paintings have basically told, at least in the movie, the paintings have told Harry to like put that light out, or I swear that we've had paintings telling people to be quiet. I swear that we have. There must be one in the library, surely. But yes, the mermaid does not wake up from it. I guess it could do to do with hearing. I don't know. Harry thinks that Cedric is planning to get him caught, so so for him to like use the egg, it's gonna make a noise, and then Filch's gonna come along and reprimand him whilst Harry is butt naked. Which would be a scene. Hang on. Oh yes, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask an incredibly stupid question, but I just worked out the answer. So, Myrtle arrives. Kind of good to see her back. Kind of good to see her back, guys. Wasn't sure if she would be in it. Yeah, honestly, I thought that odd scene from the movie, which to me it's odd, guys. Maybe I'm the only one. Or at least inappropriate. I mean, let's face it, she's trying to have a look at his penis. When you boil it down to what it literally is, it's a bit odd, and that's what it is. You know, it's sometimes things where like the innuendo and everything like that is fine, but when you actually state it like that, it's like, yeah. Anyway, God. Luckily that part is a book exclusive. And I felt it. I felt that being the case, to be honest, guys. This movie has a very odd approach to a lot of things, doesn't it? Anyway, I did say movie, didn't I? Yes, good. I got down here. Why is he naked? I don't get it. Sure, if he doesn't have any swim shorts, magic some up, or take a pair of underwear. At least then when you're getting marched to Filch's office, you're not going to be... Oh, God. Not only... It wouldn't just be Myrtle who'd be singing it there, would it? Right. I apologise. So even me saying it feels like I'm being inappropriate, so the movie's certainly inappropriate. Anyway... I'm guessing it's meant to be funny, but I don't really see it. You know what? I'm going to have to watch my reaction back, because maybe I found it incredibly funny at the time, but I kind of don't, to be honest, guys. Myrtle tells Harry to put it in the water, because that's what Cedric did, and so she'd obviously seen Cedric here. We don't know if he was all out or not. I got down here. Does Myrtle know about the tournament? Because presumably not. She probably just watched, because she didn't talk with Cedric, so she just watched Cedric and thinking, the heck is this naked guy doing here with an egg? And then it's just telling Harry what happened. So yeah, presumably she doesn't even know about the tournament, you'd guess. Maybe. Or she might do, because she does leave... I think I got it in my head that she never leaves the bathroom, but she does, doesn't she? She goes out to the lake sometimes by accident, which we shall get to. So Harry hears the song about, you're going to lose something, and if you don't get it back soon enough, then it'll be gone forever or something. The fact that it's going to be gone forever, that does suggest that, knowing what I believe is the case, it's going to be people, that the people will be dead, right? Actually, that's a good point. Who made the message in the egg? Was it mer people, or is it written by the ministry, or like the sports department as the clue? Or did the ministry have to contact the mermaids to set up the entire thing? Okay, mer people, I should say. Sorry. you know what? I can't wait for this next task because I've got a lot of questions about that. Because presumably this was an agreement with the Mer people and the Ministry, and the Mer people said, but only as long as we actually get to keep the people if they don't get them back. In which case, the Ministry is signing up other people's lives. That can't be answered until we get to the task. So I'm really looking forward to that actually. Cedric had been talking to himself whilst trying to work out the clue and everything, which is quite convenient. It's quite convenient because obviously they're like, you know, knew that there was a correct answer, or at least an answer that Cedric came to as well. They could both be wrong, of course. Harry asks what lives in the lake. I mean, in the movie, he like says, Myrtle, are there mer people in the lake? It's like, well, that was a pretty good assumption right there. Gets it in one. And Myrtle says, oh, you worked out faster than Cedric. That being said, Cedric got to the prefect's bathroom on his own and worked out that you meant to put the egg in the water and then open it. So, come on. It doesn't matter that Cedric took longer. Because the movie kind of suggests that she'd been perving on him as well. Odd, guys. It's odd choice. But I think it's an odd choice. Maybe I am the only one. Let me know if you completely disagree with me, guys. Seriously, that's not a judgment on you if we disagree, guys. Seriously, it's very possible that I am just looking at it from a different standpoint. You know, much like the goat and Hagrid's big bone. Bones. Yeah, I'm the problem here, aren't I? I'm clearly the problem here. I apologise. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, Myrtle says that she often visits the lake, sometimes by accident, if she doesn't realise that someone's flushing her toilet. Also, why is there a... Oh no, it does have a door. Ignore it. I just don't like the movie scene, guys. And it's not just that aspect of it, but I just find the character not that appealing, in my opinion. Anyway, come on, moving on. Myrtle says Harry worked out faster than Cedric, but Cedric had to do it all himself. Myrtle seems to be very resentful to the mermaid painting, which apparently was laughing and giggling a lot whilst Cedric was there, but obviously now it's asleep. We find out that Harry had never actually been taught to swim, so presumably he's like doggy paddling, you'd imagine. He had been doing lengths though, and so he can swim to an extent. I got Harry asks, and then nothing. All right, here we go. Harry asks how he's meant to breathe. And Myrtle calls him tactless, which, to be honest, even when he said it, I thought, oh, asking a ghost that. Maybe, but then again, Harry is very, very confident around ghosts, to the point where very often he's quite disrespectful to ghosts. Not in like walking through them sort of way, but sort of like he doesn't. I can't think of. Okay, this is a good way of putting it. I can't think of an adult that Harry talks to in the same way that he talks to Nick. Because Hagrid, he's got too much respect for. Yeah, it's odd. It seems like Ron, Harry, and Hermione to an extent have less qualms with talking slightly disrespectfully to ghosts. That's how I pick it up. Now, I'm not saying he's being disrespectful here. He's basically thinking out loud. That's like how I'm meant to breathe. And Myrtle then jumps in calling him tactless. Which I do think is kind of vague, guys. Even when he said that, I thought, oh, saying that to a ghost, Harry? Yeah, I don't know. Especially Myrtle as well. I've got down here Veruca Kareem. I'm an idiot. Okay, so... Red Dwarf reference of the book club, guys. I got to do it at least once each episode. In fact, I think we've already done one, haven't we? I'm not sure. There's a great line in Red Dwarf where there's a character who is a hologram, is one of the main crew in it, and the holograms are basically of people, of past crew members that had died, and so in real life he had died, and he was the other crewmates' roommates, and and then brought back by the computer to be a hologram. And there's a great example of like disrespecting people, you know. Basically, he says, I can't remember why he's saying it, but I think because Lister is using Rimmer's stuff, and Rimmer is the one who died, and Lister is the one still alive, and yeah, like Lister's like using like, you know, dead Rimmer's property, and a hologram Rimmer is not happy with this, and he says, would you steal Veruca cream with off a man with no feet? And it's all like, yeah, there is a level of disrespect there. It's not like, well, you're not going to use it, so I'm just going to steal it, you know? So it's, so the way, it's so interesting. I don't know if other people would have felt like what Harry said was disrespectful, but when he said it, even before, like Myrtle called him tactless, which is a great term, I did think, Harry, that's not the most kind thing to say, you know. So yeah, maybe I'm alone on that, but yeah, I thought that was an interesting moral thing. So Myrtle says that it's like Olive Hornby, who was the person that found Myrtle's body. Very, very scary. She entered the bathroom saying, "Oh, are you still sulking in here, Myrtle?" or something like that, and then found the body and was like, you know, obviously messed up by that. And Myrtle made sure to remind her about it. So she haunted Olive, which I think is the first example of a ghost actually haunting someone, right? I can't think of any others. I guess you could say that the Baron haunts everyone because everyone's terrified of him. But I wonder if we're going to ever speak to the Baron. Probably not. Probably not. But yeah, so Myrtle actually haunted, and the Ministry actually had to get involved, but we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, so Myrtle said that Olive remembered that until the day that she died, and I got down here. That would be a difficult conversation, wouldn't it? When Olive actually died, if she actually went to Myrtle to basically say, "Hey, you made my life a misery" or something like that. But my death, no, my life misery. But I guess Myrtle could argue the same, though. Not really. But yeah, it's an interesting hypothesis of what that conversation would have looked like if Olive ever did want to speak with Myrtle. Still, the whole thing with ghosts does confuse me, guys. Because why didn't Lily and James visit Harry when he was a kid? You know, I'm guessing that they could have done. I don't know. I think that it's something which a lot of you said that in a later book it gets explained, and so we shall see. So Olive actually contacted the Ministry of Magic about Myrtle, which is quite amazing, reporting a ghost and everything. And so Myrtle then returned to a toilet. And, you know, Myrtle's like telling all this to Harry, and Harry's clearly not listening at all. And Harry like goes, "Good." It's amazing. Harry does thank Myrtle, which is nice. I appreciate that. It's always awesome when Harry thanks people. And yeah, I've got my note here, like saying how confident he is around ghosts. There's a certain confidence which shows almost a lack of etiquette. I don't know. I don't know how to word it. But it's so interesting how Harry speaks with ghosts. Seriously, it really is. So Harry's on the way back, having worked out the clue and everything, and sees Peeves on the map. So that answers my question. And then he bloomin' sees Barty Croucher's name in Snape's office. Now I think I actually paused it, thinking, "Hang on, what?" But then the coin dropped, guys, and when it did, I was like, "Whoa, that's crazy." It really is. It's basically a Peter Pettigrew situation again, isn't it? It really is. Yeah, because, and I'm going to have to rewatch the whole movie again, guys, but you know that scene, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, when Karkaroff, you know, announces that the traitor is Barty Crouch Jr., In the movie, he could have just said it's Barty Crouch's son Boris, or not Boris, because Boris is the bewildered, but Barty Crouch's son James, like that, and it would have been exactly as powerful. It would have, because there's no mystery around. There's no seeing Barty Crouch's name about, you know. There's no, there's nothing teasing there's nothing teasing the fact that Barty Crouch has a son with the same name, you know. There's nothing teasing that at all. And so in the movie it is a big moment, but it's essentially just saying, oh, it's Barty Crouch's son, rather than revealing the answer to a riddle, which is what we're getting in the book. And so I really appreciate that, guys. I really do, because that moment is big, but it makes that bit so much bigger, knowing what's going on here. So that was awesome. I loved this bit. Harry gets his leg stuck in a moving staircase and instantly drops the leg. The leg? Jeez, that'd be painful. Drops the egg and the map at the same time. He almost drops the cloak at the same time, but he manages to hang on to that. Right decision, of course, if you're going to grab one. No, grab the egg. Grab the egg, because then Filch isn't going to come along. Filch does come along. He believes that it's Peeves. He kind of, well, not kind of. He definitely wants it to be Peeves. He really does. He finds the egg. Instantly recognises it and says, "Oh, this is." He's like talking to Mrs. Norris, which I talk to Woozle all the time, and so I'm completely with that. I say, "Oh, this is one of the Tri-Wizard champions." And says how Peeves must have stolen it. I've got down here, at this point, Harry could hide the cloak and say, no, it's mine, I was trying to solve the egg, and I wanted to do it at night when there's no one else around so I could really experiment. Filch will be like, oh, you're not allowed to be out, I'll take you to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore will say, oh, Harry, I'm deaf and blind, so I don't know what just happened. Love that bit with Dumbledore in the last chapter. Yeah, I feel like Harry absolutely could have justified that. You really could. But then Snape arrives, and that changes the entire situation. Doesn't it? So yeah, Snape arrives in a long night shirt, which is quite an image. I imagine. A scene. And he has come from his office because someone has broken into it, which is very interesting. Filch says, "Oh, no one can go in there," and Snape says, "I know. I have a spell in there to stop it being infiltrated, but someone got around that." And so because that's been added, Harry would then get blamed for that. And so that would be bad. And so Harry definitely made the right choice in not doing what I was saying about just basically coming clean and just, you know, really, here, Harry is not really doing anything bad apart from being up after night. That's it. Well, apart from swim safety. It's quite dangerous, isn't it, on your own? Yeah. Whereas Snape's office being infiltrated, that makes it a heck of a lot more serious. And so it's obviously quite a coincidence that both of these things happening at the same time. But, you know, what would life be if there weren't any coincidences? Filch is desperate to pin this on Peeves. He's like just saying, it must have been Peeves because I can use this statue, get rid of him now and everything. And I sympathise with Filch here because Peeves must make Filch more than anyone else's life an absolute living hell. He must do. He really must do. And so I get it. I get Filch here. But then again, you get rid of Peeves, another Peeves is just going to get created. You know, this is the nature of the beast. Is that the right term? I think so. Moody arrives. Snape tells Filch to. Oh yes, so Filch is saying what happened and mentions his office and everything, and Snape immediately tells Filch to shut up. And at that point, I was like, what's the problem here? But then when you think about it, their relationship and everything. Do we even get a scene where it is Moody and Snape in the movie? Like, at all. Like, at all. I don't think we do. And this is good stuff here, guys. This is great stuff between Moody and Snape. It's so cool seeing this stuff being dangled. You know, their relationship and and their history, I should say. Yeah. So Snape immediately tells Filch to shut up. And when Moody says, "Oh, what's this about your office?" and everything, Snape says, "Oh, it's unimportant. It's probably just students trying to make illicit potions from ingredients." Now that's fascinating to me, guys. I'm wondering if that's going to come up in the later, darker books. You know, the fact that there are illicit potions, basically drugs, and how much I wonder how that affects the Wizarding world. You know. Because you'd hope that... that's the better than life thing, though. You'd hope that there would be safe, healthy ways to give people highs if they need them, you know. But that's when I got to bring in Red Dwarf again. Better Than Life comes back into it, which is basically a VCR headset game, which plays out your perfect dreams. You know, like like everything is possible in this VR headset, and because it's so like this, people become addicted to it, and it can like end up killing them and everything. Yeah, I'm checking out the Red Dwarf books at the moment, which are like they're books from when when it was good, but from the two writers and everything. It's very, very good, and it goes into Better Than Life in that, where it does say that it ends up killing people, and so it had to be like pulled and like copies destroyed and everything. Although obviously on Red Dwarf they do have a copy of it. Yeah, that was cool. What do I mean that's cool? Oh yeah, no, sorry, yeah, so yeah. Even just giving people a high without it having... Yeah, just the high on its own can be damaging enough. And so, yeah, but yeah, that's a very interesting subject, which I wouldn't mind revisiting, to be honest. Illicit potions in the Wizarding world. It'll be very interesting to see if it comes up again in the later books. So yeah, Moody asks Snape if there's anything that Snape is hiding in his office, because obviously the way that Snape reacted, I didn't pick up that was why Snape was being so shady about his office. And Snape says that you've already searched it, searched it before. And Moody says Aura's privilege or something like that, so he can go where he wants. And I think that Moody says that it was Dumbledore's idea, but then Snape says that he doesn't believe that Dumbledore would ask Moody to do this. So Moody getting called out there completely. Which is nice, because that's kind of like a throwback to the Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, where Moody demonstrated the unforgivable curses. Thanks for the discussion about the unforgivable curses in that, guys, because I do feel like I got it a bit wrong regarding the question that Moody asked, because I was speculating that you could say the fourth bad, because the thing is, in the movie he says there are 3 unforgivable curses. And then they said it, and so Hermione is forced, and she doesn't say it, which I really like, but it's Hermione's time when the answer is unforgivable curse, and the fact that it's Hermione not answering that is awesome, guys. You gotta call you. If I'm gonna do these reviews, guys, I gotta say when I love something, I love the fact that Hermione of all people doesn't answer a question in class. That was cool. That was really good. I really like that, and that is a movie exclusive. Whereas in the book, the question is, what are the worst curses? And I think you could say the 4th one. I don't know what it'd be. Maybe what Aberforth was doing to that goat. Oh god, guys! Imagine a world where this was being streamed. This video was being streamed, and you could pop in whenever you wanted, and someone clicked in at that point. what I just said. I don't know, guys. It certainly makes me look at Aberforth in a different light. So yes, thank you for that discussion, because I think that you guys were right, and I just needed something. I needed it to be worked out in my head, and I think that you guys did work it out very successfully. Snape. Oh yeah. So when they're arguing, Snape like grabs his right hand, like almost as if he's in pain. I think. I gotta say, I don't fully understand what's going on. I think it's the mark, isn't it? That he's got in his hand, but I don't think Harry's ever noticed that before. You think he would do? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, but that is the great thing about doing these book reviews, that I don't fully understand everything that's going on. So that bit made me think, okay, there's a mystery here which I don't know the answer to, and that's good. That is definitely a good thing. So like I say, the back and forth between Snape and Moody here is awesome. And I thought it happened in the movie, guys, but now I think about it, I'm not even sure if they have this conversation at all, to be honest. Moody thinks that Snape has dropped something, it being the map. And Harry, who's underneath the invisibility cloak, but is just like really hoping that that Moody can definitely see him, because I don't think we've had it absolutely confirmed at that point, have we? He starts like waving frantically, saying, "No, it's me," whilst underneath the cloak and everything, which is amazing. It's very interesting that you can see through the cloak, but it's invisible though. But it removes him though, isn't it? Yes, it's a bit confusing. And Moody does eye him and uses a spell to whisk the map to his hand before Snape gets a hold of it. Presumably it's still open. I mean, I guess that Harry could have said mischief managed, but can he do that at distance? And also he would have had to say it pretty quietly as well for them to not hear it. But at least the map would have been... they still would have confiscated it though. Yeah, it's difficult. But either way, Moody's grabbed it. Snape is very, very sus. I think it's because he remembers seeing Harry with this similar parchment before, and whispers "Potter" to himself, which is amazing. Does that mean that he thinks that Harry, is the one who broke into his office as well? Presumably so. Presumably so. And also, like, the egg being there as well is obviously a big hint towards it being him as well. Although Moody does say that Dumbledore will be interested to know anyone who has it in for Harry. I'm not exactly sure. Oh no, it'll be Dumbledore will be interested to know how far Snape's mind went to Harry. But then again, the egg's there. You know, it does kind of fit, doesn't it? I got my next note here is Filch is still there, but he's just like standing there listening to these two people have a very cryptic conversation with each other. Snape does then back down and like says that he only suggested Harry because he's done things like that before, and he's more concerned for his safety than anything. Which is interesting. It's interesting. You get the feeling that maybe that could be true, but it's also kind of not true as well, though. Moody takes the egg from a gutted Filch. Yeah, Filch is very sad. He's like really... I think he felt that golden egg was his golden egg to get rid of his nemesis in Peeves. Is there a caretaker in Hogwarts Legacy? That's interesting. That's interesting. You'd imagine it isn't a squib. You know what? We'll have to get back to it. I mean that maybe I should just restart it, you know, because it's been such a long time. But we can decide on that some other time. Moody asks, oh yes, so Snape then says like, I'm off to bed, and they do separate and everything, and Filch is like torn to Mrs. Norris saying, nah, it's alright, we'll still get Peeves and everything. You see, he's still going to report Peeves as of doing it. But Moody goes to Harry and asks him what the map is, and Harry actually tells him, Which I guess at that point he kind of had to, just out of, you know, out of the fact that Moody just saved his bacon there. Not very vegan. And Moody, yeah, is looking at it with like great intensity. And I love this part because you guys who read the book first must be thinking, oh, I must be really interested in it. Whereas in reality, I imagine, guys, he is looking at his name on the map, which is amazing. So yeah, that must be very satisfying reading it for the second time. Moody asks if Harry had seen who broke into the office, and Harry says, yes, I did, and tells him the name. So that's so cool that he's asking you, I don't suppose you know who it was that was in the office, do you? That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, this is satisfying, this whole thing. Which obviously isn't in the movie at all. They're too busy having Myrtle being Myrtle in the movie. I apologise about my rant about Myrtle, guys. Yeah, like I say, everyone's got to have a least favourite character, and I feel like for me, it might actually be her, to be honest. I'm getting lost, but we're right near the end. Moody says that Crouch is more obsessed with catching dark wizards than he is, which is very interesting. You'd imagine that probably, in a weird way, is true, but obviously, you know, who this Moody is and everything. But if Crouch is actually obsessed with catching dark wizards more than Moody, Mad-Eye Moody, certainly not something which I would have predicted from Crouch, but it could very possibly be the case, though. Also, Moody, okay, Crouch Jr., if this is Crouch Jr., is very lucky that he's got the same name as his dad. I mean, seriously, like very lucky. Because if Harry had said any other name, like James Crouch or something like that, that would be him screwed. It really would. If there is one thing I hate, it's a Death Eater that walked free. And very Moody says, kind of to himself, and like Harry, like thinks, could he? Harry like tries to work out what I think he like says. Could he mean what Harry thought he meant, or something like that? So that is a big hint towards Snape, you know. And so that's there's so much going on in between the lines in this scene. It's golden, guys. Moody asks to borrow the map. Jeez. Very smart. Only thing he could do at that point, quite frankly. Unless he just destroyed it instantly, but that would be very sus, though. But then, who's Harry going to go and tell? Dumbledore? I had a map. I had a map which allowed me access to anywhere, knowing where everyone else is. Yeah. But it's going to be very useful for me to use as well. I mean, it really is. It really is. But I presume that the reason why he's borrowing it is to hide his identity, though. I loved this bit, guys. It's so cool. Whilst leaving, Mad-Eye says to Harry if he's ever considered being an aura, and as Max said in the blurb, in the summary, I should say, Harry wants to know how scarred the rest of them are first. Although Harry doesn't say that because that'd be messed up. Guys, that's my notes. Definitely shorter on the second chapter than the first, but lots of good stuff. Love the stuff between Snape and Moody, with Filch standing there in silence. Now let's go over to your thoughts over in the book review, book club. Looking forward to this. Okay, guys, and so here is the book club, guys. This is the post that you'll find over on the Patreon, and you can leave your comment underneath it and get it read out in the video. There are some, like, you know, parameters around how a comment should be and everything, and certain things that we shouldn't include, but it's very simple stuff and it's very lenient as well, guys. Like I said, you can post it in this post, but you can also send me a direct message on the Patreon, and we're going to start off with Susie, who sent me one today. Via that, and then we'll get over to Jacob's comments. By the way, so sorry that this was a little bit late getting posted, by the way, guys. I was a little bit late posting this one, so I'll make sure that I post the next one in good time. But Susie says, hello, I'm a recent new member to the channel. Well, very welcome, Susie. and patron, and I'm slowly making my way through your book review, so I just wanted to share a point about the third book, which I didn't get to. I'm sorry, that's okay. Sorry, I just had some peanut butter on toast. I completely agree with you that it's awesome to see Harry more of a mischievous child throughout the books, as in the third one we find out that his dad was a troublemaker with his friends, which makes sense why everyone compared him to his dad. Yeah, that is so true. It's so true. And obviously, you know, in the movies, the early movies at least, I think that they did. I think that come Prince of Azkaban, they did start to bring in a more realistic Harry. But the first two movies, he's basically the golden child, really, isn't he? And so yeah, so it's so nice to find out that, you know, that he is actually more like James. This is sadly lost in the movies, as Harry is such a clean-cut guy, and so the comparison with his mischievous and troublemaking dad really doesn't make much sense. It's true, and I say, like, the first two movies, he is the golden child. It's never done like it is in the books, in the movies, at all. I mean, going back to that line about where Harry insults Draco's mother in the book, whereas in the movie he says your father is a bad person or something like that. It's so watered down, and for what reason they did that, I don't know, guys. It's so odd to me that they would do that, but you know. They changed up a lot of things, particularly in this movie. So yeah, I completely agree, Susie. Thank you so much for your first comment. Can't wait until the next one, and thank you so much for the DM. So now over to Jacob. The Bagman storyline was not in the movies. Absolutely, the character wasn't. As you well know, Jacob. I don't know why I'm telling you that. So I would love to hear what you think of him so far, and where you think his story is going. Well, if I didn't know anything at all about you know, what could potentially happen later on in the story, I think I would be sus of him possibly more than anyone, because he's the one who was actively acting suspicious to the point where even Harry's questioning it now, and so I would probably think that he was the one who put the name in the Goblet of Fire, quite frankly, Jacob. But where it's actually going, I don't know. The Goblins is a curveball. Yeah. I guess it could be that they're just betting on him. Oh, he is a gambler, isn't he? Is he? Fred and George are. I think that he is a gambler, isn't he? Has he put money on Harry winning? The naughty bloomin' Bagman. That could be it. Rita says that she has dirt on him. I reckon that he's betting on Harry. And that's why the goblins were all staring over as well, because they have money on him. Oh my goodness. Do not confirm or deny that, guys, but if I'm right there, that's awesome. I think that might be it. That would explain a lot. Anyway, Jacob, thank you so much, and it would explain why he's not helping Cedric, but he is helping Harry. Oh my goodness. Okay, Jacob, thank you so much for your comment. One thing that some people do when they know that I'm getting close to when I'm recording these book reviews, guys, is that they revisit the Patreon to see which comments have been liked, to see how far through I actually am. And so, if you see that, you're very welcome. Me here. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 24. As annoying as Rita is, I agree with her that Dumbledore has made some questionable appointments. Absolutely. Hagrid being one of them. I'm with you, me here. I love Hagrid, but my goodness, he is not a great teacher, which grubbly plank lessons show. Exactly, yeah. And obviously Harry and Ron don't care. Well, Harry at least, anyway. Ron was actually pretty quiet throughout that whole sequence, even when he's asking about the cake. But I do still think that the cake request was actually good. I think it was Ron being tactful, to be honest. I love... I love Dumbledore defending Hagrid. He knows exactly how to comfort him. He mentions his own experience with handling criticism and refuses to accept Hagrid's resignation. He even brings some levity into the situation with the funny lines about helping Hagrid, specifically the temporary death line, amazing, and the line about Aberforth. Yeah, what a line that was. I'm assuming Aberforth can read. It's just a joke. Yeah, I would presume so. Because you'd imagine that Dumbledore did very well at school. You'd imagine, and it'd be unusual for. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a joke. Chapter 25. This is one of my favourite chapters in the entire series, mainly because of the second half. Yeah, it is so cool. You really fear that Harry might get caught at any point. It also raises so many questions. Why is Crouch in Snape's office? Isn't he supposed to be sick? What's going on between Moody and Snape? Yeah, and the thing is, what I think could be happening may not be the case, guys, but it was such a eureka moment when I thought, oh, hang on, that could actually be happening. Oh, my goodness. So I could still be wrong, of course. The writing, the dialogue, is very intriguing. I don't know. That word just does not look like how I would imagine it would look. So I always struggle with it. Intriguing between Moody Snape and Moody Harry. It's full of great subtext that unfortunately can't be discussed any further now. I appreciate that. We've talked about the movie excluding a lot of mystery from the book. This scene is a prime example. I really wish it was there. Yeah, and the weird thing, me here, I didn't think that Harry getting his foot stuck or anything like that was in the movie, but I do have a weird memory of this scene being in the movie, but it's just not. I don't think we actually have a Snape Moody scene, which is insane. I think that I must be just mixing it up with the scene with Lupin from Azkaban with Snape and Harry at night. Great comment, me here. Slim, I love chapter 25. Harry being curious and reckless. Filch trying to get Peter chucked out. Absolutely. Snape being angry and suspicious. Moody, acting suspicious. Moody being insightful and bad-tempered. That's a pretty good summary of it right there. That really is. Nothing about Myrtle though. Yeah, don't even say it. Right, it's so typical of Snape to jump to Harry. But it's not a massive leap. None of the three eggs are likely to be wandering. None of the other three eggs are likely to be wandering the castle at night. Exactly. I guess you could say... Well, no. Snape isn't sus of Karkaroff. And so I was saying that maybe he would be sus that Karkaroff had got... But why would Crump bring the egg with him? Yeah. And also, it's not that bad. Apart from the fact that Snape's office was broken into. Which CCTV would have sorted out. Harry being caught at night here, I think he could say champion's privilege. Much like Moody said Aura's privilege, you know. I think he could have talked his way out of it, you know, without Snape's office being wrecked. Harry complaining that Cedric doesn't tell him about the second task explicitly, but Cedric gives him all the tools he needs to work it out himself. He tells Harry to use the prefect's bathroom. That word doesn't look how I think it should do either. And the only decoration is the painting of the mermaid. Did you like Gribbly Plank? Yeah, I do, and I think that she'd be an awesome teacher to have. Presumably, this might be the only time we ever hear of her. I don't know, maybe she'll come back sometime, but maybe. Yeah, maybe. How did Rita find out about Hagrid? Yeah, I wasn't sure if that had actually gotten answered. I don't think it did. I'm going to put my money... Because I know what she's like. But why would she go to the press? And also, she doesn't have anything against Hagrid. I'm thinking Fleur right now. Did Maxine tell Fleur? No, Fleur was there, though. So, Maxine, it wouldn't be for Maxine's benefit. I'm going to go with Fleur, but I don't know why, because she was one of them there. It's not going to be Davis, I don't think. Why are the goblins after Barty Crouch? I didn't know that they were. I know that they were just... Were they discussing him? Yeah, they were, weren't they? They were discussing. That's true. Okay, so that's interesting. So I'm not sure then. Yeah, I have no idea. That I haven't even given a second's thought. Is Bartman ill or not? No, I have no idea. I presume maybe yes. But there is definitely a question above it, though. What's Ludo's big secret? I reckon he's put money on Harry. Why? That's my... I'm sticking to that now. I think that's awesome. Why hasn't Rita already written a story about it? Oh, about Bagman? Good question. Maybe Bagman knows something on Rita, maybe. Are you unicorn sexist? Or sexual, as I put in my notes. Yes, like Woozle. No, I think that very often it's for whatever reason females are more accessible to some nervous animals, and obviously it's suggesting that unicorns are nervous, I presume. Either way, Slim, great comment. Thank you so much. Jake, this week I found out what the sport of a squash is in Welsh. Samai Veggie Crafragran. F's are different, aren't they? Crafran. Yama. A Ravenclaw here. Oh, very interesting. Crafrangran. I feel like F's are pronounced differently even when they're single F's, aren't they? Because two F's is... isn't it? I believe. Either way, thank you very much. Chapter 24. Crumb is going for a swim. I wonder why that might be. Exactly. Well, he's worked it out, hasn't he? He's blooming worked out. Presumably, Cho is not a champion, Veggie. I just want to say Cho. Presumably, Fleur's on the road to it as well. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. Yeah, I guess we'll see come February. In the book, I should say. It's not going to be that long, don't worry. Imagine Dumbledore twiddling his thumbs, looking at the ceiling and saying, I have got a temporary death. Amazing. Lives in my head rent-free, to quote the inestimable Veggie. I do say it a lot, don't I? Particularly in these book reviews. Particularly about Draco, as one of my favourite moments. His sarcasm is that scene is on point. I would have loved to see it in the movie, although I think Harris Dumbledore might have been better suited to it, given Gambon. Oh, Harry, yes, sure. Okay, I was very confused for a second then. Gambon needed a Snickers in the film. Oh, yeah, quite frankly. I wonder why they cut out the half-giant plotline. Runtime. It's got to be runtime, because it is quite a chunky storyline, guys. It's got to have Rita involved in it. It's got to have Maxine getting furious at Hagrid. It's got to have the aftermath and everything. I could see them. It goes back to like what I was saying about Spew, where it could just have a scene where Hermione's in the background with a collecting tin. Yeah, whilst we're listening into Harry and Ron. That'd be such a lovely Easter egg. What they could have done is done the Maxine, because the Maxine scene is so odd, because she's just completely silent whilst Hagrid is talking. They could have had it where it ends with her storming off, and left it at that. I think that but to have the whole thing, I think that it was just because of the amount of time that it would have added. Chapter 25. Harry takes a breath. Not quite as magical a title, is it? Harry takes a bath. Oh, absolutely. Takes a breath. Going back to Myrtle again, aren't we? The author definitely didn't skip her English GCSE lesson about foreshadowing. We were reminded about the trick staircase earlier in the book. Oh, this book, really? Okay, awesome. In seemingly throwback moment with Neville. Yes, it does specify that is the step that Neville always misses. It's one of the things I love about these books. You never know what small details might pop up again later. Just like Vernon's old socks. Yeah, that was a callback which I did not see coming. that was definitely bizarre. Jake, thank you so much for your comment. Nessie Bobs. Hi, Veggie. Please don't apologise for being late. I need to get these out on time then, Nessie, but I appreciate it. Yeah, the post for me for you guys to comment on. It gives us an excuse to read or listen to relevant chapters again. Well, there you go. That's very true, yes. Draco refers to Hagrid as the Elephant Man after reading Rita's news article. Would that be a general insult, or could a pureblood have actually known about John Merrick? I love the fact that you call him by name as well, Nessie. John Merrick at least lived in the Muggle realm, didn't he? And I'm so glad it didn't say anything about, like, you know, it was magic that made him like that or anything like that. I don't think that's what the author's suggesting. I don't think it would be a general insult because it's such a weird term. It could have been one that he could have picked up from a Muggle, but you can't imagine he has many Muggle, not Muggle, sorry, a half-blood, but or Muggle-born, I should say. But he doesn't exactly have many friends of those, does he? Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it is a reference to John Merrick. I think that it actually is. But great question, though. I like the fact that John Hurt played both him and Ollivander. Of course he played Ollivander. I completely forgot he was in Harry Potter. That's embarrassing. I genuinely completely forgot about the fact he's in Harry Potter. God. And Alien, of course. Very notorious scene. That's crazy, Nessie. I completely forgot that John Hurt is in Harry Potter. I am very embarrassed now. A lot of people online go on about Moaning Myrtle flirting with a boy of Harry's age. I'm very interested to hear what you say about this, Nessie, because I don't have an issue with that particularly. But let's read on. Not realising that she's the same age as when she died. Yeah, that to me is to use an appropriate term, get her a free jail card. I feel like that is the warrant of it. Now, the flirting is a movie exclusive. I'm pretty certain. Ugh. Sorry, guys. It's icky. I can't believe that. No, it's ick. That's what all the kids are saying nowadays, isn't it? For me, anyway. But yeah, I don't particularly have an issue about the age thing. It'll be interesting to see what any other comments of it, though, because I'm definitely open ears to that standpoint. But yeah, I'm currently where you. It's certainly less of a big deal than I'm sure it is for some people. For me, that's the best way I can put it. They can't get their little tiny pea-sized brains around it. Wow. Just because the actress played her in the film is quite a lot older. Yes, you guys have told me that before. She's... Oh, sorry. Saying there would be uproar if it was the other way around with an older guy and doing that to a young girl. Well... a few decades ago it would have been, because it was literally on every single television show ever. In the UK, at least, guys. Yes, there was a lot of creepy old guys after girls who could be their granddaughters, sort of. You know, I mean, the Carry On movies, for one example. Some of the Carry On movies. I think it's redundant saying the whole other way around thing, because it's such a non-point. in my opinion. You do get the impression that the scene's meant to be funny. I don't find it funny. I'm not offended by it or anything, but I find it creepy. I certainly don't find it funny at all. Not in any, like, big political way or anything. I just find the scene... I don't find it funny in the slightest. The actor being older is irrelevant because she's not actually looking at Harry's or Daniel's little wand. What's the best I could do? Nimbus 2000. There we go. Looking at Harry's Nimbus 2000. Oh, Firebolt. Oh my, okay, stop now. Stop now. Now, stop. Yeah, the whole other way around thing is a redundant point, in my opinion, because the fact is, it's not an older man. If it is an older... If it was a boy doing it to a girl at all, it would be definitely more frowned upon. And I've got no problem with that, guys. Yeah, that's just how it is in my head, anyway. Nessie, this is so interesting. I'm looking forward to reading other people's comments. I won't be calling it pea-sized brains or anything like that, but yeah, it's very. I'm pretty much with you. I think when it comes to it, but I'm interested to see other people's opinions of it. Almost the same with Alan Rickman playing Snape age-wise. Oh, really? That's very interesting. They are actors, exactly. She's not actually doing... Yeah, exactly. There is something weird about it, though. Because you don't seem to... A lot of people online go on about the Mo Myrtle flirting with the boy. So, Nessie, I noticed that you don't specifically say if you like or dislike the scene or anything. I'd be interested to know that. I don't like the scene. I'm certainly not, but not for the reasons which you've seen online. That's my standpoint there. But you might love the scene. I don't know. I'm sure that some people do, guys. I'm sure that some people do. I just don't. But not for the reasons which you've given here, and which you have laid out. Other people having, I should say. I'm 52, but have the luck to look like a teenager. Well, that's good for you. If I was, I can't with this beard correctly. When was the last time? No, I feel like I was ID'd with my beard once. I feel like I was. I definitely was. Crazy. Anyway, If I was an actor, I'd get away with playing younger roles. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like yeah, that is not the issue. If the script was that Myrtle was going to do that, and they employed a younger actor, yeah, it's really that's not an issue to me at all. It really isn't. But I'm very, very, very interested to see if it is for other people. When are you reopening the PO books? I got a book and a couple of things. Oh, Nessie, thank you so much. What is it now? It's August, isn't it? We might look into opening it at the start of October, maybe, and then closing it after Christmas, so it'd be like a 3-month thing. It's just not worth keeping open all year round. I'm afraid, Nessie. It genuinely isn't. It is an expensive service, and so over here it is. Anyway, I think it's very cheap in the US, isn't it? But in the UK, to have the post office do it, it's a pretty pricey thing. Unless I can think of some other solution. No. Anyway. Yeah, so probably maybe around October if there is interest for it. But it sounds like there is because you've already got a couple of things. So thank you so much, including a book. Very exciting. Nessie, great thought-provoking comment there. So yeah, and in a way, I kind of want to see the opposing opinion of it. Maybe that's what we got in Dara's comments. So we're getting straight to it, guys. Thank you so much for your comments. And Dara, thank you so much for the wonderful stuff that you sent me. Yeah, damn. Okay. What I might do, Dara, is I might open, because I've still got a couple of boxes from you which I haven't opened on video. I might try and fit those into a book review in the future, but we shall see. Maybe if we have time at the end of today, I might fit it into this one, but we shall see. But I need to get those open. I really do. There's a dark arts one, guys. Very exciting. Happy 2 books come out around this time 20 years ago or so to you all. It's a wonderful day. What a wonderful day. 2 books came out around this time 20 years ago or so. 20 years or so ago. I'm not... Well, Goblet. And I don't know what else. Unless it's number part 1. Anyway. Let's get to your comment. I love the Skeeter story in the books, although I found it sort of obvious. No more on that for now. Oh, okay. I appreciate it. I'm certainly enjoying it, though. I hate the character, but it's certainly enjoying it, though. So, Veggie, how do you think she found out about Hagrid and Maxine's date talk? I am going to put my money on Fleur, but I don't know why. But we know that she's a bit of a pain, though, don't we? So, but why would she go to the press, the foreign country's press? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe it's because Maxine was so upset and Fleur wanted revenge. Maybe. Also, chapter 25. Marauder's map. I mean, if someone upset Dumbledore, Harry would want revenge on that person, wouldn't they? And so, I don't know. I don't think he'd go to the press, though. It's such a strange thing to do. Marauder's map making an appearance again. Absolutely. What do you think is one Bartimus Crouch? Is one Bartimus Crouch doing in Snape's office? If it's what I think it is, it's cool. That's all I'm going to say. Especially when Moody was like looking at the map thinking... when in the Yule Ball chapter when in the Yule Ball chapter he was not feeling well and seems to have sent Percy on his behalf. Unless he's in the same place as Moody. Oh, maybe he's in the same place as Moody. Jeez Louise. It's very easy to commit fraud in the Wizarding world, isn't it, with a blooming owl? We've had, like, you know, trying to dean, like, doing people's signatures and everything, haven't we, before? Also, chapter 5, Pajama Party is, that would be so cool. Although, a nightshirt... So, oh yeah, I see what you mean. a nightshirt. Yes, Filch is wearing a flannel dressing gown, isn't he? Doesn't say what mood he's wearing. Well, presumably he's just wearing his normal gear. A nightshirt so unstylish or old-fashioned. It's definitely old-fashioned, yeah. Well, at least maybe not in the Wizarding world. At least, unlike in the films, Snape seems to sleep. At least, unlike in the film, Snape seems to sleep. Absolutely. Isn't Snape clever? Seeing the egg and the map, he connects the dots correctly. Also, what do you make of Moody's to catch Snape alone in a dark spot? Is he trying to catch Snape alone in a dark spot? I guess, like, to confront him about what's going on, maybe, yeah. With Voldy's and stuff. I still think Snape would be able to hold his own against Moody. Do you mean in a fight? It would be very interesting. It would be very interesting, because we do know that Snape is a pretty talented guy, but obviously, Moody has probably seen more action that way, though, hasn't he? Great comment. I hope you and Woosh are well. Thank you, Dara. I really appreciate it. That's definitely food for thought about Moody versus Snape, if that's what you meant. Digo! I love Hagrid, but I really have to agree with Pravati. He really should have remained the gamekeeper. Grubbly Plank lesson really highlights that teaching isn't his forte. Why is he the care for magical creatures? It's because the previous teacher retired, didn't he? But it sounds like Plank is a lot more qualified. But I guess you could argue that learning about, you know, these flubberworms and all that sort of stuff is in a way more practical than learning about unicorns. Because if unicorns are elusive, there really ain't that much point in teaching. But then it gets the students interested, though. It's interesting. It's interesting. On a lighter note, but then again, Hagrid's lessons are experiments. They're not even, you know, Hagrid doesn't know what's going to happen after the time. On a lighter note, Hermione calling Rita an excusable human being. I skipped over that bit. Wow, it was a great insult. That is brilliant. I did notice that, Tigo. That's a great line. Thank you so much for your comment. Gaffnob, greetings, chapter 24 from the wiki. That hair potion is so Harry's family made much of their gold. Harry's grandfather invented it. The irony. What the sleek the sleek whatever potion, is that right? That's freaking cool. Oh, and it would have been on James's side, presumably, obviously. Yes. So it probably would have been a Potter. Oh, read the label, Harry. Ah, that would be cool. He's probably... Who are the benefactors of that potion? Harry probably deserves... Actually, unless that is actually the money that's in Gringotts. Part of it, I should say. How very interesting. What do you think the explanation for Hagrid's size was? What do you think the explanation for Hagrid's size was? I don't know what you mean by that, Gaffnov. That his mother's... That his mother was a giant. That's where I am, unless there's something else coming up. But that's my thought process for it. I think learning about monsters is more practical. If you encounter a monster for the first time without supervision, it could be bad. If you come across a unicorn in the wild, it will just leave. Yeah, that's so interesting that you say that, Gaffnov, because that's kind of what I was. I mean, Flubberworms is a bad example, but that it's going to be something where you're more likely to use that skill in the future, whereas with Unicorn, you're probably not going to be using it. So yeah, great point. Chapter 5. At least he got almost 2 months to work on the clue after hearing it, unlike in the movie. Will it make a difference? Yeah, I don't know what the time period is between him working out and the task happening. I think there are some scenes in between it, though, aren't there? I think. I mean, in the movie, he gets Neville to help him, doesn't he? And Neville presumably stole from Hagrid from Snape's supplies, I think. I'm misremembering it, I think. Either way, Gaffney, great comment, always appreciated. Thank you. Helen, there are some of my favourite chapters. These are some of my favourite chapters. I especially love the part of Harry getting caught in the trick step on the staircase. I love the suspense you feel when reading this scene. I would have loved to seen it in the movie. It's so cool. It's the best bit of these chapters, isn't it? These 2 chapters that we just covered. It's awesome. I love that stuff. But it's not just that. It's not just the suspense. It's Moody and Snape having their little, you know, very, very subtle argument. It's really cool, guys. I'm just standing there in silence holding an egg. Gold egg. And the lovely Mr. Norris, of course. It's brilliant. It was really cool. And like I say, even when I was listening to it, I felt like I'd seen it. But I think it may be just because the scene is so well written. That might be where my brain went. Thank you so much, Hannah. Great comment. Sandra, hi, Veggie. The loyalty to Hagrid from the trio and Dumbledore is so heartwarming. Quartet. Yeah, we'll go with it. Because of Dumbledore. Movie Hermione would never scream at Hagrid to come outside. Movie Hermione would never scream at Hagrid. I don't know. She'd scream at Harry. Yeah. Yeah. But Hermione is just, she just is so much better, guys. And I like movie Hermione, guys. And the thing is, when doing these book reviews, when I'm bringing up, you know, the same characters over and over again, it may seem like I'm really downing on them from the movies. Sure, that probably is the case with Myrtle, guys. I just don't find her scenes that great. In my opinion, though, that's just me. Whereas movie Hermione is so freaking relatable. She really is, you know. Like you could imagine meeting her, but you could also imagine kind of being her in different situations and everything. So yeah, yeah, maybe she would be screaming the neighborhood down for Hagrid to come outside. Thank you so much for your comment. Oh yes. We got more funny moments with Dumbledore that were sorely missed in the movie. The first mention about Aberforth is the first I thought it must have been. That's crazy. What was he doing to the coat? We can only imagine. We can only imagine. The revelation about Hagrid's parentage, which was reduced to a short and somewhat comical scene in the movie, takes a much darker turn with Rita's article. You can see why Madame Maxine is so intent on denying her half-giant nature if this is how they're treated in the media. That's a great point. That is a great point. And the thing is, I still don't know if she actually is half-giant or not. She very possibly may not be. But it's so true. This is, you know, it's not Stockholm Syndrome, but it kind of is a thing where she is angry at someone telling her what she is, if that is the case. And so, yeah, that's very interesting. It's so nice to know that it isn't just Harry, Ron, and Hermione who like Hagrid, and there are former students who were ready to support him. Yeah, I love that, because it does feel like they basically kind of own him as a character, you know. So I really appreciate that. Oh my goodness. It's funny that Harry got to be guilt-tripped into following Cedric's advice, and that he was complaining in his mind about it not being clear enough. But deep down, despite what he tells himself, he still wants the competition to be fair, as he asked Bagman if he offered Cedric the help too. Exactly, that's absolutely right. Going to the bathroom as a normal student, you might randomly get attacked by a troll, haunted by a ghost, or murdered by a basilisk. Yeah, I'd hold it in. Sorry. Going to the bathroom as a prefect, you get a luxurious marble swimming pool. Complete with diving board, yes, very true. Fluffy towels, yeah, and many colourful foam bubbles with magical effects. It is insane, really, isn't it? It really is. No wonder why Percy liked being a prefect so much. It's so true. Percy must have been in this room a lot. You might with drink water. What's her name? Something water, wasn't it? It may have been drink water. I'm not sure. Gotta drink water in this weather. You might still be haunted by the ghost in the prefect's bathroom, though. Yes, very true. Myrtle's there. Well, as long as you stay on a good side, she's not going to. But she certainly showed Olive, I should say. Sorry. Great comment, Alias. I always appreciate it. Kenzit, we now meet Grobbly Blank. Her lessons are vastly different from Hagrid, which causes people to really dislike Hagrid. I feel like Pravati may have always felt that about Hagrid, but now it has changed. It's actually worth actually stating. Maybe. Sure, he isn't a great teacher, but you can tell he does really care for the creatures and wants to spread that, even if showing dangerous creatures. I love that the true stand up for him. Yeah, I do too, Kenta, and I do think that I would prefer Plank as a teacher, quite frankly. But you can't deny his passion. You can't deny Hagrid's passion. Filch believing Peeves stole the egg makes me wonder, does he hate Peeves more than other students to not assume a student is out of bed? It certainly makes more sense that it's Peeves, and also you'd imagine that Peeves causing trouble at night to annoy Filch is probably a very common event as well, but he never has evidence though, and so I think it's warranted. But then again, I feel for Filch, I really do, guys, and so I feel like I side with him more than most people do, to be honest. But I feel like you know, I think his annoyance with Peeves is probably warranted, you know. Andrew. Hi Veggie, hope you're doing great. A lot to talk about in these chapters. I'll try and keep my points short. I greatly appreciate it. With Rita Skeeter talking about Hagrid's mother, it seems named giants and giantesses are known amongst wizards. Yeah, notoriously, aren't they? I wonder how they know they're known specifically and why. The giant culture fascinates me in this series. Yeah, I presume they can talk English. I've no idea. You know what? I'm looking forward to hearing more, quite frankly. But that blew my mind when the actual name came up. And also, actually, that's a good point. How did Rita know about the specific... Unless she made it up. Because Fleur wouldn't have known that about Hagrid. Maxine wouldn't have known that about Hagrid. Who would have known who Hagrid's mother was? Lucius? Is Lucius still after revenge? Hagrid wouldn't have mentioned it to Rita. That is a good point. I'm completely baffled by that now. It had to be someone who knows Hagrid pretty bloomin' well. God, I don't know. I don't know. Hagrid, if you're holding out for universal popularity, I'm afraid you'll be in your cabin for a very long time. Wonderful advice from Dumbledore that we should all use. I need to tell myself that sometimes, to be honest. Definitely, that is great philosophy though. Aberforth's inappropriate charms on a goat. One of the most bizarre details in the whole series. Yeah, and in a weird way, I don't want to know the details of it, but yes, that is an amazing line. The second half of the Egg in the Eye chapter is one of my favourite parts in the book. The mystery, the tension, it's all brilliant. I wonder what your thoughts are on it. Just absolutely awesome, it really was. Considering nothing close to this is in the movie. Also, the start of Harry's desire to be an Auror. Yeah, that seed has been planted. I'll discuss more towards the end of the book because only so much can be said right now. I appreciate it. P.S. Money in the Bank will have taken place by the time the book club happens. What did you think of the show? The women's Money in the Bank match was awesome. It was freaking chaos. Freaking Chelsea Green at the end was absolutely crazy. Yeah, I thought it was great. I'm trying to think of what the main event was. It was Seth versus Damien. Did that end the night? I mean, the Cody versus Bloodline thing feels like it's been going on for decades. As in the new Bloodline, I should say. Yeah, I think the Money in the Bank matches were great. I didn't really have that much of a problem with Drew cashing in and then failing on the same night because that's got to happen eventually, you know. And also, Money in the Bank winners have held on to their cases for a long time. In recent years, and so I've got no problem with that. I actually need to do my SummerSlam predictions today because I've left it too late again. which will be available on my other channel, which is now available, guys. It is Veggie Wrestling. I've changed the name to Veggie Wrestling, and so if you're going to go check that out, you can be one of the first 100 people to subscribe. It would be greatly appreciated. And yes, we talk about wrestling there. The videos are very, very short and very, very easily made, because I don't want that channel to take away from the main channel at all. And so when I make a purpose of making the videos very, very brief and simple to make, so don't worry about time getting diverted, because there isn't any. Looking forward to seeing more from your new channel. I work in wrestling media, so I always enjoy seeing your opinions, predictions. Stay well, Andrew. That's fascinating. I'd love to know what you do. That's really cool. Well, bully for you, not Bully Ray. That's a wrestling joke. That's also that's true. That's great. Yeah. And I hope to get my predictions video out today. Florin, hey Veggie, Rita Skeeter at it again. What do you think she meant? When she told Hermione about Ludo Bagman. Yeah, I don't know how much to really read on that, but I mean, we know he likes a flutter, and in his position, he should not be having a flutter. Gambling. So it could just be that, or it could be something horrendous. I don't know, something about goats or something. With Aberforth. Also, try to remember the staircase scene. I think it holds a plot hole for a later book. JK does tend to forget some details in her work. To be fair, there's a lot to remember in her work, but okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. Ironically, thank you so much, Fleur. I so nearly called you Fleur then. So thank you so much. Nismore, salutations, Veggie. I've never commented here before, and I can't say much about the books because I read them in my preteens, and I read them in my preteens, and in Bulgarian, of all things, go Victor. I think you might be the second Bulgarian that we've had in if you are a Bulgarian in the book club. So you're very welcome, Nismore. I hope I'm saying your name right. I hope I am saying your name right. I hope I'm saying your name wrong. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for the comment. And Go Victor as well. Go Victor, isn't that a website? I swear that's a website or something. Hang on, I'm going to go have a look, see if that's a website. Yeah, it's like a surveillance app or something. So anyway, I just wanted to say, I really like the reviews. I appreciate that. That had, I really appreciate, hang on. I really just wanted to say, I really liked the reviews that had the Hogwarts Legacy music in the background. Okay, good to know. I don't know how all that works, and you probably have a good reason to not use it, but on the off chance you don't, then it would be cool to have it in the background some time again. Sorry if you've addressed this already and I missed it. No, Nismo, I really appreciate the feedback there. I really do. As I remember, the version of the soundtrack that I used, 'cause it was like relaxing tunes from Hogwarts Legacy, something like that. From what I gather, the version which I used for it was not very, very well leveled, and so you'd get really loud tracks and then really quiet tracks, which isn't ideal. The one which I use in generally, which will probably be in today's video, is the Oblivion soundtrack, and all of those are the same volume. Because basically they've put all the tunes into a compilation, but they haven't leveled them to make sure that they're all at the same volume. So apparently there were some bits where it was slightly harder to hear what I was saying, and then some bits where you couldn't hear the music. And so I will try and rectify that, because I think it makes sense. I feel like it makes sense to have Hogwarts Legacy music in the background. So yeah, it will return. It will return this more, but it's something which I need to work on. And I thought that you were giving me a compliment, but you weren't. But I appreciate it anyway. Yeah, with the Hogwarts Legacy music, yeah, I'll look into that. I will look into that, because it just makes sense, doesn't it? Nismore, thank you so much for your comment, and looking forward to your next one. And yeah, go Victor, which apparently is some sort of surveillance app or something. Thank you so much for your comment. CJ, book review. Oh, CJ. Oh, I mean, you can say book review at the top. The thing which I say about start off with book review is when you direct message me, because then I can see it on my list saying, oh, okay, that's a book review, book club. Sorry, everything like that. You can still start your comments like that as well, but I just wanted to say, g'day, Veggie. Glad to be back in the book club. Lovely to see you, CJ. Actually, is. Chapter 24. The Hagrid stuff makes me cry. I feel so bad for him. I know, it's... Careful Magical Creatures aside, guys, it's really dehumanized Hagrid. And he just... And I do... Because the thing is, when everyone else cheers him up, the first thing that he says when he's back to his senses is, I'll give her big bones, which, you know innuendo aside, it's referencing Maxine. It's not referencing Rita Skeeter or the Wizarding World's opinion of his kind. It's specifically Maxine, and so you really feel like Maxine is the dagger that dug the deepest. But yeah, see, I feel tired from him as well. I'll be very interested to see how he is for the rest of this book now. I really will. What do you think Ludo was talking about with the goblins? Well, I don't know now, because it does seem like it's to do with Barty, but I was thinking that maybe it's something to do with gambling. I don't know. It's gonna be it's gonna be very interesting to find out. Harry's intuition seems to be telling him not to trust Ludo. Yeah, absolutely. What do you make of that? Well, yeah, it's very interesting that Harry is so sus of him. But then again, Harry is sus of adults in general, especially ones that he doesn't really know very well. And that's stood him in good stead so far in these books, hasn't it? But maybe it's just because he's got money on him. I don't know. And why do you think he's offering Harry so much help in the tournament? I think the gambling thing at the Triwizard Tournament was a seed to be sowed. That's where I'm thinking it's going, but we shall see. Chapter 25. As some who love taking baths, the bath sounds amazing. It does. My bath's way too small for me because I'm quite tall, guys. I'm like 6 foot, and my bath is not designed for a 6 foot person, so I don't have them. But a few years ago, me and my brother went on like a walk. He's doing the what's it called? It's not the Thames. Oh, what is it? What is it? He's doing several different types of like long walks where you do sections at a time, sort of thing. And he's doing like a very famous one of that in the UK. Is it Thames Estuary? It's not. No, it's not. It's nothing to do with the Thames, the one that he's doing. I just can't think what it is. And me and him, I joined him for a day of it, and it was like a 7 or 8 hour walk. It was like a long, like arduous day for it, and like the weather was crazy. It was like raining one second, blisteringly hot the next, and everything. It was like absolutely horrendous. And we got to the pub where we were staying for the night, and I had time to have like a 20-minute bath before meeting my brother for dinner in the restaurant, and that bath felt like it was 2 minutes because it was so nice. It was like it was the time I needed a bath the most in my life because we were soaking wet, and also it was a long day. It was a long day. The Watership Down walk was a lot more relaxed, but I did hurt my... The thing is, my knee can sometimes, give out a little bit. And so I had to be careful with that. And I felt my knee sort of like starting to turn a little bit. And so because of that, I started to walk in a slightly unusual way with my right foot. And because of that, my ankle got really bad. And so I basically had to sacrifice my ankle for my knee. It was the right decision, though. So that really started to hurt by the end of it, but aside from that, that was just the perfect day for it. It was lovely. It was absolutely gorgeous. We saw a hare at one point right in front of us, tiny little hare. It wasn't a rabbit, unfortunately. It was definitely a hare. But if you don't know, guys, Watership Down's about rabbits. I should really explain. And I instantly called it Fiver because it was tiny. And And Woozle was very interested. Woozle was very interested in the hair. Obviously, luckily, she was on lead. But yeah, she was eyeing that thing up. Seriously. And I mean, hairs are fast, guys. Saluki Greyhounds can frickin' move. I mean, it's what they're bred to do, isn't it? Either way. Saluki. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're just talking about buffs. Sorry. Right, so the hallway scenes bring up so many mysteries. Why is Snape acting weird? It could be just because he really doesn't trust Moody or has had history with Moody. Maybe Snape is hiding something? God. Or maybe he's just worried because of what Karkaroff was saying to him. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Why is Barty Crouch searching his office? And why did Moody cover for Harry? Yeah. That is a question, actually, because he clearly is showing a lot of favour with Harry as well, isn't he? But Harry's not anywhere near as sus. Because he helped him work out the first task, didn't he? But he seems to be a lot more sus about Bagman. Cause I think because Bagman is doing it in a lot less subtle way. God. Although he hasn't helped him for the second task, has he? Moody. So yeah, I guess because maybe it's because Harry symbolises something in Moody, and obviously he's like the Death Eater's enemy, isn't he? So the enemy, my enemy is my friend, maybe. I don't know, maybe. One of my favourite things about this book is that it really is a mystery novel. Something the movie didn't quite manage to pull off. Oh, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Hope you're doing well. Love from Australia. Yes, I thought so with a good day. Greatly appreciated, CJ. Thank you so much for your comment. And I hope Australia is lovely. It's winter right now in Australia. Is that how it works? I don't know. I'm probably sounding like an idiot, but I'm pretty sure that your Christmas takes place in your summer, doesn't it? I don't know. I apologise if I'm wrong there, CJ. Either way, love to see you back, and a great comment. Mel. Hi, Veggie. The scene on the stairs where the egg falls is one of my all-time favourite scenes. It is very good. It is so good. And it's so rare that we see Harry helpless, you know? Maybe that's why it stands out so. I really like the relationship between Peeves and Filch. Filch doesn't. In one of the scenes in Prince of Azkaban, Harry sees Pettigrew on a map and, following down the corridor, bumps into Snape. And Remus, Defense Against Dark Arts, comes to save him from Snape's clutches. Remus borrows the map to examine it. Does that not? That doesn't happen in the book. The scene doesn't exist in the book, if I'm not mistaken. So this. So, wow, okay, so, wow. I mean, correct me if I think I know what you're about to say, Mel. Is the scene in Prince of Azkaban a reference to the Goblet of Fire book scene? I find the dynamics of this quite, comparable. Absolutely, I thought it was that scene, because my brain was so confused. That's fascinating. That's impossible. I really like the way that Lupin says that line in the movie. He's a great actor, guys. I've said it many times before, guys, but if you haven't seen it in an Inspector Calls, highly recommend the BBC version that was made a few years ago with him playing Inspector Ghoul. Very, very good. Or amazing. Absolutely amazing. Very, like, the acting across the board in it is perfection. And Rita Skeeter's in it as well. Any other Potter people? I mean, it's just Lupin and Rita. One of the dwarfs from The Hobbit, isn't it? I'm pretty sure there's no other Harry Potter actors in it. Anyway, Seeing a name on the Marauder's map, accidentally bumping into Snape in the corridor, and Mad-Eye Defense Against Dark Arts, who also comes to save him from Snape's clutches and borrows the map to examine it too. That's crazy. Is that really not in the book? I guess it isn't, is it? Because we had that amazing scene in the Snape's office with Harry in the book, didn't we? Where Lupin is there. Yeah, crazy, Mel. Absolutely crazy. Great comment. That's very thought-provoking. Regina? What's your icon of? I really like it. It's cool. Hang on, is that Harry and Ron from the Potter musical? Is it in like cartoon form? Maybe. I think it might be. I think it might be. I'm sorry if it isn't, but it's awesome either way. I've just joined, but really happy I'm able to join now. Regina, thank you so much for joining. You're very welcome. My questions are, how do you think Rita gets information? The thing is, it can't be Fleur, because Fleur wouldn't know about the mother, unless the mother thing is a completely made up bit of Bobbins. So it would have to be someone who knows him really well. Unless Rita just did the research, maybe. I mean, you probably could trace someone back like that. Great question. I don't know. And what do you think Barty Crouch was doing in Snape's office alone? Well, I mean, that's the rub, isn't it? It depends who we're talking about there, doesn't it? I actually don't know. Actually, that's actually very true. Unless I'll actually, you know what? It's gonna be very interesting to find out how Harry gets around swimming, breathing underwater, and who helps him. So it may not be Neville this time, is what I'm saying. Maybe that's what's going on. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Your icon is awesome, and I'm pretty sure that is a Potter musical icon. And I really like that. I love the cartoon style of it. It's very small on my screen though, so I can't really make it out. Anyway, thank you so much for your first comment. Marianne, hey, Veggie. Every time Aberforth is mentioned, I just remember the way you said you wrote it down during Deathly Hollow's reaction as Aberforth. Yes, I still do that, I'm afraid. Always makes me laugh. I appreciate it. I love how, even though both Hagrid and Dumbledore are father figures for Harry, he has very different relations with them. Hagrid and Dumbledore. Yes, it's so true. Hagrid is... Because Hagrid has... And I don't mean this in a nasty way, guys, but he has kind of like the mind of a child in a sense, doesn't he? In a way. I think that Harry definitely sees Hagrid as more of a peer than he does Dumbledore, who he actually respects and looks up to. Looking up to... I mean, everyone looks up to Hagrid. But it is such a different dynamic, though, absolutely. And Rita said, do you see Hagrid as like a father replacement or something like that, didn't she? You see how much more information they talk to Hagrid as though... Sorry. You see how much more informal, they talk to Hagrid as though he is more a friend than a teacher. There we go, exactly. When Harry speaks to Dumbledore, it is more reserved and polite. Yeah, well, he apologises, doesn't he, for calling Rita a cow. Amazing. Yeah, it's and yet there is still... I think they do respect Hagrid. I feel like they do, but they're also very protective. But then again, they're very protective of Dumbledore as well. Yeah, there definitely is a comparison there. Marianne, thank you so much for your comment. Always appreciate. Christina, hiya Veggie. The plot thickens around so many characters. Rita Skeeter's uncanny knowledge of private conversations. That still doesn't explain how she knows about the specific giant. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's continue. Ludo's suspicious behaviour. Barty Crouch's nighttime activities. Sirius Snape's left arm, absolutely, so true. Madame Moody's comment: if there's one thing I hate, it's a Death Eater who walked free, etc. So much mystery stuff going on. It really, and it's all been dangled in a perfect way. It really is. I'm loving it. All the pureblood families are related somehow, or not. And most half-bloods are related to purebloods too. So pretty much everybody has relatives they're not proud of. Yeah, it's a lot of friction, isn't it? That's a difficult Christmas. I don't know how Hermione, but about Hermione, but everyone else in Hagrid's house that day has at least one relative who would hate for Rita Skeeter to write about in connection with them. Yes, so true. Yeah, and she says about the fact that she's not going to be scared into silence or anything like that. It be because her parents don't read the paper. Jeez. Hagrid isn't alone in that. Yeah, so true. And do you include Dumbledore in there as well? I think you do, yes. Yeah, it's so true. Of course, Aberforth's had it before, hasn't he? But with the goat situation. But yeah, it's so true. And it's so cool to be going into this whole pure blood, half blood thing, guys. In the books, it's so you can really imagine it and relate it to real struggles as well. Christina, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Embrun, hey Veggie, finally got time to read the entire post and respond. Longed for it, but I couldn't. Finally got enough time to read entire post and respond. Oh, Ember, it's lovely to see you. Longed for it, but couldn't. Don't got loads to tell about these chapters that others before did. But I want to respond to several remarks last video you made. Too many for a DM. Oh, okay. Here we go. You wonder if they mentioned brushing teeth in the Wizarding World. They actually did. Stan on the night bus said to Harry that for 15 shekels he could get an additional hot water tub and a toothbrush in his favourite colour. Now that's interesting, Emran. Now, to make this even more complicated, what is the purpose of a toothbrush? Because for muggles, it is to maintain their teeth. Whereas in the Wizarding World, it may specifically be to get things out between your teeth. So I still don't know if teeth decay exists in the Wizarding World. But that's very well absurd with the toothbrush there. That's amazing. Don't know where you got the info, the dragons being killed. Not in the book or the movie. They are subdued by dragon keepers. I may have been talking about the egg. Because there was an egg that was crushed, wasn't there? Did I say get killed? Oh, in the movie, it's assumed that it's killed, isn't it? Because yeah, okay, here we go, Embrun. So in movie dragon flies into the bridge and falls down into the ravine. Later on, when they're trying to find dates for the fuel bull, Ron refers to Harry as someone that has killed dragons, or a dragon killer. I'm certain that is in the movie. I'm sure that he says that specifically. It's just before the great bit where Cho is like submerged behind Ravenclaws. Yeah, I'm sure that he says killer there. You've killed dragons, whereas in the book he says you defeated dragons. I think that is the case. I could be wrong. Six at least needed to just paralyze them, and movie Horntail falling from the bridge didn't die because credits said no dragons harmed in the shooting of the movie. Oh really? Ah, that's cool. I love that sort of thing. That's great. I really like that. Yeah, my headcanon is that he's fine. But Ron does say you killed dragons. I'm pretty sure he does. I could be wrong. J.K.R. grew up with Doctor Who and Red Dwarf and is a big fan of the Percy as supreme ruler of the universe, likely a joke reference to Red Dwarf. Yes, I did not know she liked Red Dwarf, but it makes sense, though, guys. Very popular show. And Doctor Who is very interesting. I wonder if there's any Doctor Who references in there. I'll have to keep. I mean, I haven't seen that much Doctor Who, but my brother is showing me the Colin Baker era ones at the moment. I really like him. I think he's cool. He had a bad rap from what I gather. Anyway, moving on. You can buy Dobby's socks designs. Oh, you can! Easy to find and not too pricey. They bought it for my little nephew brother-in-law for Christmas. $5 or $14 a set. That's awesome. I'm really glad you can actually get this specific. That's a deep cuts Potter fan present right there. That's really cool. Have a good one, Veggie. And if not next time, I will definitely watch and react to the second task chapter. I appreciate that, Amber. It's lovely to see you. And thank you so much for your comments. Great. The toothbrush thing is inspired. I did not pick up on that at all. John. Rita Skeeter isn't the most hated character in the fandom. Rita Skeeter isn't one of the most hated characters in the fandom. Not a lot of people talk about her as much as compared to certain characters. For me, however, she really gets on my nerves, partly because so many journalists in real life acting similar to her. Absolutely. In fact, there's one in the thick of it who I thought was played by Ginny, but it's not. But there's a woman in the thick of it who looks a lot like Ginny. She's only in a couple of episodes. Check out, guys. The thick of it's great. The language is extremely strong, and also watching it now, it's a lot of accusing each other in a mocking way of being homosexual. Like that is it. That I don't want to say it's homophobic language or homophobic humor, but they use the suggestion that someone else is homophobic. Sorry, someone else is homosexual as an insult a lot in it. In the first two series, at least. That being said, it is still very, very good. It's all about British politics, guys. But yeah, I don't know how okay the humor really is in it. Yeah, it's difficult. It's very good. I mean, we're talking about Doctor Who. Free Bobby, it's his most famous role. Oh God, what's his bloomin' name? Malcolm Tucker is the character name. But that actor, he played the Doctor a few Doctors ago, and but yeah, he's best known for the thick of it. Anyway, there's someone who looks like Ginny, who plays a journalist on it, who is only in a couple of episodes. She is she is so fixated on getting attention with her news articles that she is willing to stir up drama with her half-truths mixed with blatant lies. Yeah, it's no scruples is how I like to refer to those sort of people. I like that term as well. She is a very accurate representation of false journalism and how it can ruin people's lives. Well, jeez, I mean, you see that a lot on Twitter at the moment, don't you? Yeah, it's so true. Rita isn't one of the more hated characters. Very interesting. I guess because, you know what it probably is, John? It's because everyone agrees with that. And so, because the internet is the internet and fandoms are fandoms, characters that are hated by some and then loved by others, there's a lot more friction there, so a lot more to discuss. And so maybe that's why. So Rita's universally disliked. You know? A great comment, John. Greatly appreciate. Deeper Veggie, says Ashley, I should say. It's a little sad that the movie didn't really keep frizzy-haired Hermione part of the past the first movie, essentially. Oh, very interesting. You know what? Yeah, I haven't even thought about her hair at all. Why did they do... Oh, who cares? I don't know, guys. It's so many odd decisions around Hermione. And I like movie Hermione, but... Yeah, anyway. Hollywood couldn't let a female be anything less than perfectly conventionally attractive. I know, it's... that. And, well, my issue with it is that... I don't know, guys. I'd imagine that doing your hair... to a high quality is difficult. I don't know, guys, because you know, I've got short hair, and so it definitely makes Hermione seem very capable in ways where book Hermione isn't meant to be. I don't know. I really hope they don't do that in the TV series, guys. Because obviously, I think that, I don't know, do most people not read the books? Do most moviegoers not read the books? I'd imagine that's probably the case. They are missing out on a really relatable character in Hermione. And I'm sure that a lot of people find the movie Hermione relatable, but there are bits where I'm thinking, oh yeah, I've been there, when I'm checking out the books, you know? And so, yeah, this sucks. It's a shame, is what I'm saying. It doesn't suck. It makes more sense for Snape to accuse Harry of stealing from his potion ingredients in the book than it does in the movie. Yeah, it's just like a random... I think Carcroft shows up on it, doesn't he? I can't remember. In the movie, he seems to just jump to the conclusion that it was Harry for no reason. You can't even say it's because Harry's done it before, because they weren't caught last time. That being said, Alan Rickman saying "don't lie to me" might be the Harry Potter line I quote the most. Very interesting. Yeah, I haven't rewatched that scene properly, but I know exactly the scene you're talking about. I love his larder, by the way, whatever it is. It's ingredients, whatever, I can't remember what it's called in the book, but I'm going to call it a larder though. I love it. It's so, you can imagine Snape in there all day making sure that everything's in the right place and everything, you know. I think it looks great. I really would wonder why Moody didn't turn Harry in. Harry doesn't even consider that is strange behaviour. Maybe it's because his friction with Snape, maybe. He didn't want to give Snape the satisfaction of being right. Snape almost catches him in the lie. And then how would he have explained that he was just helping Harry break the rules for no real reason? Even if Harry gets in trouble, he still has to compete in the tournament. That's a very good point. So he can basically do whatever he wants. Why take the risk when you don't know that Harry is even doing out of bed? What Harry's doing out of bed? What do you think? Yeah, that's so true. He does actually still have to do the tournament, and I wish they would explain why he has to. Like, just. I presume it's because he'll die, or the universe will crack in half or something like that. But it's never actually said why he has to do it, and it feels like it needs to have someone just explain why he has to. Or maybe it has and I'm just missing it, but I don't know. Either way, actually, great comment. I really appreciate it. Said, hi Veggie, I have heard a lot of mentions over multiple previous book clubs that it is strange for the magical community to use wizard and magic when naming things. For examples, wizard chess and wizard Christmas crackers. It does feel odd to me. It honestly does. Let's read the rest of your comments. To me, it makes perfect sense, as there are lots of muggle-borns like Hermione, or half-blood witches and wizards who might use both muggle-made and magical objects with their magic siblings and parents. Love these chapters. Thank you, Sad. I still don't see it that way, because we know that certain wizards, a lot of wizards, in fact probably the majority of wizards, don't really get Muggle life. You look at Arthur, who spent much of his life researching Muggle stuff, still doesn't know how to dress like one, you know. So there is that disconnect. And so there are going to be lots of wizard folk who are segregated away from Muggles, and after a few years of saying, oh, can you pass me the Christmas the wizard crackers, would probably eventually just, after a while, just say, can you pass me the crackers? And so it would reduce out. Because from what I gather, you know what it is? I need to know what the percentages are of half-bloods and Muggle-borns in the Wizarding world. I'd love to know that, because I think I see them as being rarer than purebloods, and I feel like purebloods are the most common wizards. It has to be like that, doesn't it? It has to be. It has to be. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's where I'm getting this all wrong. Maybe it's a lot more equal than I'm thinking it is. Definitely food for thought, they said. And I appreciate your explanation. I like that a lot. Yeah. But for the benefits of Muggle-borns, which we know a lot of the Wizarding world don't like. Yeah, anyway, great comment. I appreciate it. Sab! Hi, Veggie. The description of the prefect's bathroom is so heavenly. It's too good. It's I don't know why it's as nice as it is. It throws me off a little bit. I find it interesting that this scene implies the ghosts can go wherever they want in the world, with Myrtle stalking Olive Hornby and all that. I always just assumed it was standard. You stay where you die. Ghost rolls. Yeah, which would mean that Nick was executed at Hogwarts. Maybe when you die, you have an affiliation with where you died. And so you feel safest, maybe, or you feel a sense of nostalgia or a connection to your living self where you died. Maybe that's it, but you can go elsewhere, because obviously Nick had the homies round, didn't he? For his death day. As many have said, Rita Skeeter is awful. Absolutely. Seems like she wanted to write something to get Ludo Bagman fired, just so she could start an article with disgraced ex-head of magical sports. Well, I guess the Ministry could be controlling the profit, because we never hear bad stuff about Fudge, do we? I think we may have done, actually. I feel like we may have done, actually, when Hagrid was reading it just after picking up Harry. Also, what on earth was Aberforth doing to get prosecuted for practicing inappropriate charms on a goat? Yeah, my brain can't be the only one who goes in a certain direction with that, Sam. But it's a strange sentence. It really is. It's for it to be in a kid, well, not a kid book, but in like a family book. It's quite it definitely raises a lot of questions about Aberforth. It really does. Janny, hi Veggie, so many mysteries in these two chapters. Rita Skeeter getting information about Hagrid even though she's banned from the grounds. I'd completely forgotten that she was banned from the grounds. That's crazy. So Bagman's suspicious interest in helping Harry in the tournament, Crouch appearing on Harry's map, and none of this is in the movie, of course, which on the other hand makes it more interesting for you. Absolutely. Now, weirdly enough, because this is the most different from the movie so far, it's making the book even more exciting. It really is. I find it a bit disturbing that Moaning Myrtle and the mermaid painting apparently spy on students in the bathroom. That means that there is literally no privacy at Hogwarts if ghosts can enter the bathrooms whenever they want. The thing is that this isn't a bathroom. I wouldn't describe this as a bathroom. I would describe it as a swimming pool which has toilet facilities as well. And so, if people are going in their bathing costumes, which they should be rather than skinny dipping and everything, then it's a lot less of a problem. It's essentially a ghost going into a swimming pool. But I mean, yeah. The thing is, when Harry started taking his clothes off, Myrtle probably should have said, "Hey, I'm here, by the way." But she didn't. And then she said that she looked away at the right times and all that sort of stuff, which is not ideal. But I do see a point though. But it is different because, like I say, I wouldn't describe this as a bathroom, personally. I'll go, although it is a bath, isn't it? It's a very large bath rather than a pool. Well, in that case, then they absolutely shouldn't be. Yeah, that's a good point. It depends if it's a swimming pool or it's meant to be a very large bath. I think it's meant to be a very large bath, isn't it? Well, there you go. That is a problem. That means that there's literally no privacy. Yeah, no, I think you have a point there, Johnny. I see that a bit differently now. Thanks so much for your comment. Paulina! Hi, Veggie! This is my first comment. You're very welcome, Paulina. Paulina. I am saying that right. I'm not sure. So I hope you don't mind if I make it in bullet points. Oh, absolutely. That's fine. Poor Hagrid. See, he is such a gentle giant who just needs a little love and reassurance. It's true. And, like, when... The thing is, he can't change the thing about the giant thing at all, you know. And so it's something that is in him, and he can never change, and so it's very important that he needs that encouragement. I love how the trio and Dumbledore treat him, making sure that he knows that he is loved and accepted. Absolutely, could not agree more. Number 2. By the way, bullet points is absolutely fine, guys. If you want to do bullet points, it's go ahead. Is Myrtle a little creep? Maybe, but is she also super funny? Absolutely. Well, there you go. See, so I presume you're talking about. Let's continue. Absolutely. She literally hounds the girl that found her body to the point that the Ministry had to step in. Yeah, that is amazing. I mean, that is absolutely crazy. Not okay, but hilarious. Yeah, it's kind of. I want to see that. I want to see that on screen. You know, that whole situation of, like, you know, the Ministry having to come along and say, "You're going to have to stop this now." That's rude. Also, when she said that no one cared about her even when she was alive, it broke my heart. Yeah, this is the thing with Myrtle, guys. Is that, in fact, I feel really sorry for her, but it seems like we're meant to also be laughing at her to an extent. I don't know if that's true, actually. She just needs a friend, exactly. Which makes sense, as being one teenage ghost at Hogwarts, having to look at the life she could have had if she were still alive must be horrible. Yeah, I agree. And when, like, Harry is like, you know, saying, yeah, sure, I'll try and come back, and then thinking that he'll avoid anything to do it, I just makes me feel even sorry for it, even more sorry for it, you know. I mean, it's very interesting that this comment is about Hagrid and Myrtle, and you think about the difference in compassion towards them. I don't know, yeah, it's sad. I find Myrtle a very tragic character, which, you know, I think most probably do. Paulina, thank you so much for your first comment, greatly appreciated. Josh, I am unsure what to make of Ron and Hermione ignoring their argument. If they are formal yet nice to each other, it does perhaps indicate that they have learned from what happened the previous year over Cat, Rat and Firebolt. Oh, I see. So they've learned, so they've matured, and they realise that it is better if they just get on. I think it's the awkwardness of what was actually said, and I think it's particularly Hermione, what she said in the book, that made the awkwardness. It's like, okay, I'll just let that out. Let's try it, just pretend it didn't happen. I actually think it's great. It's very relatable as well. Josh, thank you so much for your comment. It's Nurse Thing. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. She's like stretched out right now, just trying to stay cool on a bed. I had an epiphany whilst rereading these chapters. Could Hagrid's love of dangerous magical creatures stem from his half-giant background? They're considered dangerous magical beings, right? So maybe they're drawn to other fierce creatures because they don't consider them dangerous or scary. Maybe. Oh, I really like that. Now, I wasn't sure which way you were going to go in that direction, because I thought that maybe you were going to say that they feel akin to creatures that may have been persecuted, but no, you're saying that because they are meant to be these fierce creatures, that they are drawn towards similar creatures, which again makes Hagrid even more inappropriate as being a careful magical creatures teacher. That's very interesting. I like that a lot. I love that you see Harry trying to work out his egg for more than just one night, like in the movie. We do have Hermione badgering him, not in a Hufflepuff way, about the egg. On the bridge, just before Cedric comes along. So there's little lines here and there, but it's certainly not into the depths that the book is able to have. He is trying, and yes, he lies to Hermione about how far along he is with it, but he is trying. I love the way that he said, "Oh yeah, I think I've worked out what it is now." It's like, oh great. I love that so much in the book. I love that you see Harry trying to work out his egg for more than just one night, like in the movie. Oh, I'm reading the whole thing again. He's trying. I appreciate the end of chapter 24. I know people have their issues with the characters, but the chapter, to me, really shows the kindness in the hearts of both Hagrid and Dumbledore. Pardon me, guys. I apologise. Not your comment, it's another thing. Despite their flaws, they really do have a wonderful, kind, generous hearts. Absolutely. No, they're all looking out for each other, and it's a beautiful thing. Finally, I just love the name of the goblin language, gobbledygook. Brilliant. Yeah, I need to look up if that's been used anywhere else as the goblin language, because if not, that's inspired. What an inspired choice. I hope you and Woozle are enjoying your summers. Till next time, yes, I'm making sure that she's nice and cool. We've got another walk to do on Sunday, which means I'm going to have to watch SummerSlam very late. It's fine. I'll just avoid Twitter on Sunday. But yes, it's going to be another long one. I don't think it'll be as long as the Watership Down walk. But it is going to be hilly, though. It's going to be interesting. It's over towards Tring. Oh, and there's a pub called the Greyhound very nearby, which is perfect. Anyway, I hope you and Weasel, yes, rereading your entire comment again. Thank you, Nurse. Greatly appreciate it. Grace, hi, Veggie. Chapter 24 notes. Harry does have a point about the egg clue. Why didn't Cedric just tell him? Yeah, I think I may be giving Cedric too much credit, but I feel like he didn't want to take away because Cedric was probably like back of the net when he worked it out, you know, he's probably like really delighted, and so he didn't want to take that away from Harry, but maybe I don't know, maybe I'm just defending Cedric there. We meet, I mean, the fact is, Harry could have said, no, I told you about the dragon, what do I have to do? And then Cedric would have awkwardly just said, oh, yes, my mate. he could have done that. That would have ruined the scene a little bit, though, wouldn't it? We meet Gribbly Blank, who was mentioned in the Potter musicals, by the way. Oh, really? That's cool. That's deep cuts. How did you think Rita... Oh, because we know that Winky was mentioned as well. How do you think Rita found out about Hagrid? What do you think she has planned for Hermione? Oh, I don't know about the Hermione thing, but yeah, I've gone into the Hagrid thing. I'm really debating it. The kids also have a point. I love Hagrid, but he isn't the best teacher. Aberforth mentioned, I find his character so interesting. I mean, imagine having Albus Dumbledore as a brother. Absolutely. No, that's actually very true. But yeah, he's definitely an interesting character from what we hear this time. The end of this chapter always makes me tear up. People often forget how poignant a figure Hagrid is in Harry's life, and this chapter just really reminds me of that bond. Chapter 25. Is it just me, or do the bubbles in the bath sound oddly delicious? Oh no, yeah, I'm sure that they talk about, like, I'm not sure if it mentions vanilla, but it definitely says of some sort of flavours and so on, doesn't it? I always found Myrtle really creepy during this part, especially in the movie. Harry is only 14, pretty weird. Also, she spies on the other prefects too. Another point, she used to be able to leave Hogwarts before being confined to where she died. Do you think, can she leave? I think she can physically leave, but she may get in trouble for it. Do you think that other ghosts had something like that happen to them? Well, not all of them, because obviously we had, like, loads of people showing up for Nick's death day, didn't we? I hope it's not forever, because that is horrendous if Myrtle is doomed to stay there forever. Oh no, she can go down to the lake, can't she? Yeah, the legality around it is very interesting. There's obviously something more to it. What do you think is going on with Crouch? We know from the pensive scene in the movie that he was a judge for the trial of Death Eaters. Very true. But do we wonder... Pardon me, guys, I'm sorry. But do you wonder if he was a lot more extreme in the books? Well, Moody seems to reckon that he is, but, you know, that's our Moody, isn't it? This Moody. On a different note, I think that Moody truly means everything he says, just in a different context. Lots of double meanings. Oh, absolutely, yeah, no, I've been picking up on that as well. Anyway, I hope you and Woozle have a great day. Thank you, Grace, I appreciate that, and I hope you have a great day too. Great comment. Stephen. Hey, Veggie. There's lots of good stuff in these chapters. I love the entire subplot of Scoot in the book. I can't wait for them in the series. That is going to be a fun sequence. Unless everyone hates... it's very possible this Harry Potter series is going to be awful. It might be, guys. We need to hedge our bets just in case. But if it's good, we'll cover it on the channel, guys. Or if it's bad, we'll cover it on the channel. If you guys are interested in it, we'll cover it. Every time we hear from them, it just gives me even more fascinating. And now we learn that Hagrid may have created them. I like the fact that you put may have, because it's not completely confirmed, is it? Because it's Rita's writing. But yeah, that was definitely a twist I didn't see coming. I don't like Professor Gribbly-Plank's approach to a lesson where only half the students can effectively participate. Let's continue with this. She should have given the boys something they can learn about as well if they weren't able to approach the unicorn. Okay, I'm going to push back on that slightly, because we do hear that Gribbly Plank is speaking particularly loud so the boys can hear it as well. So it's just from a safety issue. They are still learning about the unicorn. But I do see your point. Her first lesson would have ideally been something which everyone can actually completely participate in. I completely grant you on that. But eventually, the boys are going to have to learn about the unicorns, and they're going to have to do it from a distance, just for safety reasons. But yeah, there's the difference. I mean, you know what? That's been put in there perfectly to contrast with Hagrid, hasn't it? That really has. That actually really has. We get to see how insecure Hagrid is of his parentage. I hate seeing Hagrid sad, but this chapter just makes me love him even more. And it's awesome how supportive his dad was about encouraging his son to embrace who he is. Absolutely, yeah. And then to lose him at such a young age. I'd like to know more about his upbringing and relationship with his father. Yeah, I don't know if we'll get it, but I would definitely like it. I mean, the fact is, this is like a big revelation for, like, you know, the trio to be finding anything out of this about Hagrid, because it's unlikely that they would have asked him before, which is a shame, obviously. But yeah. What do you think is going on with Ludo? What was Rita referring to? Gambling and gambling is my bet right now, ironically. If Hagrid was 7 or 8 feet tall at age 11, how did no one think there was a chance he could be part giant? That's actually a fair point. Yeah, that is actually a fair point. But I guess he would have gone through school just because he is a wizard and everything. And then when he was a caretaker, it was kind of like... It would have exactly been headline news, you know, the fact that there is this tall caretaker. And so a lot of people who didn't go to Hogwarts wouldn't have known. But then again, you'd think that a lot of the students would have been able to work it out. That's a fair point. That's actually a great point. Surely someone had to have thought it is possible. I don't understand why they're surprised if they at least thought it was possible. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Stephen. That does seem a little bit strange, actually. Anyway, thank you so much for your comment. Raider Max of the summaries. Thank you so much, Max. Hi, Veggie. Ain't this a great book? How do you think Rita is getting her info? I don't know. I can't be Flux. That would make no freaking sense. But the info about specifically Hagrid's mother's name, that's the bit which has completely thrown me off. It really has. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to find out. Thanks so much, Max. Annette. And yet, I'm so sorry if I'm saying her name wrong. A lot of different than in the movie, isn't it? What do you think of the Squirts? I mean, they are kind of horrible, but it's great hearing about them now, you know, and hearing what the students have to do for them. Skeeter, to me, is like a particularly nasty tabloid reporter. Oh, yeah, got that on the money. If she can't find a legit story, then just make one up. What she did to Hagrid was awful. Yeah, and you think if there's actually a longer game behind it, if like she's trying to use that to get to Harry somehow, but she obviously got turned down for the interview on Harry in chapter 24. Yeah, I wonder if there is a longer game though. Thank you so much, and yeah, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Simon, leave that Welsh tart alone. That sounds so familiar to me. Welsh tart. Thing is, there aren't that many Welsh characters and things, are there? There really aren't, guys. Compared to, like, Scottish characters in British television. I might need to look that one up, because that is screaming very familiar to me, but I just cannot think what it is. Nice bit of, it can't be a Carry On, right? I can't think of any Welsh people in Carry On. Oh, I think no, he's Irish. Yeah, the Karen Cabby is an Irish driver. Anyway, nice bit of teenage pettiness from Harry. I'm not expecting accepting his help. Not accepting his help. I'm not exempting his help. He's dating Cho. I'm not accepting his help. Yeah, okay. I see it. Sorry, that took me a little while to process. Batman looking as suspicious as ever, and Crouch is missing, and apparently roaming the castle. A lot's going on. That. Oh, hang on. It's not Life of Brian, is it? No, okay, sorry, back to your comment. And apparently roaming the castle, a lot going on that isn't even hinted at in the film. And how did Rita find out about Hagrid? It's not like she was there, so was it Ron or Harry who snitched? Well, yeah, I don't... Unless it was Ron. Oh my god. No, because that would break up the trio again, and that would be a huge thing missed from the movie. It can't be Ron. I don't believe it's wrong. Let's move on. I'm going to look up that quote in a second, guys, because I need to know. A lot of good exclusive content this time. That's basically one scene in the movie. Yeah, absolutely, it really is one scene. And Rita Skeeter may be vicious, but she's got nothing on Moni Myrtle. She haunts you for life. Yeah, well, she did get stopped after a while. But she did know that Olive would think about it until the day she died. So, which is brutal. Yeah, it's horrible. It's really horrible. Also, the use of wizard in the case of the Also, the use of wizard in the case of Weasley's wizard Wheezes is a play on word, and use of wizard in this case is slang usage. It means good. Oh, interesting. Oh, you're right to say that something is wizard. Yes, my goodness. I mean, that could be. It's not a very common term, but yeah, some people do refer to as, like, saying magic. Something's magic, something's wizard. That's true, I have heard that. And you seem to be very concerned about dragon welfare during the last chapter, where Harry is described as using chopped dragon liver. I don't think live dragons let you harvest them. Oh, well, yeah, but if we want to get into a thing about, the efficacy about, killing animals and everything, I am vegan. And so, yeah, but, I understand. It's the mistreatment of live animals is also a big concern, I don't know if dragons are particularly farmed in the Wizarding World. Presumably they probably are. But if not, then it could be a dragon attacked a village. They had to go and take it out, and then they took the liver to be used. Maybe like that. Maybe, possibly. I need to look up that quote. It's not Life of Brian, is it? I'm too good, guys. I'm too freaking good. Yeah. It's Terry Jones? Yeah. Because that's the thing, because she's not Welsh. And so I was thinking, because weirdly enough, guys, in British television and in cinema in this case, there really aren't that many Welsh characters and things. There really aren't. There really aren't. And so I knew when I read it, I thought, okay, that is a mistake in that's a joke in the script that they're describing someone as being Welsh, and that made me think of Life of Brian. I am very proud of myself. Nice work, Simon. Greatly appreciated. I'll give you a heart. Rhea says, I've been looking forward to this for a while. This is the first time mentioning Hagrid. This is my first time entering Hagrid, defending and making a case for him. I noticed there isn't a lot of comments this time, so I'm making this a bit longer as usual. Sorry. Okay. Okay. If you wish to, then you have. So I think Hagrid is drawn towards more dangerous creatures because he sees himself in them, much like that previous comment. His anguish at being outed proves it. Hagrid is very much aware of the stigma and stereotype of associating with giants and other creatures. I'm not saying that they are always wrong, but it is wrong when it comes to Hagrid. I think this is why he doesn't automatically cast away the creatures simply for what they look like. That's very fair. He looks for the good in them, which is what he wants others to do for him before jumping to conclusions. I think this is highly admirable and an important lesson to be taught. Every creature has some degree of worth, or at least deserves a chance. Yes, even monsters. this is the message he's trying to project. I'm not sure if it's really that he's trying to project it, but it's certainly what he does do. Like, it was what come natural to him, definitely. We also have to remember Hagrid's vast knowledge of magical creatures. Was mostly self-taught from his own experience. After Hagrid was falsely framed for robbing and robbed of his secure magical creatures, he turned to the forest. He learned everything there, not in a class. I didn't know that at all. His expulsion also ripped him away from his peerage and direct age group, hence tea time with the 118-year-old Dumbledore and 15-year-old trio to support him and cheer him up. That's true, although he does go to the Free Broomsticks with other people, doesn't he? McGonagall, for example, who we haven't heard from for a while. He is very emotionally stunted. Hagrid gets a lot of flack for his sometimes loose tongue and handling of information, but we were all like that at some point until we learned better from experience. Hagrid's experience and education from all that stuff ended when he was 13. That's fair, yeah, it's the isolation as well. I mean, I've had periods in my life where I've been isolated, and it's it definitely makes, you know, communication very, very difficult. When you take a lot into account, Hagrid's behaviour and actions make a lot more sense. My point is, I love Hagrid for exactly who he is yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and 50 years from now. R.I.P. Robbie Coltrane. Great comment, Ray. I mean, yeah, I do definitely take what you're saying about, yeah, his how his life must have been so different compared to other people in his age group. Absolutely, and yeah, and who he now turns to. But yeah, we have seen him socialise with other people before, haven't we? I guess it's generally other professors and everything, but yeah, it must be very, very different for him. A great comment, Rhea, regarding the length of it thing. It's because I posted this a few days late, and so because that when you saw it, it would have had less comments on. But there are still a boatload of comments to come, quite a lot of long ones as well, which is a thing. So yeah, how many comments there are shouldn't really affect how long a comment can be, because if one person is able to do a comment this length, then it means everyone's allowed to do it. You know what I mean? And so I would prefer people shorten their comments. At the same time, guys, you know, you guys are backing the Patreon for this, and so I feel terrible about, you know, asking people to keep things short, but it does make these videos very, very long and quite stressful to get through sometimes, when recording, I should say, but I do thoroughly enjoy it, though. Thank you either way, Ria, for your comment. Deeper Veggie, hope you are well. How you doing, Elizabeth? Sorry, I didn't even say your name. Chapter 24. Rita is such a dang pest in the book. Do you think that the movie did her justice from what you've seen so far? I think so. There's less venom, but I do feel like it was a good a Rita Skeeter light is probably the best way I can put it. I really love that Harry calls out Bagman for not offering help to Cedric despite all his faults. Harry really is a stand-up guy. Yeah, that was awesome, and also it was just like I'm smelling a rat here. There's something more to why you want me to win. Chapter 25. It's not Mithril. I want to say Mithril. Myrtle. There we go. Myrtle, wrong book. Myrtle is definitely less creepy in the book, but still hilariously weird. She kind of reminds me of Sadness from Inside Out. Oh my goodness, I love that. Yes, I can see that. I can absolutely see that. I really can. I ain't seen the new one. I don't know if the new one's out yet or not, but I did like the original, though, guys. Very good. What's the triple? Anyway, move on. I've got an opinion about... okay, I'll say it like this. There is a certain character in the first Inside Out which they had better not bring back, because what they did was very, very well done if they bring that character back, it completely undoes it. So I'm going to leave it like that. Very much like Final Fantasy X, in fact. Which I never played the sequels to. Alright, I like that she became a good sounding board for Harry to figure out. Yeah, a good sounding board. I like that term. That's great. The absolute stress I was under when Harry got stuck in the stairs. I'm a bit disappointed we never got to see Snape in his PJs. Yeah, absolutely. I really hope that HBO series gives him a nice billowing Snape-esque nightshirt. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that most people expect that guy from... is it someone Driver? Is that his name? Kylo Ren to play Snape, maybe. You know what I need to do? I need to, like, maybe I should do a reaction, actually, to, like, these videos which are, like, you know, which come up with casts and everything like that, because I won't know a lot of the actors, but it might be a fun little reaction to do. Anyway, Elizabeth, great comment. Sorry to go on about the length of the comment, Rhea, but it's just because you specifically mentioned, because there weren't many comments, I had to bring it up that time. And like I say, your comment may have inspired some other very long comments that are coming as well, potentially. Anyway, move on. Roween. There we go. Hello. I agree that Harry is being stubborn and petty with his attitude towards Cedric, but I also think he holds him in high regard. Since the choking, maybe not, but yeah, that's interesting. He is jealous of him because he is with Cho and is impressed. And is an impressive person, but that means he sees him as someone to aspire to be like. I feel like that's actually fair. Also, I find it almost sweet that Harry asks Bagman if he offered Cedric help, because this is the kind of weird moment for Harry, and he might feel awkward, but still instinctively wants to be fair for Cedric despite the current dislike and past Quidditch deals, or singular deal. No, don't go into that again, Veggie. This is very interesting, guys, because I've noticed a lot of you are saying that it was actually quite altruistic of Harry to not take the help. No, sorry, altruistic of Harry to say, well, have you told Cedric? I didn't read it like that. I gotta say, I read it as him saying, hey, Bagman, why are you being so nice to me? This is mega sus. Not in a Moaning Myrtle way, but there's something suspicious here. That's what I took it at. Whereas some people, you guys are like saying that it's more that he was being kind to Cedric there. That's very interesting. He does later agree with Ron that he doesn't care if Cedric gets help, but I think that's a lot of Ron's influence. He even defends Cedric from Myrtle stirring in the bathroom. He even defends Cedric from Myrtle staring at the bathroom. Oh, very interesting. Yes. Yeah, that's true. However, while it's nice that Harry is sometimes defending him, it is a bit strange that Harry outright told Cedric the first task was dragons, and Cedric is just telling him clues. I guess Cedric probably actually figured out he had to put the egg in underwater, whereas Harry was shown the dragons with no thinking required. That's interesting. But then again, he didn't tell Cedric how he knew. So it's still fair in a way, as they both had to work out the answer regardless. Yeah, exactly. It definitely keeps it a lot fairer. And also that Harry questioning why Cedric didn't just tell him. I think that was before he'd actually worked out the answer, wasn't it? It was. It definitely was. And so that bitterness was still there. Whereas once he worked out, he probably didn't think twice about why Cedric didn't tell him the full thing. A great comment. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, Rioen. I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I say all the names wrong. Apart from Q's, which is quite easy to say. Hi, Veggie. I love Hagrid so much. I think he's a much more interesting character than he often gets credit for. His strengths become his flaws and vice versa. His compassion and respect for all living creatures, even especially the ones most people are afraid of, is definitely a good and lovable trait. It is also a problem when he prioritizes and priorities and judgment don't account for the safety and the vulnerability of humans. Exactly. Yeah, this is the thing. Whenever I criticize Hagrid's teaching ability and him thinking about people's safety and everything, it's not a reflection on what I think of him as a person. Absolutely not. His friendships with the trio, especially with Harry, is so sweet and not the same as a lot of relationships they have with adults. Oh, absolutely. Hagrid isn't a father figure or much as a teacher to them. He's hardly a real authority figure. Oh, absolutely. He first and foremost is a friend, and sometimes that's exactly what Harry needs. Hagrid isn't his guardian. They take mutual care of each other. Hagrid isn't an authority figure. Harry didn't trust him. Hagrid is an adult friend who cares deeply about Harry and has some life experience and wisdom that Harry really needs. And Harry is a young friend who trusts Hagrid and is also willing to bring some tough love, which Hagrid often needs. Oh, absolutely. And imagine being a half-giant, expelled from school and falsely accused of murder. That's a good point. Murder, manslaughter. For years. I think Hagrid really values being trusted. The amount of care and handling the trio have to do sometimes for Hagrid wouldn't be healthy if he were their guardian, caregiver, and it's not really ideal as a teacher, but his primary role in their lives is their friend, and that is really beautiful. Yeah, and he does friendship very well. That's much longer than I intended to ramble. Oops, I guess I have a lot of feelings about it. Oh, I can tell, absolutely. I don't think Hagrid's dad sounds... And don't you think that Hagrid's dad sounds so lovely? Makes me wish I could meet him. Yeah, that would be good. I mean, they could do a Hagrid origin story, I guess. Don't know how likely that would be, but I don't know, maybe we'll get a flashback in the TV series, but either way, looking forward to it. Great question, great comment, Q. Obviously, with the longer ones, I can't reply to each and every sentence and everything, but I appreciate your love of Hagrid as a character. That definitely came through. William, hello. So I'm not the biggest Hagrid fan, evidently. So maybe that's just me thinking that he shouldn't go back to teaching. Well, I don't know how proud it really made him and everything, but I mean, maybe he doesn't for all I know, but I think that the students could argue that they're learning a lot more in Plank's classes, but then again, Plank isn't the teacher though, and so yeah, I guess I mean, yeah, Dumbledore is refusing his resignation, and so that's how it lies. Chapter 25 has always been one of my favourites in this book, purely due to the chaos and the pajama party, and the second person to refer to it as that. I also love the mystery parts of the book. Moody is definitely one of my favourite characters. Speaking of Moody, his name is one of the few that got translated to Finnish. His Finnish name is, oh my giddy goose. No, it's not that. It is Vilislama Vorkomeli. Was that how close? Oh, that's probably a million miles away. But that is a fascinating looking name though, which roughly translates to Wild Eye Crazy Mind. That's awesome! Wild Eye Crazy Mind. Mad Eye. So Moody is Crazy Mind, which I can kind of see. That's fascinating. That's absolutely fascinating. The Finnish translator has said that this was one of his favourite translations to make. Oh, I could see why. That's actually really cool. I really like that. William, thank you so much for your comment. I hope I pronounced that name correctly. I probably didn't. Maria. Hi, Veggie. These are great chapters. The mystery keeps getting more and more complex. You have to wonder what is going on with Barty Crouch. Do you think Percy really is poisoning him? I mean, if that turns out to be the twist, that is incredible. But I don't think Percy would do that. I honestly don't think that he would do that. I think he respects him too much to do that. I would love to hear what Myrtle did to at Olive's brother's wedding. That's right, because Harry like interrupts her, doesn't he? That's right. He's just like waffling on. I agree that her character is a bit creepy and inappropriate, but she deserves a lot of credit in this chapter because I'm sure Harry wouldn't have figured out the clue without her. Yeah, it's very possible, or at least he would have been there a lot longer. It's interesting that Myrtle says Olive went to the ministry to complain about her. I wonder what the ministry can do to punish a ghost. Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, there's probably magic that they could use to move ghosts, maybe, and so that that could have yeah, I guess it's some sort of magic, but God knows what it would be though. Also, I love the description of the prefect's bathroom. I would love to have something like that in my house. Oh my goodness, yes. That would be awesome. It really is. I mean, it's so grand. It's so grand. I don't understand why it's so grand, quite frankly. But anyway, Maria, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Woozle has decided to join us, VEGGIEKNIGHTS. She's sunbathing on the windowsill. And she was getting very, very hot, and so I brought her here to like try and get her to have a drink. She's got a drinking bowl just over there. That's a behind-the-scenes fact of Veggie fans or Woozle fans. And she hasn't had one. She hasn't had one, but she's just laying on my bed. I think it is probably a bit cooler in here actually, so she'll be joining us. You want to lay down? No. Okay. You stay out. I don't think you've got any snacks. Oh! I spoke too soon. Oh my giddy goose. What a cutie. What a cute noodle. Hey? What a cutie. She's been a very good girl recently. She really has. She's so much more confident and everything. She's still not great with people who approach humans that approach her though, to be honest. She really isn't. But aside from that, she's like a normal dog, incredibly. You okay? You're not gonna be sick, are you? You're gonna be eating grass again? That often makes her sick. Hey? You gonna have a snooze? You see, at this time I'd usually be taking her out for a second WLIK, but it's too hot right now, so we might leave it a little bit later, yeah? Let me get this finished. Also, we are doing this in good time, guys. So if there are less comments, like Rhea said, it's very possible because I posted the post late, guys. So I am so sorry about that. But we are actually getting through this book club at a pretty good rate. So so yes, I apologise if it is because I got that thing late. I will make sure that I post it as soon as I post this episode out. So moving over to Gary, not Jerry, which is a throwback now. It really is. I just love Dumbledore. Just Dumbledore though. He cares for Hagrid. His politeness and total lack of surprise that the trio have come to visit him. Absolutely. His temporary deafness. How he brought the letters from people defending him to show Hagrid. Oh yes, he did. That's so true. His point about not holding out for universal popularity is spot on. What a gem. Yeah, that is awesome. It really is. Yeah, monkey. Good girl. It is quite funny how Hermione immediately shuts up when she sees him, though. Yeah, I completely, because she's going nuclear at that point. Like, uh-oh, head teacher is here. Yeah, exactly. She completely, it snaps her out of her red mist that she was saying. Great comment, Gary. Snow speeders. Hi, Veggie. I love the way that Rita Skeeter is being portrayed. Oh, by the way, guys, I should say, because we're doing this in record time, I'm also going to do a unboxing at the end of this from one of Dara's boxes. So get one of those knocked off, which will be nice. So there's a little extra for the end of this this episode, because we are doing this in good timing. What? Right. So. I love the way that Rita Skeeter is portrayed in these chapters. She really does personify the bias, rudeness, and breach of personal space that represents the evil side of journalism. That is a very good summary of the character. That really is. I always feel really bad for Hagrid in these chapters because he's been through a lot, and for Rita to bring it up again on purpose and rub his face in it is really horrible. Absolutely. But the thing is, I don't know. Do you reckon there is malice in Rita, or is she just completely scrupulous, without scruples? I don't know. I don't know if it is actually a viciousness. I mean, then again, she said about doing something to Hermione. We will find out on that. I absolutely love Hermione's reaction to Dumbledore answering the door and Hagrid's hut. It must have been so awkward. Yeah, it's like, wow. Snape in chapter 25 is amazing. I know you're supposed to imagine him as his own character, but I can't help but picture Alan Rickman here. Oh, I'm past that now. I'm still doing it with some characters, but with Snape, I'm past that now. He just fits so well. The way he acts in the scenes with his anger and his frustration over his frustration mixed with the forced calm when Moody shows up really reminds me of Alan's performance of the Sheriff of Nottingham in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Gonna dig your heart out with a spoon and cancel Christmas. As a side note, I'd have to say that's my favourite performance of him. It's amazing. Have you seen Die Hard? Because he is so good in that. And that was his first major role as well, I believe. If you haven't seen Galaxy Quest, you have to see Galaxy Quest. I'm not saying he's a parody of a very good actor in a weird way in it. But yeah, Galaxy. I've mentioned it countless times, but yeah. It's so interesting because the thing is, in the book, we really see moments of Snape being frustrated with Harry not getting punished in the way that he wants and everything. I don't think we ever get that in the movies, do we? Like, his genuine frustration with it. Not that I can think of. No, I'm not sure. I could be wrong though. Oh, you look so sad, monkey. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. The bath pool sounds amazing. I want one in real life. You're not alone. It makes me wonder who came up with it in the first place. If the prefects have this grand of a bathroom, do the teachers have a whole water park or something else? Like, yeah, it seems too nice. It really seems too nice. I hope the water parks exist in the Wizarding World. I do like a good water park, guys. Went to one in Glasgow. My brother has a thing about visiting all the great water parks in the UK. And so, yeah, that was part of our trip to go there. It was good as well. There was a crazy freaking thing where it's like you're meant to go down in a ring, you know what I mean? But it's a two-person ring, and you had to have two people. And the flume that it is could fit. And this is not being hyperbolic. You can fit a Mini Cooper down it. It is huge. It's like really big. And there's one bit where you duck down, and I genuinely felt I was going to fly off. Like I had to really clutch onto the handles for it. Absolutely crazy. Very cool though. that's it for now. Love hearing your thoughts. Looking forward to the next chapters. Thank you so much, Snow Speeders. I mean, we have not had a bad chapter in a long time. You know, this book has been stellar. So I'm not sure what the next ones are called, actually. I'll have to look that up. You wait. Thank you so much for your comment. It's Charisse. Hi, Veggie. I hope you and Woozle are doing well. Well, there's your answer. Even though it wasn't a question. Between this book club and the last one, I got married! My goodness, Charisse, many, many happy returns. That's not what they say, is it? Congratulations, Charisse. That's wonderful. Seriously. I've been all over the place, I bet. So I'm glad you're a little behind on the book club because it gave me time to comment. Ideal. You know what, Charisse? This whole late thing was a lie. I did it just so you could get your comment. That's amazing. in 24, I like how Rita's article about Hagrid gives more nuance to Ron's beliefs on giants. Oh, well, actually, that's actually very true. Yeah, because, you know, that's actually very true. Because up to now, just hearing Ron's fear of them, this really portrayed the actual bias stigma of them as well. Or maybe it's all granted. I don't know at this point, you know, guys. Voldemort used them to violent ends during his reign of terror. That means that around the time Ron was born, a lot of people would have heard reports and experienced losses firsthand due to giants. Absolutely. That's actually very true. Yeah, particularly their age group, in fact, yeah. Much like the Second World War messed up many generations. That's actually so true. Wow, that is a good point. Even down to I was thinking about this recently. What was it that I was watching where a doorman saluted someone as they came in? What was that? I can't think of what it was. It was a reaction to someone, and the person something I should say, and the person watching it had a little giggle at the fact that this doorman gave him a salute to a patron who's just staying at the hotel or whatever it was, or their apartment or anything, the flat. And I did think to myself, certain generations, maybe the generations that are coming out now, don't understand how militaristic things have been for many decades because of the Second World War. You know, how a generation was brutally affected and given this military approach to life, and that affected their children and their children, and now it feels like that is now starting to soften now. And so you say about the giants being used in a violent way as they were, how that would mess a lot of people up. It really would. That is a great point. He may have many wizard folk, I should say. He may have grown up around people who would have been particularly afraid of them. Oh, absolutely. It'd be interesting to hear Molly and Arthur's opinions of them. I presume they'll be nice, but you know, it's I don't know, to be honest. If you haven't discussed already, what inappropriate charms do you think Albus's brother Aberforth performed on a goat, and that were so bad that they were in the paper? I shudder to think, Charisse. I can't say it, but whatever it is, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right. Either way, Charisse, congratulations. I hope you had a wonderful day, and yeah, I hope you're enjoying the sun as well, if it is indeed sunny where you are. But yes, congratulations. However, at last, here comes my most favourite Severus scene of all time. Everything... All time? Really? Not... Okay. You know what? That surprised me, because I thought that maybe you would have liked the later stuff. As in, what I'm expected to happen in the later books. But let's carry on. Everything about this scene is top-notch. The setting, the characters, the tension, the dialogue. Chef's kiss. You okay, baby? You're not panting anymore. It's okay. It's okay. It's also a great example of JKR's use of indirect characterization. Indirect characterization is when an author reveals a character's traits through her actions instead of saying them out loud. Yes, okay, yeah, I can absolutely say that. Indirect characterization, I like that. The actions speak louder than words. I believe it is in real life, and I apply it to literary characters as well. Sirius, this is why I call him Snape. Severus was in bed when he heard the egg scream. That's a sentence. It's just a strange sentence. We know it sounds like, without context, it's a strange sentence. We know it sounds like a person yelling in pain. Sirius must have thought that someone was hurt. Most likely a student, but possibly even a colleague. What did Severus do? He jumped out of bed immediately and sprinted towards the person who needed help. I completely agree with that. He didn't even consider his own safety. Presumably he had his wand on him. I don't think it's specified here if he had his wand on him. I don't mean like that. But he's in his nightshirt. I presume that he's taken his wand with him. Because the thing is, Filch just immediately presumes it's Peeves. And if Severus heard the scream and thought it was Peeves, I don't think he would have got up. So I think you're right. I think that he did actually genuinely think that someone was in danger. He jumped out of bed and immediately sprinted towards the person who needed help. He didn't even consider his own safety. That's indirect characterization. JKR shows us the real Severus behind this mean persona. She shows us a young man who's brave, selfless, and always protective of others. I agree with that. Obviously, that then changed. Oh, not really. When he found out that his office had been raided. When he says to Moody about it's probably just some kids trying to get ingredients and everything, that's him. He doesn't believe that, does he? I don't think he believes that, and so I was going to say that does change his perspective a bit. But personally, I don't think that he actually believes that. I think he's just trying to avoid Moody from searching the office as well. By the way, this is not the first time we see Severus run towards perceived danger. Oh, absolutely not. No, of course. We had the classic example in Prince of Azkaban, which was a fascinating discussion. People keep forgetting that most of the time we see Sirius, he's acting. But when he's alone, lying in bed, he's not. He could have easily pretended that he didn't hear anything. Nobody would have been any wiser. But that's not who Severus is. Yeah, and I'll add a couple of bits to that as well. If he thought it was Peeves, I don't think he would have got up. He would have been like, "Oh God, Filch, hurry up and sort this out with you." If he thought he was a student up to no good, I do think he probably would have gotten up. But the screaming does change the context of that completely. What was the other thing I was going to add? Also, certain teachers wouldn't. I'm not saying that none of them would. I feel like several teachers absolutely would have gotten up. But Gilderoy Lockhart, imagine him running towards what could be a dangerous situation, you know? So there are definitely teachers who wouldn't done. I think a lot of them would have, but yeah. But we only have Sirius to speculate on with that. It's such an important scene in regards to Sirius's character and a hint towards which side he's really on. I like it. I like it a lot. I like that processing of that scene. It's definitely food for thought, and I think that I largely agree with it as well. Great point. Great comment. Thanks so much for making it. H. Hi, Veggie. There are some characters where we can just completely ignore how they look in the movie. And Crumb being described as skinny and not looking tough clearly means he's one of them. Yeah, I was so confused when I got to that part of the book. I was like, oh, okay, I've been... And the thing is, guys, I'm not even seeing movie Crumb anymore. In fact, part of me sees like the one where he's, you know, the cover of the book where he's on. Part of me kind of sees that. But yeah, I've clearly been imagining someone very different. I love how Hermione gets into the Red Ross mode. I don't know what that means. Oh, to use a Friends reference. Oh, okay. Is it Ross from Friends? Maybe. I've no idea. I've never watched Friends, guys. So maybe we should do a Friends book club one day. It's not a book, but yes. Oh yeah, use a Friends capital F. So it is Ross from Friends. I was blooming right. My goodness, he's the one who's a bit like Xander from Buffy, right? Ross Chandler. Joey. No, Joey is the one who... Joey? Is there one called Joey? I feel like there was, because he had a spin-off. That's the one that I was thinking of, who's a bit like the one from... Sorry, he's a bit like Xander. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've never heard that term before. When she met Rita Skeeter, and that it ended with them finally talking to Hagrid again, and that helped Dumbledore's argument. Oh, actually, yeah. So in a sense, Hermione's rage mode or Red Ross was the key to it all. It really was. By the way, guys, whenever I see the name Rita Skeeter, I instantly think of Lovely Rita, the Beatles song, for obvious reasons. All right. Oh, she's not lovely. The end of chapter 24 really shows how much of a parent figure Hagrid sometimes feels like for Harry. With how much Harry wants to avoid disappointing him, but it's at the same time he's more of a friend. Like how Hagrid's relationship with the trio, and Dumbledore seems to enjoy it as well. Yeah, that's so true. And this has been like one of the keys of this book club today, really, hasn't it? It's been like this. What levels Hagrid is a father figure, an authority figure, and a friend. It's so interesting, guys. It really is. Myrtle's reaction to Harry mentioning breathing is hilarious. I felt it coming as well when he said that. When he said, "How do I breathe?" Especially when she follows up with the Olive Hornby story. Absolutely. Gotta feel sorry for Olive as well. Although she was being a bit rude. The thing is, Olive was being a bit rude. And Myrtle ruined her life because of it. I love the whole stairway scene with Snape, Moody, and Filch. Amazing stuff. Wouldn't it be amazing if the last comment in this book review said, "I really hated that scene." That'd be amazing. I like the power dynamics there and how Moody completely dominates the scene. It's true. It reminds me of Lupin in the book version of the Shrieking Shack scene. Because he kind of bossed that, didn't he? Just so different from the movie. But I love movie Lupin as well, so it's fine. Great comment, H. Always appreciate it. Kevin. Hey, Veggie. I'm currently writing this on July the 30th. You got it in on time. So, of course, I have to start my comment by saying happy birthday, Harry! You're the first one to mention it. My goodness. Well, there you go, guys. My goodness. If that is indeed accurate, which I'm sure it is. I don't want to go too deeply into Rita's article just because it's horrible and vindictive. However, I will say that it always saddens me to read that part of the book and see how Hagrid's reaction just because you really get the sense that he knows that people will treat him differently because of what he is rather than who he is as a person. It's true, and he doesn't. The thing is that it could end up being a real aspirational thing where he is like the first half giant to to be accepted generally, and you know that could have great things in the future. You know, in much of this sort of spew sort of way. You know, I've had Dobby since his first scene, haven't we? Oh no, he's at Christmas. Of course he was. Oh, you're right, monkey. Sorry. She just woofed. Sorry, guys. I actually forgot I was recording for a second. Then I actually did. We treat him differently because he is rather than the person. A similar situation to what happened with Lupin in the last book. Thank God for Dumbledore being so kind and compassionate and alongside the trio, reassuring Hagrid that there is nothing evil or wrong about being half giant. I'll say this, Kevin. Why didn't he refuse Lupin's resignation then? Fluid charming, that is. That's bad. Don't start thinking about that, Veggie. It's because Lupin's my favourite character, you know. So, oh, that's a good point. Lupin against imagine that team up. Lupin and Tina. I'd love that. I freaking love Lupin though. Oh man. I don't need to choose a favourite Wizarding World character. Lupin's my favourite Harry Potter character, I think. And Tina is my favourite Fantastic Beasts character. I think that's fair. I haven't held my wand at all. So you know what I'm gonna use? Oh no, I'm not gonna use that. Oh, where are my wands? Oh, I've put them somewhere. Okay, no wand this time, guys. We're going wand free. Lastly, I'm sure many have already commented on this review. Moody's eye can see through the invisibility cloak. What is that thing made of? That's a good point. I mean, in a way, that should be a Deathly Hallows really, shouldn't it? Really, considering how freaking useful it is. I'm trying to think, how does Moody die? Or does Moody die? I think we see Moody die, don't we? I'm not sure. I feel like we see Moody die. In the movie I'm talking about. I honestly can't remember. I feel like we do. I mean, respect aside, guys, you need to be nabbing that eye. Although, you know, in the movie it is actually an eye patch, isn't it? Whereas in the book it is an eye which is in his retina. That's all right. In his socket. Ugh, horrible. Anyway, that's it. Great comment, Kevin. Yeah, it's a very, very powerful thing. It really is, guys. You know, considering all the items in the world, that's got to be one of the most powerful. Anyway, Kevin, thank you so much for your comment. Carmen, hi, Veggie. Thanks for being a little late so I could get my comment in. You know what? It's fine, Carmen. Anytime. There are so many moving pieces in these chapters. Hagrid, Rita Skeeter, Crouch, Snape, Bagman, and some goblins. I'm totally with Hermione about assuming Hagrid was a giant. Yeah, it's true. It does seem odd how much of a revelation it is here. That was my immediate reaction as a young girl when he is mentioned how tall he was. Absolutely. They live in a magical world. Surely it must have crossed some of their minds. Yeah, it's Ron's shock which is confusing. Because I'd imagine, I don't think Harry was particularly surprised, was he? But Ron's like shock at it is so telling, you know, and odd. Either way, Harry is a fierce friend in these chapters, standing up for Hagrid in multiple public places. It's true, yeah. They turned the not leaky cauldron, the free broomsticks silent, didn't he? I love that he calls Bagman out for not offering Cedric help as well. Part of me thinks that is a fear of. Part of me thinks that is fear of the article and being prosecuted that holds Madame Maxime back. Oh, I see. Madame Maxime from confiding in him. Yeah, but it's like a disgust, isn't it? So she's clearly very ashamed, but in a different way of her heritage. Are you right, baby? Just staring at the back of my head. Are you okay? It's alright, monkey. Jeez. She's probably wondering who I'm talking to. But like I said, I talk to her all the time. What a sweet little monkey. Like, she can't even admit it to herself. It makes me sad that Hagrid hides the photos of his dad in a drawer. That should be displayed proudly. Carmen, that's such a good point. Oh, don't. Oh, Carmen. And he has affection for his father, and so yeah, he really should get that nice frame. We finally reached the infamous stairs scene. I remember being so stressed out reading it as a kid. Yeah, it's so good. It's certainly one of the things. At the end of this book, we're gonna have to do a things that we wish were in the movie or hope is gonna be in the TV series poll again. And I feel like that will be up on their high. But then again, Dobby will be in there as well. Bagman's backstory, Hagrid's backstory. It's all gonna be in there, guys. It's gonna be a heck of a poll. Anyway, comment. Thank you so much for your comment. See how we're doing. Oh, last 3, guys. I will refresh just to make sure that they're already right at the end. Harry Potter. Hi, Veggie. I've been holding this almost this entire video. It's like one of these like hook things, you know. Sorry. These chapters really highlight the difference in theme between the movie and the book. The book is a mystery novel with all these different characters and weird things going on, which feels like it's building up towards something. The movie has almost no mystery and just focuses on the tournament and the teen drama without providing much build up to the next movie. Yeah, that is true actually. Yeah, that is true, but the last scene in Goblet of Fire is freaking beautiful, guys, where it feels like everything's changing now. Hello, monkey. You okay? Do you want out? Or did you want a treat? Charming. She does that a lot. Oh, you didn't see it, but she just booped me on the nose with her nose. Treat time for monkey. Oh, your little ears. Oh, your little ears. What? What's the name of the rabbit? Oh, we do not want that. What's the name of the rabbit? And I shouldn't. Go on, move on. The thing is, I don't like to take other things, but then because then she becomes really picky. Little chicken flavoured donut. There we go, lovely. There's a rabbit in Watership Down who has like a teared ear. So if you can't see, guys, this ear has a tear in it. It was very badly bleeding when she first came to me. But oh, you're right. Little jump there. Yeah, she was in a bad way when she first came to me. There you go. You can probably see it now. Yeah, we had to. I was like giving a spray to like make it seal up and everything. Okay, she wants out. Okay, I'll let her out, and then we'll continue with your comment, Harry Potter. I apologise on Woozle's behalf. You've probably already talked about these points, so no need to repeat them yourself, but some mystery examples. Okay, I appreciate that. How did Rita find out about Hagrid? What hair curling stuff does Rita know about... Oh, hair curling stuff about Ludo. I thought you meant Hermione there, because you got the curly hair. What are goblins looking for? Oh, because yeah, she references Hermione's hair, doesn't she? Why are goblins looking for Crouch and questioning Ludo about it? Why does Ludo keep trying to help Harry? Is Crouch really sick? Why does Moody say Dumbledore gives Snape a second chance? Well, yeah, exactly. There we go. Also, one of my favourite lines from this book, Harry remembered how touchy Myrtle had always been about being dead. Yes, I think it's fair. I feel like it's fair. I mean, yeah, maybe the fact that she's still about it may be what's much, but I think it's pretty valid though, to be honest. Great comic, Harry Potter. Pothead. Jonas of the side panels, thank you so much, Jonas. Hey, Veggie, I really loved the scene at Hagrid's hut with Dumbledore. Really heartwarming. Would have also made a great movie scene without much special effects, but a lot of emotional acting. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, but the thing is, to have the hut scene in it means you had to have the Maxine getting annoyed, which means you had to have Rita being involved a lot more with Hagrid and everything. I mean, I don't think Hagrid and Rita are even in the same room at any point, are they? But in the movie, but yeah, it would have been. I can see why they'd cut it, but it would have been nice to have a reference to it, and for Maxine to just be smiling silently in that scene, it kind of annoys me in a weird way. I'm not blaming the actor, guys. Miss Jones, as I know her. Thank you so much for your comment, Jonas. Camilla is the last one currently, guys, but I will refresh just to make sure, make sure that we got him in. I hope you're doing well, Camilla. I love Hagrid so dearly. He obviously has some childhood trauma, making him often regress to a childlike state. The creatures are like his comforting stuffed animals. Yeah, I can kind of see that. I can see that. Yet, whenever he senses someone else feeling like a misfit, like Harry, or being shut out of a crowd, like Hermione in the previous book, very true, very, very true, he immediately becomes the protective adult. That is a great point. Well, there we go. So there is the protective adult, like parenting sort of aspect of him. That's so true. I forgot about the Hermione thing. These chapters really highlights the reasons for his behaviour, in my opinion. That's great. I forgot about his reaction to Hermione not being along with him, and also his reaction to Ron not being with Harry in this book. Did that happen? Or was that just because in the movie he like says, "Oh, didn't Ron tell you about it?" or something like that, didn't he? Yeah, that's a cracking point, Camilla. Okay, I'm just gonna refresh real quick, guys, and make sure that we're done, and then we'll fit in an unboxing, guys, because we've done this in a pretty good time. Okay, so I should just explain, guys. So Dara and family very kindly have sent me several boxes over the last couple of years of like a Harry Potter themed goodness and everything. I always thoroughly enjoy opening them up, guys. But I've had two which I just haven't had a chance to really to film a reaction to, and they've actually been here for almost a year. So I'm so sorry about that, Dara. Hence why hence why the PO box is currently closed. These were sent long before it was closed, you know. So I apologise it taking me so long to get to Dara, but I thought that this might be a good time to do it because I know you're always part of the book club as you were today. And so let's check it out, guys. It is the Dark Arts box. That's just a barcode. That's fine. Yes, obviously, whoever put this barcode covered over, I'm guessing maybe Snape. I might be able to see. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, it's Voldemort. It's Bloomin' Voldemort. Bloomin' Voldemort. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for this, guys. God, okay, I'm a little bit worried about what's going to jump out here. It's a pop-up. Oh my God, that's cool. Look at that. I mean, that's amazing. Lucius, right? Am I thinking of someone else? It's very amazing, though. It's got a pull-out thing. Oh, it's a card! That's so cool! Okay, that's amazing. I've never seen a card like that. The loyal supporters of Voldemort who wear the mask and the hooded cloak to conceal their identity, what's inside? That's really cool. I love this. This is really cool. So and so with the hidden note inside it. So here we go, guys. I'll read this out. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. As always, we hope the two of you are fine. Today we bring you a small and dark box of appreciation. Thank you so much for the time you dedicate to your pour into Harry Potter. Oh, I see. Yeah, I appreciate that. Your constant content is sort of a real big help and something I look forward to. I appreciate that, Dara. It means a lot to me, guys. You're getting these sort of messages. It really, really does. It's so kind of you. Because right ranking, you guys have got me through the through some very dark times. Your videos and the book club, especially, which makes this appropriate to be opening now. Our family and comfort time. Thank you so much. All all 7 of us really appreciate your work. David, Dara, and the rest. It says there. That's great. Thank you so much, Dara. I'm loving this card, by the way. I know that you've got another plan to go to the studio soon as well, haven't you? Bloomin' heck. Bloomin' heck, guys, I should really mention this. So you may have noticed, like, I posted a video of me unboxing that light, which was sent to me for free from YouTube. Basically, my channel has been chosen as a something perks. It's basically every now and then they're going to be sending me stuff, and one of the things that they've sent me is I get to choose which one it is, but a walking or bus tour of a famous of film or story location, and 2 of them are Harry Potter. There's a walking tour of London, which has a couple of locations, but the bus tour has more, and it ends up at King's Cross. So that's probably the one I'll go for, maybe. But yeah, amazing. I love it. I love that the YouTube would do something like that. Just basically give certain channels just like some lovely some lovely things. Like I had a free Greg's sausage roll, which such random things. That lamp is amazing. I'm so happy with that. But yeah, it really gave me a boost when I needed it, And so that I might make a video of that. Why not? I should do, shouldn't I? It might be the bus tour. We'll see, though, guys. The good thing with the walking tour is that if it's not my sort of thing or I'm feeling awkward, I can just leave. Whereas, probably not actually. They'll probably have a register or something. But the bus one does sound better from what I've looked at the blurb. It's definitely going to be one of the Harry Potter ones anyway. We got more Funko Pops, guys, but these are tiny. Bitty Pops. Okay, I had no idea this was a thing. So I can see Voldemort, Draco, and Bellatrix. I thought that was meant to be Hermione then. With the curly hair. It's Hermione Dumbledore on the side. Is this like the entire series, or do you buy a box of them and it's like a random assortment? Maybe. Mystery bit. Okay. So there are different ones. I'm going to have to tear the box, I'm afraid. Yeah. There you go. So I want to see what I got. These are cool, though. These are very cool. I need to make sure that I'm not going overrunning, because I'll be gutted if I overran 6 hours because of this. Oh, it's just... Okay. Okay, so that box it may look a little bit misleading, guys. I thought because those were on display there would be a lot more. In fact, there's a vegan steak, which is excellent. It's like £9, though. And the box is very similar to this. It's like a red box, and it shows a bit of the steak there. And when you take it out, it's essentially just that bit. But it is very good quality, though. My goodness. Exactly as I remember beef being. Oh, okay. So I do have a mystery, though. So there we go. So we got Voldemort, Draco, and Bellatrix, obviously all dark wizards, very appropriate for this box. And now we've got the mystery box, guys. So I think there's four possibilities for the mystery box. Oh, it's actually covered in plastic? Okay, so I'm going to have to tear this then. That's fine. Let's see who I got. And it looks like the mystery box has different percentages of chance. It looks like the rarest, I'm not very good at percentage, betting ratio sort of things. 6 over 1. 1 over 6 would be less likely than 1 over 3, right? I think that's right. Okay. Let's have a look who we got. I am really struggling with this. Am I really going to use the scissors on this? It's perforated. I'm just not able to cut it. This is a dangerous way of doing it. This is good content, isn't it, guys? This is what you pay for, isn't it? Or watch for. Which I appreciate. I'm very, very, very appreciative, guys. Seriously. Like I say, you guys have got me through some dark times, which you may know about, or you may not. But there's a video on YouTube called where I've been or something like that, and I go into what's happened. And a good thing, guys. And a good thing. It's bloomin' forks, guys. That's cool. So we have a baby face, we have a good guy. So I'll pop him next to Bellatrix. And there we go, guys. That's really cool. And so I guess I can pop the rest in there if I get another box. But yeah, that is slightly misleading. It does say, it says 4-pack. It says 4-pack on the clearly on the front, so that's fine. Yeah, but yeah, when I looked at it, it looked like there's going to be a whole tray of them. But no, it's just the exposed ones and the mystery one. I love the mystery one. Forks, that's very cool. Thank you very much. What a great idea. I had no idea they did mini pops. I'm so hot in this room. Come on, we're nearly done. We're nearly done. I don't know if these are stickers, but they're very cool. Slivering. It might be like a transferring tattoo or something, maybe? Possibly. Or maybe not, actually. I think it might just be images. There's like a potion one there as well. I'm going to leave that in the packet for now, but they're very cool. They're very pretty. Pretty snakes. Oh my goodness, guys. Okay, Krill. It's like tallow cards here. Krill. Amazing. Gilroy Lockhart. So presumably, this is going to be my main man. Yeah! Oh, I'm delighted. And it's definitely movie version as well. It's definitely movie version of Lupin. That makes me happy. Samudi. Yeah. I always forget her name. I always forget her blooming name. The pink lady. Nope. There we go. What is it? Umbridge! I always forget that blooming name. Then, Snape? I think? No. No! Slughorn! Slughorn! Since when? I mean, I'm delighted with it. It's so cool. I mean, I love them, guys. Both of them. Oh, it's Pince, guys. It's Pince. The one who I had a bit of a crush on from the movies, even though she's just in like one scene. I'm like, who's she? They're cool. I really like these. They're postcards, aren't they? I love them. I wouldn't mind more. These are really cool. The Gilderoy one is ridiculous. Good old Lupin. That's amazing. That's so cool. Oh, we got a t-shirt, it looks like. Oh my goodness. What? What is that? Oh my... This is a dark t-shirt, guys. Excuse the pun. It's got the blooming... The Unforgivable Curses on. That's cool, though. I love the design. That's the sort of shirt which you'd see someone wearing and think, oh, that's quite a cool design, but then notice what it actually says and think, oh god, that's actually amazing. That's really cool. Oh god, you got pins, you got the doll, and the skeleton, the rib cage for Avada Kedavra. Amazing. That's really awesome. I really like that. Excellent. Thank you so much. Moving on. What? This is heavy. Whoa. I think it's a candle. Oh, it smells lovely. Okay, that took a while to hit me then. Dark Arts. Dark Arts the candle. It is. It's a scented candle, guys. That smells lovely. That really does. Got a couple of scented candles now. I'm not sure how good scented candles are for dogs. I'll have to check it up. But that's really cool, though. I can put it where she's not going to go, anyway. Really cool. Really cool. And that top of that is amazing. My goodness. This is excellent, guys. Glad I'm finally getting around to doing this, Dara. I'm so sorry about the wait. I really am. And one final product, it looks like. Item, I should say. Unit. And me and my brother disagree. Where if you go to like a 5 items or less till, then you can't have 2 of the same thing. As in, if you got 5 different items and then the final item you have 2 of. So in my mind that's 6 items, but in my brother's mind that's 5. And Robbie Coltrane in Cracker, because there's a scene where an old woman starts having a go in for having too many items. But I'm with her. I actually am with her. Cracker. Talking about cracker, guys. What the... Dara, are you well? What is this? Is this a threat? Have I done something to upset you, Dara? This is terrifying. I mean, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's a candlestick. And stick is the thing that you put a candle onto, guys. It's not a stick of candle. That is a fact. Look it up. I remember seeing these in the movie. Particularly when Lupin's training Harry. There are candlesticks which come out of spinal cords. I'm so glad. That is actually quite terrifying. But I'm so glad that I got that reference, because it did seem like a bit of a threat when I first opened it just then. That's cool. Dara, thank you so much. This box was excellent. I love these cards. I love these cards. Everything's awesome, though. Amazing stuff. I think they might be stickers, you know. I think they are. I think these are stickers. I might have to put one on my lovely book, which has started to get filled in with lovely pixies, and of course the Hogwarts logo, which I also stuck on there as well. Thank you, Dara. So thank you so much. That was amazing. What a nice way to end a book review, guys. And so I managed to fit it in. Thank you so much for watching. And yes, I will endeavour. I will get you the come on, Veggie. The book club post on the Patreon in good time this time. I'm so sorry it was a bit late this time, but for a couple of you, you're quite happy about that. So I guess that all works out. Please subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VeggieKnights, and I'll see you next time.